विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे पालक भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
नमस्ते शारदा देवी काश्मीरपुरवासिनी नमस्ते शारदा देवी काश्मीरपुरवासिनी त्वामहं प्रार्थये नित्यं त्वामहं प्रार्थये नित्यं विद्या बुद्धिं च देहि मे त्वामहं प्रार्थये नित्यं विद्या बुद्धिं च देहि मे। Chatushashti Kala Prakaras play a vital role in this contribution. ಅವಿಚ್ಛಿನ್ನ ಪರಂಪರೆಯ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತಿಕೆಗೆ ಚತುಷ್ಷಷ್ಠಿ ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳು ನೀಡಿರುವಂಥ ಕೊಡುಗೆ ಮಹತ್ತರವಾದಂಥದ್ದು. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಈ 2 ದಿನಗಳು ಈ 64 ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳ ಒಂದು ಆಳ ಅಗಲ ವಿಸ್ತಾರವನ್ನು ಅರ್ಥೈಸುವಂಥ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಟ್ಲ್ಮೆನ್, Samskriti Foundation, sponsored by National Culture Fund, presents National Seminar on the Bharatiya 64 Arts. These 2 days we would like to present a glimpse into the ancient art forms of Bharata. We would like to begin this auspicious national event by invoking our God and goddesses with the Vedic invocation by Dr. P. Venkata Subramanya ji.
भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनोभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ।
May I now request Dr. M.A. Alvarji, Director of Samskriti Foundation, Mysore.
काषायशोभिकमनीयशिखानिवेशं दण्डत्रयोज्ज्वलकरं विमलोपवीतम् उद्यद्दिनेशनिभमुल्लसदूर्ध्वपुण्ड्रं रूपं तवास्तु यतिराजदृशोर्ममाग्रे। it is a matter of great privilege and honor that we are having amongst us the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, His Excellency Dr. Thawarchand Gehlot ji, a very towering personality and also a multifaceted personality. In fact, earlier he has served as the Minister for Water Resources, and in Sanskrit we call water as Amritam, that which is like nectar and bestows life to all the people in this world. He has very efficiently managed the Water Resources Ministry and ensured that the entire Madhya Pradesh is not short of any water. He is a very able administrator and also a connoisseur of the arts of India, and it is in the fitness of things that he is amongst us today to inaugurate this pioneering seminar on the 64 arts of India. With salutations, sir, on behalf of Samskriti Foundation and also on behalf of all the persons assembled here, I extend a very warm welcome to you, sir. Namaste. We are also very fortunate to have amongst us Miss Shobha Karandlaje ji, Union Minister of State for Agriculture. She is extremely busy, having to take care of several roles, including Union Minister of State for Agriculture and also nurturing her own constituency and also in addressing all the concerns of the people of Karnataka in New Delhi. So it is our fortune that she is available here today to be the chief guest of this August function. With salutations on behalf of Samskriti Foundation, I accord a very warm welcome to you, madam. We are also very fortunate enough to have amongst us Dr. H.V. Nagaraj Rao, one of the most eminent scholars of the country and also of the world today in Sanskrit. He has an experience of more than 50 years and he is a doyen of the 64 arts. Most of the 64 arts, having done a lot of research into which are these 64 arts, where are they derived from, etc. And today we are going to have a feast as far as an introduction to the 64 arts is concerned. He is also the recipient of the award of the President of India for his scholarship. With salutations, I accord a very warm welcome to him. Namaste. And the backbone of Samskriti Foundation is none other than Professor E.S. Dwarkadasa. There are many scientists in this world, and generally scientists are not scholars. There are many scholars in this world, and scholars are not scientists. But we have a unique combination in Professor Dwarkadasa, who is both a scientist and a scholar, and is very ably guiding the activities of Samskriti Foundation with all his might and with a lot of grace and affection. On behalf of all of you, I accord a very warm welcome to you. We are also waiting for Shri Dinesh Gundurao ji, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Government of Karnataka. He is expected any time. So in his absence, I welcome him and we hope he will join us soon. Apart from that, we are joined from various persons from various walks of life, scholars, connoisseurs, general public, and also people who are interested in Sanskrit and also Indian culture from all over the country. And also we are joined online by several people from all over the world. I extend a very warm welcome to all of you and hope you all will have a very fulfilling session as far as knowledge of the 64 arts is concerned. And finally, I also welcome the persons from the media, security personnel who are here with the Honorable Governor of Karnataka, persons from ISKCON Bangalore and all others, our own volunteers, etc., and all others who are present here. I accord a very warm welcome and hope that you will have a very fulfilling session as far as enriching your knowledge.
Dedicated public trust committed to the preservation and propagation of India's profound cultural and scientific heritage. ಇದು ತನ್ನ ಮಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಕಲೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವಾದಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಪ್ರಸಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಾಮಾಣಿಕ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುತ್ತಿರೋ ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನ. ಹಿಯರ್ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಫಿಲ್ಮ್ ಆನ್ ಇಂಟ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಮತ್ತು ಧ್ಯೇಯೋದ್ದೇಶಗಳನ್ನ ಕುರಿತಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಿರುಚಿತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವೀಗ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ.
Registered in 1999 as a public trust and having its administrative office at Mysore, the cultural capital of Karnataka, Samskriti Foundation is governed by a board of trustees and guided by an advisory council consisting of stalwarts from the field of academics, administration, law, and science and technology. Popularly regarded as the Holy Badrinath of South, Melkote or Tirunarayanapuram has been acclaimed for its tradition and divine wisdom. Known as the Gnana Mantapa, it was here the saint reformer Sri Ramanujacharya spent a major portion of his life creating a spiritual revolution and re-establishing the eminence of Vedic knowledge. The inspiration has encouraged the establishment of Samskriti Foundation at Melkote with a mission to preserve and propagate the culture and scientific heritage of India, focusing on its contemporary relevance and utility.
Samskriti Foundation is trying to explore the Indian knowledge systems. It wants to show the relevance of the Indian knowledge systems even today. And most of the Indian knowledge systems are stored in the ancient texts which are in the form of palm leaf manuscripts.
There is a wonderful saying which goes as follows: Bharatasya pratishtedve Samskritam Samskritis-tatha. Two unique aspects that define the contribution of Indians to the entire world at large are the Indian culture and Sanskrit language. Sanskrit language is the vehicle through which Indian culture is reached to the masses at large. Samskriti Foundation is engaged in the revival and propagation of both Sanskrit language and Indian culture, which are intertwined with each other.
Samskriti Foundation's activities can be broadly classified under three basic categories. 1. Fundamental research into our traditional knowledge systems based in Sanskrit. 2. Transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research, combining theories of modern science and traditional Indian knowledge. 3. Outreach programs that involve publication of important texts with commentaries and translations, etc., in the form of web apps and mobile apps, books, and such other media. It also includes extensive online and in-person classes on various aspects of Indian cultural heritage. Fundamental research involves research into the very basic core of Indian knowledge systems. Prominent among them is the flagship program of the Samskriti Foundation known as Gnanashvattaha, a mammoth virtual online knowledge structure that houses the entire gamut of traditional knowledge in its various dimensions under a single umbrella. Other programs under fundamental research include research leading to the preparation of publications like Sanskrit English Dictionary of Yoga based on fundamental texts of yoga, critical edition of texts like Patanjali's Yoga Sutra Bhashya, Hatha Yoga Pradipika, and other yoga works with English translations, illustrations, and notes. An overview of Yoga Upanishads and their contribution to yoga in English, Yoga in Puranas and Upapuranas in English, along with the original Sanskrit texts, and including a very interesting comprehensive publication on Upavasa, fasting, transdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research. This includes, among others, an exhaustive project on heritage of Indian metallurgy, which involves an application-oriented study of the history of metallurgy in India in 10 volumes, a comprehensive e-catalogue of ancient manuscripts and books on metallurgy and alchemy, an encyclopedic dictionary on Indian metallurgy and alchemy. Another important research project aims to catalogue all the ancient palm leaf manuscripts pertaining to 40 different fields of science and technology like mathematics, astroscience, gemology, behavioral sciences, etc. There are many such other projects that bring together traditional knowledge and modern science.
At Samskriti Foundation, we propose to revive and propagate seemingly several extinct areas of knowledge like Bharadwaja Vimana Shastra, the traditional Indian aeronautics, Dhanurveda, the ancient Indian warfare, and such other topics.
Outreach programs. These include self-teaching multimedia programs in the form of web apps and mobile apps. These multimedia self-teaching programs comprises of various modules including multiple modes like recite mode, teach me mode, tell me mode, and search features with different filters to facilitate easy learning and understanding of the texts. The 4 major components of this program are Sage Patanjali's Yoga Sutras,
Atha Yoganuशासनम्,
Hatha Yoga Pradipika,
प्रणम्य श्री गुरुं नाथम्, प्रणम्य श्री गुरुं नाथम्,
Sharada Script Teaching Package, Panchasuktam.
अथ पुरुषो हवै नारायणो कामयत प्रजासृजेति।
भारतीय संस्कृतेः वैज्ञानिकज्ञानपरम्परायाः प्रकृतोपयोगित्वद्योतनार्थम् इयं संस्था कटिबद्धा वर्तते। एतदर्थम् अनया संस्थया अनेकानि कार्याणि क्रियमाणानि वर्तन्ते। एवम् उत्तरकाले अपि समस्तलोकोपकारकान् अनेकान् नूतनान् आविष्कारान् समर्पयितुम् अस्मदीया इयं संस्था उद्युक्ता वर्तते।
Another important outreach project is the publication of the Kannada version of the Valmiki Ramayana in 8 volumes and Sage Vyasa's Srimad Bhagavatam also in 8 volumes, authored by Pandit Devashikhamani Alasingaracharya.
In the coming years, Samskriti Foundation is poised to contribute significantly to showcase the importance of our traditional knowledge in such a way that it can provide indigenous, sustainable, eco-friendly, cost-effective solutions in science and technology in very relevant fields. This was the dream of our founder Lakshmi Tatacharya, and we feel a time has come to achieve it.
Samskriti Foundation is a credible NGO certified by the Credibility Alliance. The trust has obtained tax exemption under sections 12A and 80G of the Income Tax Act, along with eligibility to receive foreign contributions under the FCRA rules and receive contributions under the CSR scheme of the Government of India. Samskriti Foundation welcomes one and all to join this exciting journey in preserving the cultural and scientific heritage for prosperity in India.
Thank you very much. I now take this opportunity to formally welcome Shri Dinesh Gundu Raoji, Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Government of Karnataka. Shri Dinesh, I need not specifically introduce him to you, but I will just say a few words. So Dinesh Gundurao ji is one of the most efficient and celebrated ministers of the cabinet of Karnataka currently. He is the illustrious son of an illustrious father. His father was, as we all know, Sri Gundurao ji, one of the most dynamic chief ministers Karnataka has ever had. And he is taking a lot of trouble to ensure that all the schemes aimed at improving the public health of Karnataka reaches the beneficiaries properly. He is very passionate about improving the public health system, and also he is a great admirer of our culture and heritage. About 4 years back, I heard him speak in a conference on yoga and Ayurveda, and though I can claim to have studied a bit of yoga, I was really astounded at his knowledge of yoga, because he quoted so many different texts and gave a very beautiful exposition. So he is not only a minister, but also he is an admirer of our culture and heritage. And I, on behalf of Samskriti Foundation, I welcome you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us despite numerous demands on your time. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir, once again. By now, we all know that the Samskriti Foundation is excited to conduct this national seminar on the Bharatiya 64 Arts, a pioneering endeavor that brings together experts and enthusiasts of Indian culture and heritage. We would like to request Honorable Governor to inaugurate this event by lighting the lamp. ಮುಕ್ಕೋಟಿ ದೇವತೆಗಳನ್ನು ದೀಪರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣುವಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ನಮ್ಮದು. ಜ್ಯೋತಿ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲನೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ವಿದ್ಯುಕ್ತವಾಗಿ ಚಾಲನೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರಲ್ಲಿ ವಿನಂತಿ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತರಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯಮಾನ್ಯರು ಈ ಕೈಂಕರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Let this light lead us to the path of knowledge. Asatoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರಾದಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಥಾವರ್ಚಂದ್ ಗೆಹ್ಲೋಟ್ ಅವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಶೋಭಾ ಕರಂದ್ಲಾಜೆ ಅವರು, ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಅವರು, ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ರಾವ್ ಅವರು ಹಾಗೂ ದ್ವಾರಕಾದಾಸ್ ಅವರು. ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟೆಂಡ್ ಆರ್ heartfelt gratitude for inaugurating this event to Honorable Governor. May I now request Dr. H.V. Nagaraj Rawji, President's Awardee and Eminent Scholar, to present the keynote address about the seminar.
ರಾಧಾಧರ ಮಧುಸ್ಯಂದಮಿಲಿಂದಾಯ ಮಧುದ್ವಿಷೇ ಕೃಷ್ಣಾಪಟಕುವಿಂದಾಯ ಗೋವಿಂದಾಯ ನಮೋ ನಮಃ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕರಾಜ್ಯಸ್ಯ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲಾಃ ಮಹಿಮಾನಃ ಮಹಾಮಹಿಮಾನಃ ಥಾವರ್ಚಂದ್ ಗೆಹ್ಲೋಟ್ ಮಹಾಭಾಗಾಃ ಯುಷ್ಮಭ್ಯಂ ಅಸ್ಮಾಕಂ ಸರ್ವೇಷಾಮಪಿ ಪ್ರಣಾಮಾಃ ಸಮರ್ಪ್ಯಂತೆ. ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಮಂತ್ರಿಮಂಡಲಸ್ಯ ಶೋಭಾಂ ಆದಧಾನ ಭೂಷಣಾಯಮಾನ ಶೋಭಾ ಕರಂದ್ಲಾಜೆ ಮಹಾಭಾಗಾಃ ಭವತೀಭ್ಯಃ ಅಸ್ಮಾಕಂ ಸರ್ವೇಷಾಮಪಿ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಾಃ ಸಮರ್ಪ್ಯಂತೆ. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಸ್ಯ ಸರ್ವೇಷಾಂ ಜನಾನಾಂ ಆರೋಗ್ಯಂ ರಕ್ಷಿತುಂ ಬದ್ಧದೀಕ್ಷಾಃ ವಿಶ್ವವಿಖ್ಯಾತ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಣಃ ಶ್ರೀ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಮಹಾಭಾಗಸ್ಯ ಪುತ್ರಾಃ ಶ್ರೀ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಮಹಾಭಾಗಾಃ ಭವದ್ಭ್ಯಃ ಅಸ್ಮಾಕಂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರಾಃ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನಸ್ಯ अध्यक्षत्वं स्वीकृत्य अस्माकं देशस्य संस्कृतेः रक्षणायां वृद्धौ च मुख्यकारणीभूताः द्वारकादास महाभागाः युष्मभ्यम् अस्माकं नमस्काराः. Now I would like to say a few things about the seminar we are going to conduct for 2 days in the presence of Lord Krishna, this ISKCON organization. Really speaking, Samskriti culture is what makes our life worth living. And therefore, the Samskriti Foundation has taken a great resolution to preserve our ancient knowledge and to disperse it among all the people of the world. Especially, we have to make Indians understand the richness and greatness of our country. And for that purpose, this time we have chosen the subject of Chatushyashti Kalaha. The word Kala should be understood in a very comprehensive way. It includes not only the fine arts, but various kinds of sciences and also various types of sports, other matters, everything that makes our life worth living. And so, the Chatushyashti Kalaha, this subject probably began even before the beginning of the Christian era. In the Arthashastra of Kautilya, we have a list of the 64 arts. And then in the Kamashastra of Vatsyayana also, we have a list of the 64 arts. We find that there are some variations. All the lists do not concur. But the most of the important things are absolutely the same in all the lists. Geetam, Vadyam, Tatha Nrityam. Ete Vishayaha Asmakam Jivanasya Adharabhutaha. Yasya Kasyapi Lokasya Yasya Kasyapi Bharatiyasya Jivane Etasam Kalanam Parinamaha Asti. You may be a scientist, you may be an artist, you may be an agriculturist, you may be a doctor, whoever you are affected by the influence of these kalas. And therefore, it is very much necessary to have a correct knowledge of these 64 kalas in order to have a comprehensive idea of the Indian culture. And therefore, these 64 kalas, many people know that many of these kalas are still alive. For instance, Geetam, the Sangeeta Shastra, the Gana, it is prevalent everywhere and all the people are following it and we are all benefiting from it in various ways. Similarly, Vadyam, the musical instruments, how many types of them were known? When we look into the Amrakosha, when we look into the Bharata's Natya Shastra, we understand that this science had developed very much and all the types of these Vadyas were used by the great people of our country. First of all, we know that Lord Krishna was a flutist. He was playing on the Venu so beautifully that everywhere we find it. Similarly, Shiva, whenever we think of Shiva, we know about the drum. It was called Damaru, it was called Dhakka. It is said that even the Sanskrit grammar, the basic of the Sanskrit grammar is Ayivun, Rulruk, Evong, Ayauch, Hayavarat, Lan, Nyamagananam, Jhabai, Ghadadesh, Jabagadadesh, Kapachartachartav, Kapai, Shashasar, Hal. These 14 sutras were actually understood by Panini, according to the Kathasaritsagra, when Lord Shiva played on the Damaru, and those sounds themselves were taken as sutras, and from those sutras the whole Sanskrit grammar has been created. And therefore we understand that even our gods were lovers of these arts. Krishna was such a great dancer when he danced on the Kaliya Pani, the serpent called Kaliya, on his hoods. Krishna was dancing, and it has been described by various poets in a wonderful way. Lola patacharana leela hatikcharita hala hale nijapane nrityantam apratiga krityantam apratima matyanta charu pusham. So, Krishna was such a dancer, and Shiva, he is called Nataraja. And therefore, these kalas, these arts were so much important. And again, not only the entertainment arts, but the arts of enlightenment, they were also included in the Chatushtashti Kalas. The Kavya Kala, writing of poetry, enjoyment of poetry, various types of ways. We find that in the history of Mysore, when the Wadiyars were ruling in the 20th century, 19th century and beginning of the 20th century, at that time there were such great scholars who could converse in Kavya. And therefore, all these things are our very livelihood, our life itself depends on that. These Shastras extend to various fields, and Madam Shobha Karandlaje is here. She is looking after agriculture, and I want to bring to your notice that among these 64 kalas, Krishi is also one, agriculture is also one. We must remember that even in the Rig Veda, the Krishi was described. Akshair Madivyaha Krishimit Krishasva, says the Rig Veda. So, never play with the dice. Instead, always use yourself in developing the agriculture, like that it is stated. And therefore, these kalas comprise everything in this life. About sports, nowadays we are giving so much importance for fitness of the body, and about that the Vyayamiki Krida is also considered as one of the kalas, and various types of sports, even board games, that is one of the types of kala. And therefore, what not, everything we have in our life is dependent on these kalas. And therefore, we should also think our Honorable Minister Gunduravji, Dinesh Gunduravji is here, and the yoga and also Ayurveda, this is included among the 64 kalas as Aushadhi Kriya. See, and therefore various types of plants that were used in our country for preparation of various types of medicines, all these things come under the one of the kalas. And therefore, friends, for 2 days we have a very great feast. No doubt in the ISKCON we get very good food, but very good food for our brains is also awaiting you. We have invited various specialists who are adepts in these different kalas, and therefore here in this seminar it is not just lectures, but many experts will be demonstrating those things. In the case of Mritkriya, in the case of music, what types of experiments are being taken and how these kalas are helping us in our daily life. This is being stressed, and therefore for 2 days you will have a wonderful feast of knowledge. And so saying, I conclude my little remarks here requesting our Honorable Governor Mahamahima, His Excellency Thawarchand Gemology, to give us inspiration and encouragement to the Samskriti Foundation for enlarging our activities and for bringing to the ordinary man, to the common man, all the great ideas that have been enshrined in our ancient texts. Thank you. Namaste.
ಈ 2 ದಿನಗಳು ನಡೆಯಲಿರುವಂಥ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಮುನ್ನೋಟವನ್ನು ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸಂಕ್ಷಿಪ್ತವಾಗಿ ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ವಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H.V. Nagaraj Rao ji for this educative and elaborate insight to the seminar to be held from today. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Government of Karnataka, Shri Dinesh Gundurao ji to kindly address us.
ಭಾರತೀಯ 64 ಕಲೆಗಳ ಈ ಒಂದು ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಘನತೆವೆತ್ತ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಥಾವರ್ಚಂದ್ ಗೆಹ್ಲೋಟ್ರವರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಪಸ್ಥಿತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕೃಷಿ ಸಚಿವರಾದಂಥ ಶೋಭಾ ಕರಂದ್ಲಾಜೆ ಅವರೇ, ಈ ಒಂದು ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ H.V. ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ರಾವ್ರವರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನಿನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ದ್ವಾರಕಾದಾಸರವರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನಿನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯ ಸದಸ್ಯರುಗಳೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರೇ, ಸಹೋದರ ಸಹೋದರಿಯರೇ, ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯವಾದಂಥ ಮತ್ತು ಬಹಳ ಅವಶ್ಯ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನವರು ಆಯೋಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 2 ದಿವಸದ ಕಾಲ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಮತ್ತು ಅನೇಕ ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಭಂಡಾರದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನೇಕ ವಿದ್ಯೆ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಲಾಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸೆಷನ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅನೇಕ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್ಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ಯಾವ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೂಡ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಜದ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನೇನು ವಿಚಾರಗಳಿದೆ, ಏನೇನು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳಿದೆ, ಬಹುಶಃ ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಸಂಗೀತ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಪಶುಸಂಗೋಪನೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಪಕ್ಷಿಗಳಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ತರಬೇತಿಯನ್ನು ನೀಡುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ದೈಹಿಕ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಸೈಸ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಮತ್ತು ನೃತ್ಯ, ಸಂಗೀತ ಮತ್ತು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಪೇಂಟಿಂಗು, ಈ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯಾವ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳು ಬಹುಶಃ ಭಾಳ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಿದೆ, ಅನೇಕ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಈ 64 ಕಲಾ ಏನು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಳಿದೆ, ಇದು ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಜದ ಏಳಿಗೆಗೋಸ್ಕರ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ಆ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಚರ್ಡ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್, ಒಂದು ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಸಮಾಜ ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಅಂತರ್ಸತ್ವ ಇರುವಂಥ ಸಮಾಜ ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಆಗಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅನೇಕ ವಿಚಾರಗಳು, ಅನೇಕ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗಳು ಆ ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಒಂದೇ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಇರುವಂಥ ಸಮಾಜ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅದು ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅನೇಕ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಆಗಬೇಕು, ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಚರ್ಚೆಗಳಾಗಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಅದು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಉತ್ತಮಗೊಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಆಗ್ತಾನೇ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಈ 64 ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಅನೇಕ ವಿಷಯಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಅಂದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟೀಸನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ಪರಿಪಕ್ವತೆಯನ್ನು ಪಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಏನೋ ಒಂದು ಅವಕಾಶ ಇರ್ತದೆ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸಂಗೀತ, ನೃತ್ಯ ಅಥವಾ ಯೋಗ, ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಯಾವುದೇ ಒಂದು ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆನೇ ಅದು, ಅಥವಾ ಕೃಷಿ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆನೇ, ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಕುದುರೆಯನ್ನು ಓಡಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆನೇ. ಸೊ ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ನಾವು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸ ಅಂತ, ಆ ಸಣ್ಣ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲದರಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಉತ್ತಮಗೊಳಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಇನ್ನೂ ಮೇಲ್ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು, ಆ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆ. ಅದೇ ಆವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಜದ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆಗೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹಳ ಮೂಲವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಜ ಬೆಳೀತದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದು ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮತ್ತು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅದರ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಒಂದು ಹಳೆಯದನ್ನು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೊಸದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅದು ಬೆಳೀತಾ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು. ನಿಂತು ನೀರಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಕೂಡ ಅದು ಬೆಳೆಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಿಂತು ನೀರು ಕಲುಷಿತ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೆಳವಣಿಗೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಈ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡಿದಾಗ. ಅದರಿಂದ ನನಗನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಈ 64 ಕಲೆಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ವೇದಗಳಿಂದ, ಉಪನಿಷತ್ಗಳಿಂದ ಮತ್ತು ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೇಶ ನಮ್ಮದು, ಅದರಿಂದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಸಂಗ್ರಹಣೆ ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯಗಳು, ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಅದನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ಟು ಕೇವಲ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕೆಲವು ಜನರಿಗೆ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೋಧನೆ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು, ವಿಷಯವನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೋದು, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಒಂದು ಸನ್ನಿವೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದರ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಪಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು, ಆ ಒಂದು ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಆಲೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ಇದು ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಾನು ಅವರಿಗೆ ಹೃತ್ಪೂರ್ವಕವಾದಂಥ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಭಾಳ ಶ್ಲಾಘನೀಯವಾದಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಅದು. ಇವತ್ತಿನ ನಮಗೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ಹೇಗೆ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಂದು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇದರಿಂದ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಮುಖ್ಯ ತಾನೇ. ಕೇವಲ ಬಹಳ ಕೆಲವು ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು, ಬುದ್ಧಿಜೀವಿಗಳು ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲೇ ಈ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇರೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಹರಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಆ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದದು, ಆ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದದು. ಅದು ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಷಯಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಯಾವ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಿಂದಿನ ನಮ್ಮ ಪೂರ್ವಜರು ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಓದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸಮಾಜ ಆಗಿರಬೇಕು, ಸೃಜನಶೀಲ ಸಮಾಜ ಅಂದೇ ಅದು. ಆದರೆ ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಭವ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನೂ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇನ್ನೂ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಒಂದು ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕು, ಹೇಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರಿಗೆ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ಬೇಕು, ಅದನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಆವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಜ ಸೃಜನಶೀಲ ಸಮಾಜ ಇನ್ನೂ ಮೇಲ್ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಮತ್ತು ನಮಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಇತಿಹಾಸದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಮಗೆ ಇನ್ನೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒಂದು ಗೌರವ, ಗರ್ವ ಮತ್ತು ಒಂದು ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಒಂದು ವಿಷಯ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದೆ. ಒಂದು ಆತ್ಮವಿಶ್ವಾಸ ಬೆಳೀತದೆ. ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ಸರಿ ಇದೆ ಅಂತಲೂ ಏನಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವ ಸಮಾಜ ಕೂಡ 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಸರಿ ಇರೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯನೇ ಇಲ್ಲ ತಾನೇ. ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ದೌರ್ಬಲ್ಯ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಸೇರಿರ್ತದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ದೌರ್ಬಲ್ಯಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸರಿಪಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಯಾವುದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದಿದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಾವು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಗ್ತಾ ಇರಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ ಮತ್ತು ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಭಾಷೆ ಏನಿದೆ ಅದು ಒಂದು ಮೂಲ ಭಾಷೆ, ಮದರ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಇಸ್ ದ ಮದರ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜಸ್. ಸೊ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಸೋರ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಯಾವ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಕಲೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇವಲ ಸಂಗೀತ, ನೃತ್ಯ, ನಾಟ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಲ. It's connected to all the sectors, whether it is industry, whether it is agriculture, whether it is metallurgy, whether it is oratory, sports, everything is connected to art. Everything is connected to art. So, Adrinda, this 64 arts, if one person can understand and imbibe all the 64 arts, then he is, I think, a complete individual. He is equivalent to God. A person who can imbibe everything is equivalent to God because he is able to understand everything. So that is the intent. Not everybody can become that. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಆಗೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಏನು, ಆ ಒಂದು ದಿಕ್ಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಬೇಕು, ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬರನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹಿಸಬೇಕು. ಆ ಕಾರಣದಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಭಾಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿ ಮತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಇನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚೆಚ್ಚು ಈ ಥರ ಕೆಲಸಗಳು ಮಾಡಲಿ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿಯೂ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಸಹಕಾರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ಗೆ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಕೂಡ ನಾನು ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಯೋಗ, ಆಯುರ್ವೇದ, ಅನೇಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಅನೇಕ ಪದ್ಧತಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ಯೋಗದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೇನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇಡೀ ವ್ಯಾಪ್ತಿ ಅದು ಪ್ರಚಾರ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಆದರೆ ಈಗ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಮ್ಮ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಯೋಗ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕೇವಲ ಒಂದು ದೈಹಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಒಂದು ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ, ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ. ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಸರಿಯಾದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಪರಿಪಾಲನೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಅನೇಕ ರೋಗಗಳು ನಿವಾರಣೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಅನೇಕ ರೋಗಗಳು ನಮಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿಯಿಂದ, ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಮತ್ತು ದೈಹಿಕ ಒಂದು ಯಾವ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅದರಿಂದ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಯೋಗವನ್ನು ಅವರ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಳವಡಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಬಹುತೇಕ ಯಾವ ರೋಗಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದೋ ಒಂದು ಬೇರೆ ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಏನು ಆನುವಂಶಿಕ ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗಳು ಬಂದರೆ ಯಾರೂ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಪ್ರೆಷರು, ಡಯಾಬಿಟೀಸು, ಹಾರ್ಟ್ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಸು, ಸ್ಟ್ರೋಕ್ಸು, ಕಿಡ್ನಿ, ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೆಚ್ಚಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಹಾರ ಪದ್ಧತಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ದೈಹಿಕ ಚಟುವಟಿಕೆ ಮಾಡದೇ ಇರತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣಗಳಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ರೋಗಗಳು ಬರ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಸೊ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳಷ್ಟು ನಿಕಟ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಈ 64 ಕಲೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡಿದೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ, ಅದರಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿ ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಾನು ಹಾರೈಸಿ, ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ಕರೆಸಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮಗೆ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಅರ್ಪಿಸಿ ನಾನು ಮಾತನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಅವರ ಕಾರ್ಯವೈಖರಿ ಮತ್ತು ಜನಪರ ಚಿಂತನೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಲ್ಲೆವು. ಆದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಮಾತಾಡಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರ ನೆರವು ಮತ್ತು ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಸಹ ನೀಡೋದಾಗಿ ಘೋಷಿಸಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಅಸ್. May I now request Honorable Union Minister of State for Agriculture, Ms. Shobha Karandlaje, to kindly address us.
His Excellency Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Tawarchand Gehlot ji, ಮಾನ್ಯ ರಾಜ್ಯದ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ ಸಚಿವರಾಗಿರುವಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಅವರೇ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು, ಈ ದೇಶದ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟು ಆಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ದ್ವಾರಕಾಧೀಶ್ ಅವರೇ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತವೇ ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಕ ನಗರಿ ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತು ಕಳೆದ 53 ವರ್ಷಗಳಿಂದ ಸುಧರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಡೈಲಿ ಪೇಪರನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾಗರಾಜರಾವ್ರವರೇ ಅಂಥ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥ ನನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿ ವರ್ಗದವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಮಾಡಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ಜೋಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂಥ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆಳ್ವಾರವರೇ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಾವಿದ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪದಾಧಿಕಾರಿ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಇಸ್ಕಾನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳೇ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಒಂದು ಸುಂದರವಾದಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆದರೆ ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಮುಂದೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರೋ ಕಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಅವರಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಆದರೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಕಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೋಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾದಂಥ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಬಂದು ಕೂತ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ವಾರಸುದಾರರು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತವನ್ನು ಅಥವಾ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಕೊಂಡೊಯ್ಯುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವಜನಾಂಗ ಇದನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುವಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಾನು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮವನ್ನು ದಯಮಾಡಿ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದೆರಡು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಕಾಲೇಜುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವಕರಿಗೆ, ಯುವತಿಯರಿಗೆ ನೀವೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದಂಥ ಒಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡರ್ನೈಸ್ ಕಲೆಗೆ ಹೊಂದಾಣಿಕೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ, ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನೇನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಇದನ್ನು ಯುವಜನಾಂಗ ತಿಳಿಯುವಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಇವತ್ತು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿನ ಸಹಯೋಗದಿಂದಲೇ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಬರುವಂಥ ದಿನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟು ಇಂಥ ಯುವಜನಾಂಗಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ, ಯುವಜನಾಂಗ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಹೋಗುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ವಿನಂತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕಲೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಭಾಷಣ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಕಲೆ ಅನುಭವಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸನ್ನು ನೋಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅನುಭವಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಸಂಗೀತವನ್ನು ಕೇಳುವಂಥದ್ದು ಅದು ಅನುಭವಿಸುವಂಥದ್ದು. ಕೃಷಿನೂ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಸತ್ಯ, ಆಹಾರ ಔಷಧಿ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಆಹಾರ ಔಷಧಿ ಆದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ದಿನೇಶ್ ಗುಂಡೂರಾವ್ ಅವರ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಖರ್ಚಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಅವರ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿನ ಖರ್ಚು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಕಂಡುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಸಾವಯವ ಕೃಷಿ, ಪ್ರಾಕೃತಿಕ ಕೃಷಿಯ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ಆಹಾರವನ್ನು ಔಷಧಿಯಾಗಿ ಸ್ವೀಕಾರ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಅದನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ಬಿಟ್ವಿ, ಇವಾಗ ಔಷಧಿಯನ್ನೇ ಆಹಾರವಾಗಿ ತಿಂದು ಜೀವನ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಥಿತಿಗೆ ನಾವು ತಲುಪಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಈ ರೀತಿಯ ಕಲೆಗಳನ್ನು, 64 ಕಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ತಪಸ್ಸಿನ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಸಾವಿರಾರು ವರ್ಷಗಳ ಕಾಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಷಿಮುನಿಗಳು ತಪಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ವತಃ ಅದನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ತಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಲ್ಲಿ, ತಮ್ಮ ಶರೀರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊರ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಅವತ್ತಿನ ಭಾಷೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವತ್ತು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಭಾಷೆಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದ ಮೂಲಕ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಅದೇ ನಮಗೆ ಕಠಿಣವಾಗಿ ಪರಿಣಮಿಸ್ತು. ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗ್ರಂಥಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅದು ನಿರಂತರ ನಿಧಾನಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮಿಂದ ದೂರ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಬಂತು. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಷೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದ ಪರಿಣಾಮವಾಗಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಯುವಜನಾಂಗ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಯಿತು. ಹೇಳಿದರು, ಇವತ್ತು ವಿಮಾನವನ್ನೇ ಹೇಗೆ ಕಂಡುಹಿಡಿಬಹುದು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ಹಿರಿಯರು ಈ ಕೋಲಾರದ ಹತ್ತಿರ, ಮುಳಬಾಗಿಲ ಹತ್ರ ಯಾವುದೋ ಗೋಡೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಚಿತ್ರವನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ಅವತ್ತಿನ ತಪಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಿದಂಥ ಋಷಿ ಬರೆದಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮೂರಲ್ಲೇ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲೇ ಇಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ಋಷಿಮುನಿಗಳು ಅಧ್ಯಯನ ಮಾಡಿ, ತಪಸ್ಸನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿ, ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರ್ ಗಿರಿಯನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಯಾವ ಕಾಯಿಲೆಗೆ ಯಾವ ಔಷಧಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆದರೆ ಪರಕೀಯರ ದಾಳಿ, ಪರಕೀಯರ ಆಡಳಿತ ನಿಧಾನವಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋಗುವಂತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಲವಾರು ಜನ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು, ತುಂಬ ಹಿರಿಯರು, ಕಲಾವಿದರು ಒಂದು ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಡಬಲ್ ರೋಡಲ್ಲಿ. ಸತ್ಯಾನಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರ್ಬೋದು. ನಾನು ಕೇಳಿದೆ, ಅವರು ನೀವು ಕೇರಳದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲಿತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಪೇಷಂಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾರಾ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ. ಅವರ ಕಲೆ ಯಾವುದು ಅಂದರೆ ಕಲೇರಿಪಟ್ಟು. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಬೆನ್ಮೂಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆದರೆ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ಆದರೆ ಬೆನ್ಮೂಳೆ ಆಪ್ರೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಭಾಳ ಡೇಂಜರು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಸರಿ ಆದರೆ ಆಯಿತು, ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆದರೆ ಕಲೇರಿಪಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ, ಅವರು ಓದಿರೋದು ಲಾ ಗ್ರಾಜ್ಯುಯೇಟು, ಆದರೆ ಕಲೇರಿ ಪಟ್ಟನ್ನು ಕಲಿತು ಇವತ್ತು ಆಪರೇಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಬೆನ್ನು ನೋವನ್ನು ಗುಣಪಡಿಸಬಲ್ಲ ಇಂಥದ್ದು ಹಲವಾರು ನೂರಾರು ಜನ ನಮ್ಮಂಥ ರಾಜಕಾರಣಿಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗಿ ಆ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ಮೆಂಟನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಅದು ಯಾವ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕು. ಯುದ್ಧದ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಕಲೇರಿ ಪಟ್ಟು ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದು, ಸೈನಿಕರನ್ನು ರಿಜುನೇವೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲವನ್ನ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ನಮಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕಾಲಾಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋದಂಥ ಹಲವಾರು ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಅಂತ ಹಲವಾರು NGOಗಳು, ಸರ್ಕಾರಗಳು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಗಳು ಇವತ್ತು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ, ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ, ಅದನ್ನು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡುವಂಥ, ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹತ್ತಿರಕ್ಕೆ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀರಿ. ನನಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಇವತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನಲ್ಲಿ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಯಾರು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಯಾರೊಬ್ಬ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದರು ಮತ್ತು ಕಲೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವರು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡುವಂಥದ್ದು ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಬಹಳ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸಂಬಂಧ. ನನಗೆ ವಿ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಪ್ರೌಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆ್ಯಸ್ ಎ ಸೈಂಟಿಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲ್ಚರನ್ನು ರಿಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಒಬ್ಬ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಹಳ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಅವರು ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಯಂಗರ್ ಜನ್ರೇಷನ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಚಾರಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಗೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೆಗೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ಬರ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮೈಸೂರಿನ ದಸರಾ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೇ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ನಡೀತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಪೋಷಣೆ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಅದು. ಹಿಂದೆ ರಾಜರು ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಒಡೆಯರವರು ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿದರು. ಅವರು ಆ ಭಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ಈ ದೇಶದ ಎಲ್ಲ ರಾಜ ಮಹಾರಾಜರುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದ ಈ 64 ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಪೋಷಿಸುವ, ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದರು. ನಮ್ಮ ಒಂದೊಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ ಕಲೆಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾಹಿತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂಥ, ಕಲೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ವಿಚಾರ. ನಾವು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಮ್ಮಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿಯ ಜನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಇದು 13 ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಹಾದ್ವಾರಗಳಿದ್ವು ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ಊರೇ ಒಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ತಂಜಾವೂರೊಂದು ಊರೇ ಒಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ಹಲವಾರು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳು ಇಡೀ ಊರಿಗೆ ಊರೇ ಒಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಆದರೆ ಕಾಲಾಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ನಶಿಸಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಅಕ್ವಿಷನ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂಥ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ಕಲೆಗಳು ಕೂಡ ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋದವು. ಇದನ್ನು ರಿಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಇಲಾಖೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ, ಹಲವಾರು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಅದರ ಕಾರಿಡಾರ್ಗಳ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ, ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು, ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನು ಯಾರು ಒತ್ತುವರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನು ನಮ್ಮ ವಾಪಸ್ ಅದರ ವೈಭವಕ್ಕೆ ತರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನ. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹಲವಾರು ಪ್ರಯತ್ನಗಳು ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಯವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವಕರ್ಮ ಯೋಜನೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೇಳಿದರು. ವಿಶ್ವಕರ್ಮರು ಯಾರು ಕಲೆಯನ್ನು ಕಲಾಕಾರರಿದ್ದರು, ಅದು ಮರದ ಕಲೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಚಿನ್ನದ ಕಲೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ಕಲೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಶಿಲ್ಪಕಲೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಇಂಥವರು ಕೂಡ ನಶಿಸಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಮೋದಿಯವರ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಹಲವಾರು ರೀತಿಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಗಳು ಇಡೀ ದೇಶದಂತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ವೈಭವವನ್ನು, ಭಾರತದ ವೈಭವವನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕನ್ನುವಂಥ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ಗೆ ಕೂಡ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಹಕಾರ ಖಂಡಿತ ಇದ್ದೇ ಇದೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಗವಹಿಸಿ ನಮಗೂ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿದೆ. ಮೇಲ್ಕೋಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇದೆ. ಮೇಲ್ಕೋಟೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ತಾಳೆಗರಿಯನ್ನು ಶೇಖರಣೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಡೋದು, ಅದನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆ ಕೊಡೋದೇ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆಲಸ. ರಾಮಾನುಜಾಚಾರ್ಯವರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಆದಂಥ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸಿರುವಂಥ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಮೈಸೂರು ಯೂನಿವರ್ಸಿಟಿಗೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ರಿಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಮಾಡೋದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದೇ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು. ಅಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಳೆಗರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು, ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಹಿಂದಿನ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವುದು ಕೂಡ ಬಹಳ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆಲಸ. ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬಟ್ಟೆ ಹಾಕೋಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಪರಿವೇ ಇಲ್ಲದಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತೀಯರು ವಸುದೈವ ಕುಟುಂಬಕಂ, ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಕುಟುಂಬ, ನಮ್ಮ ಪರಿವಾರ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ದೇಶ ಇದು. ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯರು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು ಈ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಷಿಮುನಿಗಳು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಋಷಿಮುನಿಗಳು ಕೇವಲ ತಪಸ್ಸು ಮಾಡಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಋಷಿಮುನಿಗಳು ವಿಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು, ನಮಗೆ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟರು. ಇವತ್ತು ಹೊಸ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾವಾಗ ಅಮಾವಾಸ್ಯೆ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಹುಣ್ಣಿಮೆ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವಾಗ ಗ್ರಹಣ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಕಾವೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರ್ಥೋದ್ಭವ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ನನಗೆ. ಆದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಯೋತಿಷಕಾರರಿಗೆ ಅಂತೂ ಇಂಥ ಮುಹೂರ್ತದಲ್ಲೇ ಕಾವೇರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ತೀರ್ಥೋದ್ಭವ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಕರಾರುವಾಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನ ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದೆ. ಅದನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ತಿಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಇಸ್ಕಾನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ನಮಗೆ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಂಥ ಇಸ್ಕಾನ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ. ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಆದ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಅವರದೇ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿಚಾರವನ್ನು, ಆಚಾರವನ್ನು, ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಲೀಲೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಕೇವಲ ನಮಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಳಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಇಸ್ಕಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಅವರಿಗೂ ನಾನು ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಖಂಡಿತ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಜೊತೆ ನಾವಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ನೀವು ಮುಂದುವರಿಯಿರಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕೆಲಸಗಳ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾರತ ಸರ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ನೀವು ಸಂಪರ್ಕ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೀತಿಯ ಸಹಕಾರವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೊಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಕೂಡ ವಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಬರುವಂಥ 2 ದಿನಗಳ ಈ ಒಂದು ಏನು ನೀವು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಿದ್ದೀರಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಲೆಕ್ಚರರ್ಸು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ರೀತಿಯ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗುವಂಥದ್ದಿದೆ. ಅದು ಹಾಗೆ ಉಳಿಬೇಕು. ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳು. ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ತಜ್ಞರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರಿದನ್ನು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಳಿಸೋರಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅವರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮೂಲಕ ನಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿನ ಜನಾಂಗಕ್ಕೆ, ಯುವ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಈ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೆಗಳು ಹಸ್ತಾಂತರ ಆಗಲಿ. ಇದರ ಮೂಲಕ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮತನವನ್ನು, ಭಾರತೀಯತೆಯನ್ನು ಉಳಿಸುವಂಥ, ಬೆಳೆಸುವಂಥ, ಅದನ್ನು ಹಸ್ತಾಂತರಿಸುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡೋಣ ಅನ್ನುವಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮಕ್ಕೆ ಅಭಿನಂದನೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಜೈ ಹಿಂದ್.
ಆಹಾರವೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಔಷಧಿಯಾಗಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ಕೃಷಿ ಇಲಾಖೆಯ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಅಥವಾ ಆಶಯ ಮಾತ್ರವಲ್ಲ, ಅವರ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕ ಆಶಯವೂ ಹೌದು ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಅವರ ಮಾತುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮನಗಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮೊಂದಿಗೆ ನಾವಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಅಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಮಾತು ಸಾಕು ಈ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೆ. ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಶೋಭಾ ಕರಂದ್ಲಾಜೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ, ಮೇ ಐ ನೌ ರಿಕ್ವೆಸ್ಟ್ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ E.S. ದ್ವಾರಕಾದಾಸ್ ಜಿ, ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್, ಟು ಕೈಂಡ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಸ್.
Very good morning to everybody. Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Sri Thawachand Gehlot, Honorable Union Minister of Agriculture, Madam Shobha Kandalji, Minister of Health for Karnataka, Sri Dinesh Gundurao, Vidwan Nagaraj Rao, Dr. Alwar told me that in a function like this, the president of the organization should be present. I was telling him that he should be present here than me. He said, on behalf of the foundation and on behalf of everybody, I can also extend my hearty welcome to all of you, and thank you very much by being present with us today. Since the chief guests have already expounded the various properties and usefulness of the 64 colors, I will not deal with that again. But I would like to say a couple of things about this. The title says Chatushashti Kalaha, so people should not go with the wrong idea that it's only kala and not science. The list includes, as Mr. Gundurao mentioned, yoga, Ayurveda, metallurgy, casting. All of these are sciences, and the sciences proliferated quite a bit in the olden days. I remember when I joined metallurgy at the Institute of Science, my father was writing some kind of things for all of us to read. In one of them, he also mentioned about the Chaturshastikalas, a list of these. And I was so excited to see the term metallurgy in that. I didn't understand the rest of it, but I saw the term metallurgy in that list, and I was so excited. So I just wanted to find out what these are. It turns out that over a period of time, many arts developed, and at certain point of time, this kind of classification was made to say that it contains 64 of these, 64 art forms, and these must be learned by one person, by any person, to become a perfect person. I was extremely happy to know Mr. Gundurrao say that if somebody learns all this, he becomes God. That's a very beautiful thing to say, because one cannot learn all these. So you need exceptional powers to learn these. Before I proceed, I must say I should pay my obeisance to Sri Lakshmi Tatachar, the late Lakshmi Tatachar. He was my guru, and he is the one who inspired me and made me start looking into all these old sciences, manuscripts, the Sanatana Dharma and all that. So I must pay my obeisance to him and express my gratitude to Professor Lakshmi Tatachar. Although today we are looking at the 64 kalas being expounded, he is the one who told us we must examine every part of literature in the olden time, written in the olden times, because they contain very valuable information. Just now, Madam mentioned that so many of these are going out of use and they are reposited in the library and so on, but I think we must listen to what my guru said and start doing this. One of the things that I want to mention here is that when Lord Krishna wanted to move from Mathura to Dwarka, I understand one of the objectives of finding a new place is finding deposits of copper, because Krishna was a great metallurgist in copper. He was a copper metallurgist. I was very surprised to see this in some descriptions in Srimad Bhagavata, but we need to look more and find out what kind of thing that Lord Krishna did. All of this, what you see, has been organized by Dr. Alvar, almost single-handedly, of course assisted by his wife, Dr. Vidya. I think it is the duty of all of us to find out what has been done in this particular seminar about the 64 arts and find out what can be learned. We can say it's impossible for anybody to learn all the 64, but one should make an effort to learn these 64 kalas. At least we can learn probably maybe 10, 12, 14 of these. Madam very rightly mentioned that somebody becomes expert in art, but others will enjoy it. I think even enjoyment of these is a method of learning these arts. I think we should do that. We should be able to appreciate and enjoy the arts. A small little incident that has been told to me is that when Krishna offered Guru Dakshina to his Guru Sandipni, he was very happy that Krishna was able to go to the depths of the ocean and bring back his dead son. So he was so happy, he told Krishna, ask for anything you want. But he then gave the ability to Krishna to master these 64 arts. It looks like a small little story, but it has a very great principle. The principle is that if you want to learn anything, you need a guru. If you want to become an adept and be very skilled, you should have that kind of capability. So we have to have a very big guru who is able to do that, and a shishya who has that capability to learn it. And this also reflects the same thing that Dr. Ghandharva mentioned, that if you can learn all of it, you are a god. So here we are having an example of a Krishna who learned all these things. So I think we will not waste any more time. I think we are waiting to hear the Honorable Governor of Karnataka. So before I close, I would like to say we're extremely thankful to the Governor for being present in this morning. Madam Shobha has added a lot of glitter to the function by her presence. Sri Gundura has added a lot of grace to the function, and I'm so happy that both of them mentioned that the government is behind us, they will support us. We look forward to your participation and support. I had not heard Sri Nagaraj Rao before, but I'm extremely impressed by your presence, sir, and by what you said. I will definitely continue to learn from him. In our effort, we have had very good support from the central government by way of a project given to us by the National Cultural Fund, the NCF. Although the project says study these and so on, because the Samskriti Foundation deals with a variety of things, I think the project also looks at several alike things. Very soon you will probably see a very small booklet that has been written by Professor Alvar about the 64 kalas. It's now being edited, and you will later see it. It is something to really possess. We have been approaching the central government for a variety of support through various departments. I'm happy to say that we always have very kind words to Samskriti Foundation from the government, both central and state governments. We have had extremely good support, and to aid this, many of them have even visited Melkote to take a look at what's being done. And only when you look at it, you will really know the depth of work that's being done in Melkote. We will not be able to describe it to you, but when you go and see. So what I would like to say is, all of you, whoever is interested, please come to Melkote, take a look at what we do, and you will really start appreciating everything. I should really thank ISKCON for giving us the use of this excellent multivision theatre for this seminar. I should thank both the union government and state government for the support extended to us. And last but not the least, we have had excellent support from all of you, the great audience. I know that in the recent 2-3 years we have conducted several seminars, and we have had excellent support from all the people. Before I close, I would like to say several people came forward to expose and expound the art in terms of lectures, and all of them deserve great appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Dwarakadas ji's able presidentship is one of the key factors behind the achievements of Samskriti Foundation, and acknowledging that, we would like to thank you for your address. Thank you so much for being here with us. May I now request Honorable Governor of State Dr. Thawarchand Gehlot ji to kindly address us the inaugural note.
राष्ट्रीय संस्कृति निधि और संस्कृति फाउंडेशन मैसूर के तत्वावधान में भारत की 64 कलाओं पर आयोजित राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के उद्घाटन समारोह में उपस्थित भारत सरकार के कृषि राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय सुश्री शोभा करंदलाजे जी, कर्नाटक सरकार के स्वास्थ्य और परिवार कल्याण मंत्री आदरणीय श्री दिनेश गुंडूराव जी, सुधर्मा संस्कृति दिल्ली मैसूर के चीफ ऑडिटर एवं आज के मुख्य वक्ता डॉक्टर HV नागराज राव जी, संस्कृति फाउंडेशन मैसूर के अध्यक्ष प्रोफेसर ES द्वारकादास जी, देश एवं राज्य के विभिन्न भागों से संगोष्ठी में आए संस्कृत मर्मज्ञ और कलाविद, सम्माननीय अतिथिगण एवं मीडिया के महानुभाव, ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಾನು ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಹಾರ್ದಿಕವಾಗಿ ಸ್ವಾಗತಿಸುತ್ತೇನೆ. राष्ट्रीय संस्कृति निधि के सहयोग से संस्कृति फाउंडेशन मैसूर द्वारा महत्वपूर्ण विषय भारत की 64 कलाओं पर विचार विमर्श के लिए आयोजित 2 दिवसीय राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के लिए आप सभी को बधाई एवं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं. प्राचीन काल में भारतवर्ष यहाँ की उन्नत और व्यापक शिक्षा व्यवस्था के कारण विश्व गुरु की उपाधि से विभूषित था. ये आप और हम सब सुनते आए हैं, पढ़ते आए हैं. भारतीय प्राचीन शिक्षा व्यवस्था में शिक्षा के अंतर्गत सिर्फ शास्त्रीय ज्ञान ही नहीं अपितु जीवनयोपी लौकिक ज्ञान का भी सम्यक समावेश था. लोकोपयोगी ज्ञान के अंतर्गत शिक्षा में कलाओं की शिक्षा का भी अपना महत्वपूर्ण स्थान है. भारतीय संस्कृति में 14 विधाओं और 64 कलाओं का वर्णन मिलता है. कलाओं के संबंध में रामायण, महाभारत, पुराण, काव्य आदि ग्रंथों में उल्लेख है. धर्म ग्रंथों के अनुसार भगवान श्री कृष्ण 64 कलाओं में निपुण थे. मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि सांस्कृतिक वैभव का परिचायक हमारी 64 कलाओं का संबंध आजीविका के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों के साथ भी है. मैं खुद किस्मत हूँ कि मध्य प्रदेश के उज्जैन जिले का निवासी हूँ. वहाँ सांदीपनी आश्रम है. भगवान कृष्ण ने और सुदामा जी ने वहाँ ये 64 कलाएं सीखने का काम किया है. कभी आप उज्जैन जाएं तो वो सांदीपनी आश्रम आज भी विद्यमान है और कार्यरत है. आप वहाँ जा कर के देखें. जीवन को सुखपूर्वक जीने के लिए, जिंदगी को बेहतर बनाने के लिए हुनर व कौशल की आवश्यकता होती है. यह कला बुद्धि, विवेक व अभ्यास से आती है. मेरे पूर्व वक्ताओं ने विशेषकर नागराज जी, गुंडूराव जी और शोभा करंदलाजे जी ने तथा संस्कृति फाउंडेशन के चेयरमैन ने द्वारकादास जी ने इन विषयों पर विस्तार से प्रकाश डाला है. आप और हम सब उनने जो कहा है उससे सहमत हैं और उन्होंने जो कहा है उसको जीवन में उतारने का प्रयास करें. जीवन को कर्म क्षेत्र कहा जाता है, इसलिए जीवन जीने के लिए शैली, नियमों एवं नीति की आवश्यकता होती है और ये सब इन 64 कलाओं में विद्यमान है. कला हमारे अंदर कर्मण्यता का भाव जगाती है, हमें कर्मशील बनाती है. इसलिए कर्म को पूजा का पर्याय कहा गया है. जब व्यक्ति पैदा होता है तब भाग्य फल लेकर आता है, और जब मृत्यु को प्राप्त होता है तब कर्म फल लेकर के जाता है। और ये कर्म फल हमको ये जो 64 कलाएं हैं इनमें से देखने को, सीखने को, समझने को मिलता है। अर्थात हमें सद्मार्ग पर चलकर अच्छे कर्म करने की आवश्यकता है ताकि हमारा जीवन सफल हो। यदि शिक्षा, ज्ञान, अनुभव तथा नया व अच्छा सीखने की ललक हो तो जीने की कला आसानी से समझ में आती है और सीखी जा सकती है। विभिन्न संस्कृत वाङ्मयों ने वर्णित 64 कलाएं न केवल प्राचीन काल में उपयोगी रही है, ये 64 कलाएं वर्तमान काल में भी उपयोगी है। इसका उपयोग करने की आवश्यकता है, इसको सीखने की, समझने की और उसको अंगीकार करने की आवश्यकता है। भारतवर्ष की इन प्राचीन कलाओं को संरक्षित करते हुए भावी पीढ़ी को इसे सिखाने की जिम्मेदारी भी आप और हमारी सबकी है। राष्ट्रीय संस्कृति निधि हमारे देश की समृद्ध और विविध अमूर्त विरासत को संरक्षित करने के उद्देश्य से कार्य कर रही है। मैं इसके लिए उनको बधाई देता हूँ। प्रसन्नता का विषय है कि विविध कलाओं के विशेषज्ञ और विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में विद्वत्ता प्राप्त इस संगोष्ठी में अपने विचार प्रस्तुत करेंगे और आपस में विचार विमर्श करेंगे और भारत की सांस्कृतिक एवं वैज्ञानिक विरासत को आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास करेंगे। मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि इस राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी के निष्कर्ष से हमें भारत की 64 कलाओं के वास्तविक स्वरूप को समझने और उनके इतिहास को संरक्षित करने में मदद मिलेगी। मैं संस्कृति फाउंडेशन को इस पहल के लिए बधाई एवं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और इस सराहनीय कार्य के लिए उनकी प्रशंसा करता हूं। मैं इस राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी की सफलता के लिए कामना करता हूं और यह कार्यक्रम आयोजित करने के लिए संस्कृति फाउंडेशन और इस्कॉन टेम्पल के सभी महानुभावों को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। निश्चित रूप से 2 दिन चलने वाली ये संगोष्ठी अच्छा निष्कर्ष निकालेगी जो हम सब के लिए और भारत सरकार और राज्य सरकार के लिए भी उपयोगी सिद्ध होगी, ताकि भविष्य में इस दृष्टिकोण को ध्यान में रख कर के कुछ कार्य योजनाएँ बनाने का मार्ग प्रशस्त होगा। मैं आप सबका आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। मेरी वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत, जय कर्नाटक।
राज्यपाल श्री थावरचंद जी, आपकी उपस्थिति और प्रेरणीय बातों के लिए हम सब आभार है और संस्कृति प्रतिष्ठान की ओर से शुक्रिया है। थैंक यू। As said by the literature pride of Karnataka, DVG, ಸಂಗೀತ ಕಲೆಯೊಂದು, ಸಾಹಿತ್ಯ ಕಲೆಯೊಂದು, ಅಂಗಾಂಗ ಭಾವ ರೂಪಣದ ಕಲೆಯೊಂದು, ಸಂಗಳಿಸಲಿ ಕಲೆಗಳ ಅನುನಯವು ಚರ್ಚೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಂಗಳೋನ್ನತ ಕಲೆಯೋ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. Both audience and dais is all set to witness this ಮಂಗಳೋನ್ನತ ಕಲೆ of discussing various art forms, precisely 64 forms of art, throughout this seminar, national level seminar held by Samskriti Foundation, sponsored by National Culture Foundation. Thanking all the dignitaries for presenting in this inaugural event, may I now request Dr. M.A. Alvarji to present the vote of thanks and express our gratitude to the dignitaries and aid in the felicitation.
Since we are already running short of time, I will conclude my formal duty within a couple of minutes. We are extremely thankful to His Excellency Honorable Governor of Karnataka, Shri Thawarchand Gehlot ji, for taking time off his busy schedule and gracing us with his presence on this August occasion. Thank you very much, sir. I request our President, Professor Dwarka Dasaji, to kindly felicitate the President now, the Governor now. I am also extremely thankful to Honorable Union Minister of State for Agriculture, Srimati Shobha Karandlaje ji. We were witness to a very wonderful and inspiring speech. In fact, I had just sent her a WhatsApp message regarding our program, and she very magnanimously said, I will attend, please remind one day before. So despite so much of demand on her time, she was so magnanimous and also so condescending that she attended this program, and we are extremely grateful to her for her time and also for her inspiring speech. I request Professor Dwarka Dasaji to kindly felicitate her. I am very much thankful to our Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Shri Dinesh Gundu Rao ji. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that within 1 minute of meeting me, he said, I will attend the function, don't worry. Though he was very busy, in fact, we wanted him to attend the valedictory function, but he said, on the 10th I am little busy, I will come on 9th. So such is his magnanimity and also what we call as Saulabhya in Sanskrit, that he immediately agreed and has presented a wonderful talk here, which is very inspiring to all of us. I am extremely thankful to him for his presence and also for his support, promised support to all our activities. We would have missed a lot today, but for the presence of Professor H.V. Nagaraj Rao, one of the senior most Sanskrit scholars. It was his keynote address that has set the tone today for the proceedings of the next 2 days. I request Professor Dwarka Dasaji to kindly felicitate Shri Nagaraj Rao ji. Though there is no tradition of felicitating the host, in Sanskrit there is a saying of Kalidasa which says, Pratibadhnati hi shreyaha pujya puja vyatikramaha. Irrespective of the time and event, a person who deserves felicitation has to be felicitated. And also there is a saying by Magha which says, Nasasabha yatra nasanti vriddhaha, natehi vriddha ye navadanti dharmam. That is not an assembly where there are no elderly people, and those are not elderly people who do not speak about dharma. Today we have amongst us Professor Dwarka Dasa, probably the Bhishma Pitamaha among scientists. Even though he is in his 80s, he is so enthusiastic and guiding all our activities, not only our activities, of several cultural and scientific organizations. So it is our duty to felicitate you, sir. I request Shri Gundu Rao ji to kindly do the felicitation. We are joined by several stalwarts, eminent personalities, scholars, scientists, artists, etc. in this August Assembly. For example, Honorable Vice Chancellor of the Transdisciplinary University, Professor Darshan Shankar is with here amongst us. There are several other dignitaries, etc. who have come here. I accord a very warm vote of thanks to all of you for being present here and also sharing with you your knowledge and expertise in the next 2 coming days. I thank the authorities of the Raj Bhavan, the ADCs, the other administrative staff, the security staff, etc., who have come here along with the Honorable Governor and provided security, etc., as per protocol. Thank you very much, all of you, for making it possible. And I also thank the authorities of ISKCON and the friends from the media who are here to cover the event. I thank one and all, and now I just need 30 more seconds to enable Srimati Monica Chowdhury, who is the Special Officer of the National Culture Fund. She will propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the Ministry of Culture. We will take 30 more seconds and then we will go for the national anthem.
Many thanks, and sharing a space and place with His Excellency and all the distinguished and respected guests on behalf of National Culture Fund, Ministry of Culture. We and I also thank you personally for sparing some time and honoring this event. And we are also very thankful to Samskriti Foundation for using this grant so judicially and so spiritually, which is meant for all other people. We thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Heartfelt gratitude to Monica ji for supporting this noble cause. May I request all of you to rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
speakers, eminent dignitaries, spoke about the event, and we had an insight about the seminar and foundation from the office bearers of the foundation. ಇದರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಮೊದಲ ಗೋಷ್ಠಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರಾರಂಭಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. Here with we would like to begin with the first session, Intellectual Arts. We request on behalf of Samskriti Foundation Dr. M.D. Srinivas ji to kindly chair this session. Professor M.D. Srinivas ji is theoretical physicist who has been working on Indian scientific traditions for the past 3 decades. He is currently the chairman of Center of Policy Studies, Chennai. Warm welcome on behalf of Samskriti Foundation to Professor M.D. Srinivas ji. He may have his choice of the speakers, in the list of speakers for that matter.
Them,
yes, yes.
Take 5 minutes to introduce the topic.
Sure, sure. As you may, please, sir. We have Vidwan H.V. Nagaraj Rao ji. He is a retired researcher of the Oriental Research Institute, Mysore. He is a world authority on Sanskrit grammar and poetics, and we all have witnessed his speech and his knowledge, a glimpse of his knowledge a couple of minutes ago. He is the editor of numerous Sanskrit works and has translated many Sanskrit works into English and Kannada, including so many treatises across the literature world. An accomplished and eminent scholar and Vidwan in Vedas, Upanishads as well. It is a great honor to have a scholar like Vidwan Dr. H.V. Nagaraj Rao ji on stage to be part of this session. May I now request Shri M.D. Srinivas ji to take over the session.
ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Respected Professor Nagaraj Rao ji, respected Professor Darshan Shankar, Shri Ambika Darshan Shankar, Shankar Rajaraman ji, who will perhaps join us soon. It's a great honor to chair this session, for which I do not have any special qualification. The few points which I thought I will share with you, I will say it right at the beginning, because I don't think I am in any authority to be able to summarize or comment on the presentations which are going to follow after mine. I am very grateful to Professor Alvar, both for continuing the great tradition of our Acharya, Professor Lakshmidat Acharya, and for organizing this kind of very scholarly gatherings. So in India, there have been 2 terms which have been used for knowledge, both Vidya and Kala. So I will share a few comments on how we understand their difference and their interconnectedness. Vidyas are something which have been taught from very ancient times. The Chandogyopanishad has a very long list of Vidyas. And then we have a canonical description coming by the time of Vishnu Purana of the 14 Vidyas, the Angani Vedas Chatvaro, Mimamsa Nyaya Vistaraha, Puranam Dharma Shastrancha, Vidya Hyeta Chaturdash. The 14 Vidyas are recounted there. The next verse talks of Dharma Shastra, Artha Shastra, Ghandharva Veda, and the Dhanurveda as 4 more Upavedas, making 18 Vidyas in all. About Kalas also, there is a very ancient tradition. The words, it occurs in the Vedas. One of the earliest list of Kalas is in the Samavaya Sutras of the Jainas, which lists 86 Kalas. And there is the Lalita Vistara, the biography of Bhagavan Buddha, which says he was a master of these 86 Kalas. These are listed in Lalita Vistara. In the Vedantic and the Hindu tradition, we have a detailed account of these Kalas in the commentaries on Srimad Bhagavatam, Dashamaskandha. All this has been said, and it has been explained that both Bhagavan Buddha and Bhagavan Shri Krishna were masters of all the Kalas and all the Vidyas. But one of the very important discussions on the interrelationship between Vidya and Kala we find in a text of Niti Shastra called Shukra Niti. It comes from the Aushanasa tradition of the Artha Shastra. And the Shukra Niti lists for us 32 Vidyas and 64 Kalas, but it gives a definition of Vidyas and Kalas, which I want to share with you, which is very important, which shows both their difference and interconnection. First, he starts by saying, in the fourth section of Shukra Niti, Vidyaha Anantascha, Kalascha, Sankhyantu Naiva Shikyate. They are infinite in number. But Vidya Mukhyascha Dvatrimshat, important Vidyas are 32, Chatushashti Kalasmita, important Kalas are 64. Yadyat Syat Vachikam Samyak, Karma Vidyabhi Sangeetam, Shakto Mukopi Yat Kartum, Kala Sangyam tu Tatsmritam. So, whatever requires a vocal or a linguistic expression for being performed properly, for being accomplished fully, that is called Vidya. But what can be accomplished without using language also is called Kala. So, this is some kind of qualitative distinction. And so, it even says that Shakto Mukopi, one who is not conversant with speech, will also be able to perform all the Kalas efficiently. Then it lists the 32 Kalas and gives a very good definition. The kind of beautiful definition it gives, I give you two examples. One is on Nastika Mata. It gives a definition. Yuktihi baliyasi yatra sarvam swabhavikam matam kasyapi neshvarah karta na vedo nastikam hita. That Nastika Mata is one where reason or argument takes priority over all other pramanas, and which thinks everything as coming out naturally only in nature, and that there is no separate creator. Similarly, it has a very interesting definition of Yavana Mata. Why I am saying this is, we know the definition of all the usual Vidyas, Nyaya, Vedas, the Dharma Shastras, etc. But Shukra Niti gives what is called Yavana Matam. What is the succinct definition of what is called the Abrahamic religions? Ishvara Karanam Yatra Adrushyosti Jagatas Sada Shruti Smriti Vina Dharma Dharmaustas Tacha Yavanam. So it accepts a creator, Ishvaraha, of the universe, but it posits that he stays invisible to the universe or to all of us, all through. And the dharma and adharma are determined without the basis of Shruti and Smriti. So this disconnected of the Ishvara from the universe, that is not perceptible from the universe, whereas according to us the universe is immanent with Ishvara, Isha Vasyam Idam Sarvam, and that the dharma and adharma are not dependent on Shruti and Smriti. This characterizes the Abrahamic. So this is a very interesting thing which is therein. Now it defines the Kalas, and then having defined the 64, in defining them, it first talks of 7 Kalas, and then says, Kala Saptakam etadhi Ghandharve Samudahritam. These 7 Kalas are well explained in Ghandharva Veda. So it's not disconnected from the Vidyas as we know. Then it discusses 10 Kalas, and then says, Kala Dashakam etadhi Ayurveda Gameshu Samsthitam. So these Kalas are well known, making of Asava, making of Kshara, Shalya Karma, the making of yoga, the various combinatory medicines, getting the proper herbs grown, Vriksha Ayurveda, these are all there. Then he talks of 5 Kalas which are part of Dhanurveda. So the basic understanding of Shukra Niti is that the Kalas and Vidyas are interconnected, and this will be even so with what may be thought of as mathematics or astronomy, etc. The texts of astronomy repeatedly talk of observation, and that you cannot carry out observation without applying the science of astronomy, the algorithms of astronomy in practice and making concrete observation. The entire process is a kala only. Even in mathematics, making different kinds of calculations, making them better, making them approximate where exact calculations are not possible, that is a kala only. Even in Ayurveda, it says, Shastram Chakshu Jyotihi Prakashartham. The text, the agama, is only to shed light on it. It is the capacity of the Vaidya to look at all the possible causes, and that is a great Kala. So, Vidya and Kala are very intimately related, but they are separate. Vidya has the theoretical foundations, and Kalas are intertwined with Vyavahara, but both are needed for each other. And one last thing is, Yam Yam Kalam Samashritya, Tam Tam Kuryat Save Evahi. Just as Vidya will grow by continuous teaching, Adhyapana, by continuous practice in Vyavahara, Kalas you will acquire expertise by repeatedly practicing them and teaching them. So these are the great teachings about Vidya and Kala in our tradition. The exact details of various Kalas and their intricacies is what you are going to hear, and perhaps you will also see here the philosophy of these Kalas during the course of the next 2 days. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I now call upon Professor Nagaraj Rao to start with his presentation. We have to close at about 1:30, sir. 1:30. So 20 to 25 minutes each of you can take easily. Thank you, sir.
धापि न दुग्धेव कविदोग्ध्रुभिरन्महं हृदि नः सन्निधत्तां सा सूक्तिधेनुः सरस्वती. सरस्वती अस्माकं वाक्षु सन्निधत्ताम् इति प्रार्थ्य काव्यविषये किञ्चिदत्र प्रस्तोतुं प्रयत्नं करिष्यामि. इदानीं भाषितवद्भिः अध्यक्षैः 14 विद्याः इति एकः विषयः प्रस्तुतः. 14 ವಿದ್ಯೆಗಳು ಎಂಬ ಅಭಿಪ್ರಾಯವನ್ನು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಚತುರ್ದಶ ಎಂಬ ಶಬ್ದದಲ್ಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸ್ವಾರಸ್ಯವನ್ನು ಶ್ರೀಹರ್ಷ ಎಂಬುವಂಥ ಕವಿ ನೈಷಧೀಯ ಚರಿತ ಎಂಬಂಥ ಮಹಾಕಾವ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಹಳ ಸುಂದರವಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಅಧೀತಿ ಬೋಧಾಚರಣ ಪ್ರಚಾರಣೈ ದಶಾಶ್ಚತಸ್ರ ಪ್ರಣಯನ್ನುಪಾಧಿಭಿಃ ಚತುರ್ದಶತ್ವಂ ಕೃತವಾನ್ ಕುತಃ ಸ್ವಯಂ ನ ವೇದ್ಮಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾಸು ಚತುರ್ದಶ ಸ್ವಯಂ. In this shloka, he is telling us Chaturdasha, one which has 4 stages. When we are learning something from somebody, when we have mastered a Shastra, what is it that is necessary? There are 4 stages: Adhiti, Bodha, Acharana, Pracharana. First we have to do the Adhyayana. We have to master that, we have to learn it. That is Adhiti. And then we have to have some students to whom we have to teach. That is Bodha. Adhiti, Bodha. It is not enough only if we teach. We should put it into practice. That is Acharana. And then finally it is necessary to propagate it to the whole world. Adhiti bodha acharana pracharanaihi dashaschatastraha pranayan upadhibhiki. By these, this Nala was making Chaturdashatva of the Vidyas. And the poet asks, there are already Chaturdasha in the Shastras. What was the need for him to do it again? Chaturdashatvam kritavan kutasvayam navedni vidyasu Chaturdasha swayam. That is about the Chaturdasha Vidya. Now, we are talking about Kavya. What is Kavya? What is Shastra? In our country, it is very difficult to find out. Because even Shastras have become Kavyas, even Kavyas have become Shastras. You have heard about Bhaskaracharya, whose daughter was Leelavati. And when he wrote his mathematical work called Leelavati, he is addressing his daughter like that. Bale Bala Kurangalola Nayane Leelavati Prochatam. Even for mathematics, even when he is posing the mathematical questions, he is using such kavya words. Thus, kavya is something that has encompassed the whole world. Nasa vidya, natachastram, nasavedaha, navakriyaha, jayate yenna kavyangam, aho bharo mahan kavehe. Everything that is in this world is under the big banner of kavya, and therefore there is nothing that is other than kavya. In our country, it has been accepted that there is only one kavi really. It is Bhagavan, it is Paramatma, it is Krishna, it is Vishnu, that is the kavi. Kavim kavina upamashravastamam, kavim puranam anushasitaram. Therefore, he is the kavi, and when we call somebody a kavi, what we mean is an atom of that great power is also in this person. Therefore, we call somebody a kavi. And so, this is the greatness of kavya, and the real kavya is actually the whole universe. According to the Atharva Veda, the Atharva Veda is saying, Devasya Pashya Kavyam Namamara Najiryati. See the poetry of God in the firmament. There are millions and millions, billions of stars, galaxies, and that is the real kavya done by God. Devasya Pashya Kavyam Na Mamara. It never dies, na jiryati. It never becomes old. That is the type of kavya that has been presented to us. And so, that type of kavya has spread in our life in so many ways that whenever we are listening to a kavya, a real kavya, I mean, we become mesmerized, allured by it. I give you one example. In Appaya Dikshita's Chitra Mimamsa, this has been given. Once Lord Varadaraja of Kanchi, he had gone to swim. And when he was playing with his consorts, so many of them, one rose from the water, and when the Lord saw her face, he was astonished. She was so beautiful. Kanchit kanchana gaurangim drishtva sakshadiva shriyam varadas samshayapannaha vakshasthalamavaikshata. She is rising up from the water, such a beautiful maiden. Seeing her, Lord Varada himself became doubtful, and he looked at his own chest. Vakshasthalam avaikshata. So says the poet. This is all right. But what was the doubt in the mind of the god? The poet has not said it. He has left it to your imagination. What could be the doubt of the Lord? One commentator says, he saw that beautiful maiden, and you all know Lakshmi is Vakshasthala Vas, Vishnu Vakshasthala Vasini. Now, seeing that beautiful maiden, what is the reaction of Lakshmi? She was thinking, Rupabhimanini, I am the most beautiful woman in the world. Every woman has that idea. That is another thing. So, what is the reaction of Lakshmi here? Another commentator says, well, I had thought my wife is the most beautiful woman in the world, but now she is there. Who is more beautiful? To make sure he is looking at that girl once and also at Lakshmi again. So who is more beautiful? That was the doubt in the mind of the Lord. And thirdly, he says, maybe there is a chance that I give some more space to one more beautiful woman here, in addition to Lakshmi. So many ideas spring up when we hear one kavya. What the poet says is not important in the kavya. What he leaves unsaid, but we understand, the Sahridayas understand, that is more important. That is why in English it is said, heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. You see? And therefore, that type of kavya, we should understand what it is. And for this, all the poets are trying to use all their genius, all their caliber, all their training for this purpose. And we have such a great list of poets. And the kavya has so many different types. It may be gadya, it may be padya, it may be mishra, it may be drishya. Even the nataka, even though it is considered as another kala in the list, nataka is another kala. But actually nataka cannot exist without the theme, without the sahitya it cannot exist. And so it is called drishya kavya. And in the shravya kavyas, please understand, all these things are called shravya kavyas. It is not right if we just read it without any intonation. Lakshmi Nivasa Niravadya Gunaika Sindho. Like that, if you read it, it does not become kavya. Lakshmi Nivasa Niravadya Gunaika Sindho Samsara Sagara Samuttaranika Seto Vedanta Vedya Nija Vaibhava Bhakta Bhogya Shri Venkatachalapate Tava Suprabhatam. It becomes Shravya. Only when it is Shravya, it is Kavya, not otherwise. And so, the Kavya could be also in the form of prose. When you read the Sanskrit prose, there is a Shabda Sangita. It is not the Sangita affected by the sayer, but the words themselves have such a sonorous sound that it attracts us. If we take the example of Banabhatta, Asida Shesha Narapati Shirasamabhyarchita Shasanaha Pakashasanaiva Paraha Chaturudadi Mala Mekhalaya Bhuvo Bharta Karta Mahacharyanam Aharta Kritunam Kulabhavanam Gunanam Chakradharaiva Karakamalopalakshamana Shankha Chakralanchana Chakravarti Lakshanopetaha Raja Shudrako Nama. That is Sanskrit prose. That is how we should enjoy its sonorous sound. And so, the kavya is such a powerful medium that it can attract in many, many ways. Sahityam api sangeetam saraswatyastanadvayam. Ekam apata mudhuram. There is one effect which attracts the ears of everybody and thus makes everyone thrilled. Even those that do not understand the meaning of the words, even their hearts are captivated. But when you actually know the kavya and understand it, then ekam halochanamritam. It becomes the nectar to your ears, to your mind, to your soul, that it transforms you. And therefore, that is the speciality of kavya. In the kavya, in our list of the 64 kalas, there is also a section called Prahelika. Prahelika is something that is asked as a question that baffles the reader and he is confounded, he is confused. Viratanagare ramye kīchakād upakīchakam atra kriyapadam vaktum avadhir dashavarshikaha. There when we read it, what do we understand? Viratanagare, in the city of Virata, Ramye, which was beautiful, Kīchakād upakīchakam. The word Kīchaka, you all know about the Kīchaka who tormented Draupadi. But even more than that, here we have to understand the other meaning also when we understand it. Otherwise, what we think is, in the beautiful city of Virata Nagare Ramye Kīchakād upakīchakam. From one Kīchaka to another. The sentence will be incomplete. Which is the Kriyapada here? Which is the verb to make it understand? Only if you are really good, really intelligent, if you know Sanskrit well, then you understand Vihi Ata. Virata is not the name of the king. Vihi means the bird. Vihi Pakshi Paramatmano. That is how the Kosha says. And therefore, Ata is the Kriyapada. Atati. For that, the lit form, the past perfect form is Ata Atatu Atuhu. So, what is the meaning of Kīchaka? Kīchakaha Venavastesyuhu ye swananti anilodhataha. In the forest, there are many bamboos. In the bamboos, when some holes have been created, when the wind is blowing, beautiful time, beautiful sounds come from those bamboos. And therefore, these bamboos which are making sound are called Kīchaka. Kīchaka venavestesyuhu yesvananti anilodhataha. And so, this meaning of the sentence is, a bird was moving from one Kīchaka, one bamboo, to another bamboo. Virata Nagare Ramye Kīchakād upakīchakam. These are the kinds of prahedikas that have been said. And there is also Durvachaka Yoga. Sometimes the people, the Vidwans, use such a language that it is very difficult to understand. Do you know who an expert is? We have been invited here as experts. Do you know who an expert is? An expert is one who tells you what you already know in the words that you cannot understand. And so, some pundits use like that. Patatri patra putra shatru putraya namaha. What do you understand from that? If you know Sanskrit, patatri means a bird. Patatri patra means a vehicle. Patatri patra means Vishnu because he is Garuda Vahana. Patatri patra putra, his son is Manmatha. Patatri patra putra shatru, that is Shiva. Patatri patra putra shatru putraya namaha, Shri Ganeshaya namaha. That is the meaning. And therefore, the pleasure that the Kavya can bring on account of the genius of the poet is immense. And if you ask me to speak about the Kavya till the evening, I am ready to speak, but I have been told that there are only the time is over only, and therefore I am taking rest, giving opportunity to my young friend Chitra Kavya Nipuna, Dr. Shankar. And so, namaste to all of you.
We would like to listen from every scholars for hours together, or even this may happen on Saptaha antane ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಈ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮನ. ಆದರೆ considering the time constraint of the seminars, we may need that sheet, sir. ಮುಂದಿನವರೆಗೂ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾವು ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾಗಬಹುದು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. So ಅನ್ಯಥಾ ಯಾರು ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರು ಭಾವಿಸದೆ just to keep the time check, and it is part of our duty and for the smooth run of the event and to give equal time for every scholar to share their knowledge and educate us. So please do not mind, we'll be keeping a time check, and it's a humble request to all the scholars to kindly keep up and do support with us and help us maintain the time slots that is already provided. May I now request Dr. R. Shankar ji to kindly present his views. Dr. Shankar Rajaraman is a medical doctor and psychiatrist by training, Sanskrit researcher by profession and Sanskrit poet by passion. He is presently associate professor in the Center for Ancient History and Culture, Jain University. May I now request Dr. R. Shankar ji to kindly share his knowledge.
ज्ञानानन्दमयं देवं निर्मलस्फटिकाकृतिम् आधारं सर्वविद्यानां हयग्रीवमुपास्महे। नमो नीरजनाभाय नित्याय करुणाब्धये तमो निरसनार्काय दैत्यानीकतृणाग्नये। Namaste to everybody. My pranams to the chairman and my co-speakers. And without much ado, I shall start the presentation. I'm thankful to my friend Hariharan, who is in the green room operating the slides. My topic is Chitra Kavya as a kala. Though my expertise is basically in Chitra Kavya, I have been asked to include the kala aspect, keeping this conference in mind. Can we go to the next slide, please? A caveat before I actually start the presentation. Some observations in the talk are based on my own experience as a Chitra Kavi, and these may not be available in the various Shastra text. What is Chitra Kavya? Small introduction to Chitra Kavya. Poetry that aims to evoke wonder in the reader by incorporating varyingly difficult constraints. There is already the constraint of meter, and that is the minimum constraint that is imposed on a Sanskrit poet in general. But in Chitra Kavya, over and beyond meter, we have other difficult constraints which are self-imposed by the poet. And these are some of the definitions of Chitra Kavya. Kautuka Visheshakari Chitram, Ascharya Kavitva Chitram, Chitram Ascharyam Tatkari Chitram. So please keep in mind the terms Kautuka and Ascharya, wonder, which are synonymous with wonder. What is the important principle of Chitra Kavya? Basically, it is repetition of letters and repetition or non-repetition of specific class of letters. Some examples. Firstly, we have, these are just few examples. The gamut of Chitra Kavya is very large. Anuloma Pratiloma or Anuloma Viloma Kavya. Many of you might have heard about Raghava Yadaviyam, which was composed by Venkatadhari from Kanchi just a few centuries ago. The poem has 30 verses. Each verse, when read from forwards, tells the story of Rama. Read from backwards, tells the story of Krishna. You have this Dvekshari. Dvekshari is a type of Chitra Kavya where you use only 2 consonants. You can use all the swaras, but the number of consonants is just 2 that you can use. This is a very easily understandable Dvekshari. Probably the most easily understandable Dvekshari in the entire gamut of Sanskrit literature. This is from Subhashitavali. The verse is Tara Tara Tarairetayir Uttarottarato Rutaihi Ratartha Tittiri Rauti Tire Tire Tarau Tarau. The entire verse uses only the 2 consonants, Tha and Ra. I will not go into the meaning. Kevala Vargiya. This is a verse composed by me. Avargiya, you have only the Avargiya Vyanjanas being used. That is Yara Lava Shasha Saha. He Sharva Sarva Surasarasa Vasaresha Vyalavali Valayavalli Rasalasala Leela Vilasa Rasalala Salasya Lola Shreyamsi Shamsa Layavari Vihara Hamsa. Next you have something called as Gomutrika, and I will tell you why it is called Gomutrika. Gomutrika basically translates into a zigzag pattern, the pattern that is created when a cow meandering in the road urinates. So Namo Neerajanabhaya, the initial verse which I started this talk with, नमो नीरजनाभाय नित्याय करुणाब्धये तमो निरसनार्काय दैत्यानीक तृणाग्नये. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is the pattern that is created with this verse. So you can read the first line in a zigzag pattern too. If I can just go and explain. Namo Nirajanabhaya Nityaya Karunabdhaye. The first line can be read like this too. The second line can be read like this. Tamo Nirasanarkaya Daityanika Trinagnaye. So this is one of the most difficult types of Chitra Kavya. Bhoja calls it as Dushkaram Chitra Kavyam. And this is basically from my Chitra Naishadam, where I tell the entire story of Nala and Damayanti till their marriage using this pattern. The whole story is narrated using this pattern. Next you have something called as Bhasha Bhasa. You just need to listen to this verse, probably not looking at the verse but closing your eyes. If you listen to the verse, it sounds like English, but it is a Sanskrit verse. Go win the war the way you know. Maitri Sansar Ave Shikar, Amasarob all are cozy, Hari show soon await the rum. So it sounds English, but it is actually a Sanskrit verse. I will not go into the meaning because of lack of time. This was again composed in Avadhana. I gave this as a question to our famous Avadhani, Shatavadhani. And he composed using Kannada and Samskrita. Then you have a class of bandhas where when you draw these letters, you plot these letters in a particular way, you get a recognizable pattern. In the first instance, it was a particular geometrical pattern. Here you get a recognizable object in the world. So this is again from my Devi Danaviyam. Ari nirmathana pravana prayayau viyata savitana chamo nivaha bhavabhanjana daksha kataksha ruchis taruni ramani dayaya bharita. So can we go to the next slide, please? So this creates such a pattern. So if you can follow the arrows. So Ari nirmathana pravana prayayau. So you have to start from the mouth of the snake and traverse the entire pattern till you end in the tail. So, and there are certain letters for this pattern to occur. It's not just that you write a letter verse and put this in this particular pattern. For this pattern to materialize, certain letters in the entire verse have to repeat. So I'll show you this in the next slide. Can you go to the next slide? So here you see that the second letter of the first line, these are 4 lines, and the second letter of the first line, A, is also the penultimate letter of the last line. So the second letter B also appears somewhere else. It is the third letter from behind in the second line. So like this, certain letters have to repeat in certain specific places for the entire pattern to materialize. So coming to the next slide. So now coming to the topic at hand, Chitra Kavya as a kala. So why could we include Chitra Kavya in the list of kalas? It is not mentioned in the Vaishika Kalas, the 64 Kalas by Vatsyayana. Neither does his commentator mention it in Jayamangala. But we can propose certain arguments to say why Chitra Kavya is a Kala. Firstly, it can be subsumed under the heading Manasi Kavya Kala. So Manasi Kavya Kala is one of the Kalas, 64 Kalas. And since this is a type of Kavya, Manasi Kavya Kriya, so because Chitra Kavya is also a type of Kavya, you can include it under Manasi Kavya Kriya. Some of the subtypes of Chitra Kavya like Prahelika and Samasya Purana, which Vidwan Nagaraj Rao was talking about, these are actually included among the 64 Kalas. The Jayamangala commentary on the word Manasi says, Tatra Kashchid Vyanjanaksharaihi Padmotpaladyakritibihi Shlokam Anuktartham Likati. So this seems to indicate that Chitra Kavya is, this particular description in Jayamangala seems to indicate Chitra Kavya. Why? Because it tells about certain patterns, Padma Utpaladi. So Padma is lotus, Utpala is blue lotus. So certain patterns are created when these letters are arranged. Just as I was showing in the previous example, the pattern of the coiled snake, there are also patterns of the lotus, Chaturdala Padma, Ashtadala Padma, etc. So probably the Jayamangala commentary is indicating on Chitra Kavya. And however, most authors have taken this word Manasi Kavya Kriya as extempore poetry, but at least one author, Kanti Chandra Pandeya, considers this as Chitra Kavya. Then the Lalita Vistara, among its larger list of kalas, it mentions Ascharya. And as I was telling you, Kautuka and Ascharya are important aspects of Chitra Kavya. So if Ascharya itself is a kala, then obviously Chitra Kavya will also, because its main purpose is to create Ascharya, it can also be considered as a kala. And on the words Chitra Karma in Kadambari, in Bana's Kadambari, Chandrapida is taught various vidyas, and among those vidyas we also have Chitra Karma. And some authors take Chitra Karma to mean Chitra Kavya. Similarly, the word Chitra Vidhi by Yashodhara in Jayamangala commentary, that's a different list that Yashodhara provides in the Jayamangala commentary of another list of 64 kalas, and in that he includes the word Chitra Vidhi, and Chitra Vidhi probably also indicates Chitra Kavya. So next slide please. So now I shall deal with 4 aspects of Chitra Kavya which make it a kala. These 4 aspects are Vinoda, entertainment; second, Kaushala, that is skill; third, Shiksha, the ability to train somebody; and fourth, Pratibhavishkarana, scope for creativity and novelty. So firstly, Vinoda. At the minimum, Chitra Kavya tries to evoke Vismaya. And Vismaya is considered as one of the Sukha Pradhana Bhavas. That is, they create Sukha in among the 8 Bhavas that Natya Shastra discusses. Vismaya is Sukha Pradhana Bhava according to Abhinav Gupta. So basically, Chitra Kavya creates Sukha in us through the experience of wonder. Though it has been classified as Adhama or Adhama Kavya. So aestheticians classify Kavya under 4 heads: Uttama, Madhyama, Adhama and Adhama. And Chitra Kavya is often classified as Adhama and or Adhama Kavya because it cannot give us an experience of Rasananda, which Uttama Kavya does. Uttama Kavya concentrates mainly on emotions, Madhyama Kavya on ideas, and Adhama Kavya basically on such verbal exercises. So it cannot induce Rasananda, and therefore it is Adhama type of Kavya. But I wouldn't agree to this. I feel that it all depends upon the Samarthya of a poet. Lesser poets can falter even with respect to the least of the constraints, which is meter, while greater poets may not falter even in Chitra Kavya. They might be able to include even Alankara as well as Varnanas, various Ashtadasha Varnanas under the scope of Chitra Kavya. So all boils down finally to the Samarthya of the poet rather than the character per se, the group of Chitra Kavya per se being Adhama. So greater the skill to hide the effort that is needed to create Chitra Kavya, greater is the Sukha that is created, or greater is the entertainment that is created in the audience. If the audience doesn't know that you have toiled so much to create a particular Chitra Kavya, and then you show the audience that, see, there were these many constraints which I did not reveal to you, and then the audience gets to know that these were so many constraints under which the poet operated, and these constraints were hidden from me, then the amount of Vismaya that is created in the audience will be doubled. And finally, skill and entertainment are both interrelated. Greater the skill, greater the entertainment. So next. Kaushala. This is something which I shall deal with in some detail because it is basically about how you create Chitra Kavya. Firstly, the most important characteristic of a Chitra Kavi should be, according to my thought, is that there should be a disposition in the Chitra Kavi to look at words differently. A Chitra Kavi should not look at words in a day-to-day manner as if he has some prayojana from them. He should look beyond prayojana, not merely aiding in day-to-day communication, but language and words as being an end in themselves. And let me give an example from personal experience. I have this habit of reading the names of shops from behind. Obviously, not many people will have this habit. Why should anybody read names of shops or signboards from behind? One need not. But then, language reveals some of its secrets when you don't look at it in a conventional manner. So you get to know certain things about language when you don't look at it from a very worldly perspective of some, without any prayojana. Language being an end in itself. That is what I mean. A Chitra Kavi should have obviously a good vocabulary of words. You have less skilled and more skilled Chitra Kavis. I'll give 2 examples. See, the first example is what I read out already. Just two Vyanjanas. Tara Tara Tarai Retai Ruttarottarotorutai. This is from Subhashitavali of Vallabhadeva. This is a very beautifully composed Vyakshari. At the same time, look at the same 2 letters being taken by another poet in Haravijaya Ratnakara. His verse is not easily understandable. Tarottaratari tira tarutariti ruttara tiritarati ratoru taratarati ruttiraha. The meaning of this verse is not as clear cut as the meaning of the first verse. It requires an elaborate commentary to understand this meaning, unlike the first verse, which doesn't require any commentary. Choosing a suitable subtype is also very important. So a subtype which facilitates hiding, for example, Gomutrika. Why is Gomutrika like this? Because it is moderately difficult. It is not an easy Chitra Kavya. I was explaining to you this verse, Namo Nirajana Abhaya, that is in Gomutrika pattern. Gomutrika, you can compose verses, several verses. You can compose Gomutrika in several meters. There are certain Chitra Kavyas which can be composed only in certain meters, and you can compose only those many number of verses. But Gomutrika allows you to compose as many verses as possible in as many meters as possible. So, some Chitra Kavya patterns don't allow hiding at all. As soon as you listen to those Chitra Kavyas, you know that there is Chitra Kavya. For example, this Dado, Dadado, Dudda, Duddadi, Dadado, Dadadi, Dado. As soon as you listen to this verse, you know that there is something funny about this verse. So, a Chitra Kavya should be able to hide the Chitra Kavya aspect. And in some patterns, it is not possible to hide also. Next, hiding is also possible by evading predictability. So, for example, if I, instead of Namo Nirajanabhaya, I have Namo Dhira Gunabgrama, Namo Dura Ganakshema. Now, what has happened is word boundaries are equally split. Namo Tamo, Dhira Dura, Guna Gana, Grama Kshema. This is predictability. A good poet will evade this possibility of predictability. So, Namo Nirajanabhaya, the word boundaries are not split like that. If you look at first and second lines, that actually the first and the third lines, the splitting is not according to word boundaries. So that will also hide the feeling that there is Chitra Kavya. So coming to the next. Prospective thinking, ability to simultaneously contemplate on the ideas and words appropriate for expressing those ideas in 2 different portions of a single verse, or so the poet should simultaneously contemplate 2 different portions of a verse, or 2 different verses at the same time. So for example, in Anuloma Pratiloma, suppose there is a different verse when you are reading from backwards. When the forward verse is getting completed, at the same time backward verse is also getting completed. So simultaneously the poet should work at 2 different levels. So that is what I meant. Coming to the next slide. Ability to appreciate words not only for their meaning, that is looking at words as meaningful strings of letters, but also looking at them as strings of sounds. Words are also strings of sounds. So for example, you have Niruparama, the 3 words, Niruparama, Parama and Rama. These are different in meaning. All have different meanings, endless, supreme and Lakshmi. But you know that sound-wise, Niruparama has Parama within it, and Rama, both Niruparama and Parama have Rama within them. So you also have to concentrate on the sounds. Chitra Kavi also has to concentrate on sounds, rather than just looking at meaning. So next. Can you go to previous slide, please? So one cannot write a Chitra Kavya with a complicated idea. If you already have a complicated idea, you cannot compose Chitra Kavya. You should allow the idea to emerge as you write the Chitra Kavya. So a seasoned Chitra Kavi allows the idea to evolve as he or she composes the verse. It is better to explore different sub-ideas at different portions of a verse and then tie them up under a single overarching idea than pursue a single idea throughout the verse. You should divide the idea into 4 different, say, four different portions and then pursue in a Chitra Kavya rather than pursuing an idea in its entirety throughout the verse. Next. This is just an example from my Chitra Naishada. This is a description of the dawn, and all the verses are written in Gomutrika. But you can see that I have divided the idea into portions. Like for example, the night lilies were in great pain, the cuckoo's throat resonated with a song, the seas were subdued, and the dense morning vapors wheeled the woods. So these 4 ideas are pursued in a single verse. I have not pursued a single idea, but divided the description of dawn into these 4 sub-ideas and then pursued them in the Gomutrika pattern. Next. Ability to cleverly manage the constraints posed by metrical rules and Chitra Kavya rules. So sometimes metrical rules and Chitra Kavya rules can come in conflict with one another. You should know how to manage these. So I am not going into the details of how to manage Chitra Kavya and metrical rules. This is a topic for a different talk itself. But in that example of Arinirmathana Pravana Prayayo, you see that there are certain places where there are Sanyukta Aksharas, Rma, Pra, etc. Those are there for a purpose. It is not the necessity of meter that there should be Samyukta Aksharas there, but the necessity of Chitra Kavya that Samyukta Aksharas should come there. So there are certain clever hacks which Chitra Kavi should know. For example, the Stuti of Devata is very easy in Chitra Kavya. If you take the object of description in Sambodhana Vibhakti, it will be easy. And if the object of description is in the feminine gender, it will be easy. Going to the next. The letters ta, ra, ma, etc. if they are chosen for say Dvekshari or Trekshari, they will be easier. And certain grammatical forms like Bhutakradanta, Kta, Ktin, etc. if you choose them, they are useful for Chitra Kavya. And all this basically. Next, I am almost ending. Just 2 slides. Shiksha, no, not 2 slides, a few more. There is a tradition of Kavi Shiksha texts. There is a group of Kavi Shiksha texts which train persons to become poets. These group of texts are not known at all to many people, but these texts train one how to become a poet. For example, you have Kavi Kantabharana and lot of others which I have listed there. Most of them written by Jain monks and Jain poets. Some of these texts discuss Chitra Kavya in detail because Chitra Kavya to an extent can be imparted. The knowledge of Chitra Kavya can be imparted and one can train one to become a Chitra Kavi. What do they incorporate? They incorporate ready-made lists of so many things. You have ready-made lists of Ekakshara Shabda Koshas where in Sanskrit a single letter can have a meaning, like Ku means Bhumi, etc. You have ready-made list of some Anuloma Viloma Shabdas. Next. Like this is a list. Coming to the next. You also have ready-made lists of Niroshtya words, of words that sound same in Samskrita and Prakrita, like I did in Samskrita and English. You have Samskrita and Prakrita words which sound the same in both languages. Then you have ready-made lists of words that begin or end with the same consonant. Ready-made list of words possible by combining a number of given consonants. So all these are given as ready-made lists. So if somebody wants to become a Chitra Kavi, he can make use of these lists and compose. And you also have mnemonics that are provided. For example, this is the mnemonic for Turagapada Patha. Turagapada Patha is something some of you might have heard about, Night's Moo. Vedanta Deshika's famous shloka is in Turagapada Patha. Even before him, there are other poets who have composed like Rudrata, etc. So this is a mnemonic. This is not a meaningful verse, but this is a mnemonic that is provided in order to understand the Turagapada Patha. So like this you have. So this is basically this is a mnemonic. Going to the next. 2 ways of exploring novelty. This is the last slide. So there are 2 ways in which you can explore novelty in Chitra Kavya. You can extend the boundaries of Chitra Kavya type that has already been explored. For example, Bhasha Bhasa involving Samskrita and English. There have been Bhasha Bhasas of Samskrita and Prakrita, etc. But using English is a novelty there. And you can use Gomutrika for narrating an entire story. Gomutrika has never been used earlier in the tradition to narrate an entire story. Or you can invent a novel Chitra Kavya itself, which has not been envisaged by previous poets. Like, for example, Pratipada Punarukta Swara, where in every pada, once you use a swara once, you are not supposed to use it another time. So that though it sounds easy, it's not very easy. If you actually start writing a verse, one line, Anushtub, 8 letters, if you use one swara and you are not supposed to use that swara again, if you actually try to write it, it's very difficult. So for example, this Kaivalyam Bodhi Purnendu, where you have I, A, O, I, U, E, U, there is no repetition of swaras. So this is also one type of novelty that can be brought within Chitra Kavya. So with these few slides and few bits of information, I end my talk, and I thank the organizers, especially Alvar sir, for inviting me for this talk. Thanks a lot, and thank you all.
Ms. Ambika Darshan Shankar is founder and maker of Studio Atash, visiting professor at RVU, Bengaluru, who is known for her mud works. Ms. Ambika Darshan Shankar has been practicing pottery for last 10 years. She has a studio at Jakkur. Her works emphasize the importance of process of making the pottery. So may I now request on behalf of all of you, Ms. Ambika ji to kindly present her views, and she may be requiring few setup here, and we may take a very short time for the setup to be made here on the dais. We request the volunteers to kindly come upon and do aid us the presentation.
ಇರಲಿ ಹಾಗೆ ಇರಲಿ.
ಮೈಕ್ ಇದೆ, ಹುಷಾರು.
So I will talk very little bit about pottery, since most of what I do is practical. So I will spend more time doing, and just a few minutes introducing pottery as a subject, clay as a material to all of you. So I'll also talk a little bit about pottery and India. Yeah, so India is a culturally very sort of diverse country, and like any other art form, pottery also in a way reflects the cultural setting it was made in, the geographical setting it was made in, not intentionally but unintentionally, you know. Say for example, the INR horses in Tamil Nadu are very important to them culturally and socially, and making the horses, apart from it being, you know, aesthetically beautiful and all of that, it also connects them to their roots. So for them, the INR horse is not just pottery but also reminding them of the place. So when I look at the INR horse, I'll remember Tamil Nadu, I'll remember what they do, what they, you know, what they symbolize. The mount of INR, and they are also known as protectors or guardians of their you know, they put it in the entrance of their farms, the entrance of their villages. So that is one thing. In a place like Ladakh, they would make objects that resonate with their cultural setting, which would be incense burners. You have some sort of Tibetan Chinese influence in their work, so you will see dragon motifs. So every place sort of reflects, you know, the pottery reflects the culture and where they come from, how they live, if you really get into it. Also, the soil that is available in each place is different. So it also dictates what they can do with it. So there's a balance between, say, culturally depicting motifs and things, but also the forms that they make will be very much sort of limited by the kind of soil that is available in their geographical region. Yeah. Yeah. So pottery in India was first made maybe in the Indus Valley civilization, where it was a part of their everyday life, right from storage to trading to toilets were made with pottery. Even their sewage pipes were made with pottery. Pottery is one of the best materials to make sewage pipes because unlike metal and plastic, it has a very long life. It doesn't rust. It just needs, you know, some amount of maintenance. And so it's one of the best materials for even today in cities, most of the largest sewage carrying pipes are made of a material called stoneware, which is also a kind of clay, right? So I will not get too technical with this because we have a short time. There's a lot more I can speak about every material and the technicalities of it. So I'll end the sort of talk by saying that so in India we have about 3-4 types of pottery, the main type of pottery being terracotta, right? And terracotta is earthenware. It's found in almost every region in India. It differs in color and texture in every place. Then we have something called porcelain. Porcelain is not really used so much in India except for in parts of Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan maybe a little bit, where they were most probably influenced by the Persians, by the Chinese. So they do a little bit of glazing work as well. So they have slightly higher temperature fired pottery than terracotta in those regions. So porcelain and stoneware. Now these clays are not naturally found in nature. You find terracotta is the only clay that is almost complete and ready to use for a sculptor or a potter. A stoneware or a porcelain is a recipe. So the essential difference between clay and a clay body is what we use to make pottery, is that it's the same difference between flour, atta, and cake batter. There's a lot more that goes into it to make it usable for a potter or for a sculptor or for anyone who works with clay. So I will end with that, and then I will demonstrate a little bit of, well, there are many different techniques of making pottery. You can build by hand, which is what a lot of traditional potters do. It's a slower process, but it is one of the earliest processes of working with clay. And so in hand building, you have various techniques of working with the clay. Clay, unlike most materials, has a lot of potential. You can use clay because of its stretchable quality, like cloth. Almost, you can stretch it out, you can fold it like cloth if you know how to work with the material. You can harden it and use it like you would use stone and carve through it. You can weave with it like you would with threads as well. So there are many, many different ways of working with clay because of its characteristic. So I will only demonstrate the wheel process today since we have 20 minutes, and if I have a little bit more time, then I might show you how to do a little bit of coil work and something called pinch pottery, which was again one of the earliest forms of making pottery. Even today, the largest pots are not really made on the wheel but by hand. So I will end with that, and I will show you. Yeah. Is there a way to switch off? It's okay. Audible? I can talk to you a little bit while I'm working. Yeah? A lot. So, okay. So I will just be showing one of the most important processes in wheel pottery, which is called centering. So basically, you bring the clay to a point where the clay and the wheel's movement are all aligned, and so you can then work with it, right? So that's good. So what I'm working with is terracotta clay. This is mostly made for wheel work, so it's slightly different from the clay that you would find people using to make sculptures, say for Durga Puja or Ganesh Chaturthi. That clay would be slightly different. That is built to build large sculptures. Yeah, whereas this clay is made to stretch. So this process of pulling the clay up and bringing it down is called centering, yeah? So this wobbling that is happening is because the clay is not fully centered, if you can see it. Yeah? So the fascinating thing about this process that I have realized more recently is that the material is really like I am doing something to shape it, but the material is dictating most of the process, and what I am only doing is just sort of guiding it and working with it. But it's telling me what I can do with it most of the time. So So it may appear like the clay is kind of appearing from, but actually all I'm doing is just pushing the mass of the clay from the bottom up to the top. So I'm just shifting it upwards. Yeah. So no movement on the wheel that you make is ever really, it's never circular, because the wheel is spinning. Most of the movements you make are linear. So what I essentially do is I push the clay forwards, and then I hold my hand steady and it comes back to the center on its own, and then I just have to hold it steadily and shift it a bit. So all my movements are either straight or like that or towards myself, but never really circular. Yeah. So if you observe carefully, you'll see the tilt. Yeah. So this morning I was in a bit of a hurry, so I didn't mix the clay very well. So there are a lot of bubbles and stones in between. So I'll have to cut off the top part. So that can happen if you have, if not mixed your clay well enough, if there's any sort of thing, the material will just start sort of giving you like a sort of a friction, and it'll fall apart. So once you've got a shape, then if you just touch it even slightly, it will alter the shape, right? Any movement you give it, it will take that sort of form wherever you're giving it slight pressure, wherever you're, yeah. Yes. Okay, so this is the end of the demonstration. If any of you want to get more in depth about pottery, I think you can find me in Bangalore. I have a pottery studio. You can come and ask me more questions. Yeah. This one goes into this packet. So this water, where would you put the water? Somewhere you have somewhere to put the water.
Thank you so much for the demonstrative presentation, madam. May I now request Shri Darshan Shankarji. Darshan Shankar is the managing and founder trustee of FRLHT and the first VC of TDU. His core contributions lie in the field of educational innovation. He designed and implemented a postgraduate experiential learning program that won a Commonwealth Award in 1976 for being the best program in the Commonwealth for linking university education to community needs. It's a great honor to have such scholar with us. May I now request Shri Darshan Shankarji to kindly share his knowledge of herbs.
Everybody, and I am here essentially out of my respect for the late Lakshmi Tatachar, who was associated with this university for I think more than 15 years. I mean, he was associated till the very end. And my friend Alvar, who is still associated with the university. I have, of course, I'm here also because of my deep respect for Indian knowledge traditions. I'm happy to be here with MD Srinivas being the chair of this particular session, because I regard him as one of my gurus. I was also very happy to see Shankar, because for a very short period of time, we were able to give, the university was able to give him some shelter when an MBBS student who was interested in this complex business of Chitra Kavya and so on and so forth, was finding some home somewhere. And I'm so happy that he has now found one in the Jain University. This is supposed to be a talk on Ayurveda and herbs. And so I will only, the real experts, the vice chancellors of universities get credit for the work that, dozens of experts actually do. And vice chancellors only by their status, become the face. So the real experts on the subject of Ayurveda and herbs are here with me, two of my colleagues, Professor Subramania and Sanket. And while I will very briefly speak on the subject, I'll just very briefly speak on the subject. The subject of Ayurveda. Ayurveda has got so many different dimensions to it. In the 30 years of experience that I have had with the Ayurveda Shastra, I don't have a background in either Ayurveda or medicine or biology. I got involved in this out of passion. Passion which happened based on observations that I made in different parts of our society, observations that I made of how village communities understand plants that are in their own ecosystem and use them for their health needs, observations that I made of the tremendous clinical acumen that Vaidyas and Acharyas have in our society in solving almost the entire spectrum of health conditions other than emergencies, acute conditions or surgery. The passion that got created because I saw the immense literature that is there in the codified form in Ayurveda, covering all branches from the pillars of Ayurveda, which are Sankhya, Yoga, Nyaya, and so on and so forth, to practical aspects of it, dealing with diagnosis, dealing with chikitsa, dealing with processing. And the more I'm seeing it, and I've been observing, there are about 200 people working in this university on Ayurveda. And the more I see it, what I realize is that this is a huge lost opportunity in this country, that we seem to be custodians of such a deep knowledge which has strong theoretical foundations, strong practice, and are not using it to the potential that it should be used. It is growing nowadays, that potential, but it still is a fraction of what that should be. In my own view, the Mecca of medicine globally should be India. because other than today surgery, although India gave surgery to the world, and today the fact is that Europe and other countries which learned surgery from India today are the leaders in surgery for whatever reasons. But in medicine, I still think that other than emergency medicine, other than acute conditions, and today other than surgery, I think the best medical theory and practice is there in Ayurveda, and really Ayurveda should be the mecca of medicine. We need not be going to Cambridge and Harvard and all these places to learn medicine, which we do. People should be coming to India, and I would like to see, in the next decade or so, with the kind of outlook that this government has, and hopefully the next government will have, I would like to see much more attention being paid to Ayurveda. We need to create institutions of excellence, world-class excellence. We don't have them in this country. So I will now very briefly, in a minute or two, the focus of this particular subject is on practical aspects of Ayurveda and plants. That branch of Ayurveda which deals with plants is called Dravya Guna Shastra. Now, even the way Dravya Guna Shastra is being taught today in 250 different institutions and colleges in India is not making students realize the contemporary relevance of Dravya Guna Shastra. Dravya Guna Shastra corresponds to the modern subject that you might call pharmacology. In modern medicine, pharmacology deals with chemistry of dravyas, the chemistry of dravyas, and it deals with the biology of those dravyas. Now, the moment you study the properties of dravyas, which is pharmacology, through the lens of chemistry and biology, in the way we do in modern pharmacology world over, you reduce a dravya to active molecules that dravya contains. And in fact, chemistry can never find out all the molecules in any dravya. I mean, that's the nature of chemistry. You do not know the entire composition of anything. That's the very method of chemistry. Such, you don't have solvents, universal solvents that can dissolve or that can, extract all the possible molecules. So you have a fraction of knowledge of a material through chemistry, and then you use biology to test the activity of that molecule. Biology, again, I'll just put in a nutshell, there is no biology laboratory in the world that has models that mimic the complexity of biological life. I mean, there are trillions of cells interconnected in the functioning of, all bodies. And there's no lab which has got a model which can capture all those trillions of cells interconnected. All we have is fractions of, cell lines and so on and so forth. And so modern pharmacology does not really capture the dravya guna, of a substance, which is the purpose of pharmacology. Dravya Guna Shastra, which is Ayurveda, on the other hand, has a much deeper understanding of the guna of a dravya by its methods, which we call, the basic methods are looking at the rasa of a substance. There are 6 rasas. Looking at the gunas of a substance, there are 20 different biophysical properties, gunas. Looking at the virya, this is a completely new dimension to pharmacology. the endothermic or the exothermic property of a material. We don't even look at it. Even rasa is the biology of taste. The biology of taste is now an emerging area in modern biology. Here is a Shastra which understands the biology of rasa. And then of course you have Vipak, which is that nature does not, there are always exceptions. There is no Shastra which can exist which has not got exceptions, and it is a very high claim to say that, you know, it's perfect. There is not, it doesn't happen. And so we have Vipaka as, you know, things that don't go according to Rasa, Virya, Guna, etc. They are, and there are reasons for it and so on. So it's a very sophisticated pharmacology. Future pharmacology in the world must become an integration of modern pharmacology and this pharmacology. And we need to start breaking the silos between, you know, these knowledge systems. And this, I suppose, holds good not only for medicine and Dravyagun Shastra in particular here, but it perhaps holds good for so many other domains of knowledge that the 64 kalas and the vidyas deal with. We need not to talk about these vidyas and kalas in terms of history. We need to always be talking about them in terms of what they are, of course, but what is their contemporary relevance? What is their value for today and what is their value for tomorrow? And that is the light in which the university I work in is looking at Ayurveda for the last 30 years and learning that really, you know, Ayurveda can advance the frontiers of both medicine and biology. So I'll stop here, and now for the practical part of Dravyagun, my colleagues Subramanya and Sanket will, in this short period of time, introduce you to the nature, the practical nature of Dravyagun Shastra with examples of a few plants. Thank you.
Namaste to everyone. Thanks, Darshanji. Now, Darshanji introduced the functional profiles of plant drugs, that is Rasa, Guna, Virya, Vipaka, with trying to understand one particular aspect, that is Rasa, or the taste of plant material, how the pharmacological property of any given plant drug is anticipated. Let us try to understand this. Unlike Rasa, Navarasa in Kavya, Ayurveda accepts Shad Rasa, 6 rasas. And it's not like the 4 rasa or taste that which is accepted by modern biology. What are they? They are Madhura or sweet, Sour or Amla Rasa, Lavana or salty taste, Katu Rasa or pungent, spiciness, then Tikta or bitter, astringency or Kashaya Rasa. Modern biology do not speak about Kashaya and pungency or Katu Rasa. Many times I say that rasa or taste is not just for tasting or not just to provide taste to the food. It has specific pharmacological activity in terms of modulation of tridoshas, Vata, Pitta and Kapha. And how this modulation of Vata, Pitta, Kapha is anticipated or attributed to a particular rasa? It is because we have an understanding Madhura Rasa is made up of 2 specific Mahabhutas, nothing but Prithvi and Ap Mahabhuta. And I will not read out all the Rasa and their Panchamahabhuta characters. You can see, just with the 2 examples, let us try to understand. Madhura Rasa is made up of Prithvi and Jala Mahabhuta. By just saying Prithvi and Jala, this particular August gathering can understand the nature of this particular Mahabhutas, Prithvi and Jala, what kind of gunas they may have. We may not be able to spell out properly, but you may be able to have an guess or understanding. Therefore, any Madhura Rasa Dravya or material is capable of reducing Vata and Pitta doshas and may increase Kapha dosha. Therefore, any Madhura Rasa Dravya is the choice of material to treat Pitta and Vata dosha vyadhis. Now, apart from this particular understanding, dosha hara and dosha kara understanding, material with any particular property has special pharmacological abilities. Any Madhura Rasa Dravya is supporting to tissue and nourishing, whereas Pikta and Katurasa Dravya, pungent and bitter substance, are by nature capable of reducing fever, Jwara hara. With example, we will understand further. Next. About gunas, let us not discuss, we don't have time. Let us directly go to the examples. I think you can skip 3-4 slides there. Next. Now, with the example of very well known, commonly used plant drug, amla or amalaka, nilikai in Kannada. All of us, we know this, I need not show this. And you know, the therapeutic benefits, right from nutritive, panduhara or reducing anemia, reducing or managing hyperglycemia or prameha, and it is one of the best rasayanas or rejuvenative. This can be given to young children from the age of 6 to 7 months up to whatever age of the person as rasayana. Rasayana or rejuvenative need not be given only to aged people. Why it is so? Why this special status of nutraceuticals has been attributed to amla? We will try to understand by understanding its functional profile. Next. One slide back. Yeah. Amalaka has 5 rasas among the identified 6 rasas. Apart from lavana or salty taste, it has all 5 properties. Many of you may be knowing or remembering a verse, Shadrosopeta Bhojanam. A ideal meal must be a composition of all 6 rasas. Amalaka has 5 rasas. Apart from lavana, it has all 5 rasas. Therefore, it is like Dhatri. Dhatri is wet nurse or wet mother. Really, it supports all 7 tissues of the body, and apart from its 6 rasas, it has ability to quickly reach to all 7 tissues in the body. And it is either Anushna Shita or Shita in its potency. And quite interestingly, apart from predominant taste of amlata and kashayata, after getting into your system, it is exhibiting the properties that of madhura rasa or sweetness. Therefore, it has the ability to alleviate all 3 doshas. It will not increase any specific dosha. Thus, it has tremendous rasayana or rejuvenative functions. Next. One example, I'll stop. This is Guduchi or Amrita Balli in Kannada, Giloi in Hindi, Tinospora cardifolia. Just observe the rasa of this plant, Tikta and Kashaya, bitterness and astringency. Right? Without reading other properties, let us see one of the major functions of this particular drug. What is that? Jwara hara karma. I am sure at least half of you, this 50% of this population already would have used this particular material to manage fever of whatever kind. During corona, we were all behind this plant. Apart from ability to manage fever, this is known for, again, for its rasayana karma or rejuvenative functions. Whatever may be the chronic disease you are suffering from, diabetes or hypertension, whatever, an addition of some part, I mean some small portion of stem of Tinospora cordifolia works as rasayana apart from the major functions whatever mentioned like the jvarahara, etc. Do we have time to this? Yes, okay. How many plants Ayurveda and Indian systems of medicine know about? It is about 6,500 plants. Whatever I have spoken for about 2 plants, this kind of information is available in our knowledge system for about 6,500 medicinal plants. With this, I stop. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. M.D. Srinivas ji to kindly sum up the session.
No, as I said in the beginning, I do not really have the competence to sum up, but I can only give my reaction to what I heard. One thing I think that even Shukraniti said one point was that people who become experts in a kala, they form, I mean they call it a jati in Sanskrit, but actually it's a professional community. And by the intensity with which each of the speakers presented their kalas, you can see they are deeply immersed in that professional community. They know the techniques, they know the ideas. And when called for to say the whole thing in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they are able to communicate the excitement of their profession. And kala being giving both entertainment and excitement, we have all been bearers of those 2 emotions. And I was extraordinarily surprised by the young lady showing us the intricacies of pottery in such a beautiful way. And the amount of concentration she showed while doing it, that's what is characteristic of all professional communities. I thank the organizers for giving us this kind of opportunity to enjoy these kalas and be excited by them. Thank you very much.
I'd like to have you on stage, sir, please. I'd like to request to have you on stage, sir. Well, with that, we come to the end of the first session of this seminar, the entire 2-day seminar that is planned. And may I request all of you, we are sure you all would have definitely enjoyed and lightened with the knowledge that is shared by all the panelists or the speakers. May I call upon all the speakers on dais, please. May I have Shri H.V. Nagaraj Rao sir on the dais, Dr. R. Shankarji, Ambika Darshan Shankarji and Professor Darshan Shankarji on the dais, please, to accept our token of gratitude. I'd request Dr. M.D. Srinivas sir to kindly honor the speakers. And thank you so much on behalf of Samskriti Foundation for being part of this great session. And thank you so much on behalf of the audience present here. May I request Professor Darshan Shankarji to kindly accept our token of gratitude. I would request Dr. M.D. Srinivas sir to kindly present the honor. May I request Ambika Darshan Shankarji to next receive the honor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's request Ambika ji to kindly receive our token of respect and gratitude. Thank you so much. I now request Dr. R. Shankar ji to kindly request our token of respect. And it was a great moderating from Dr. M.D. Srinivas sir. May I request Dr. Nagaraj Rao sir to kindly honor Dr. M.D. Srinivas sir who chaired the event, chair this session. May I request Dr. Nagaraj Rao sir to kindly honor M.D. Srinivas sir. I request Dr. Srinivas sir to receive this token of respect. It was also great to have Dr. Subramanya ji for extending his knowledge on herbs. May I request Dr. Subramanya sir to kindly come upon stage to receive the honor. Request Dr. Srinivas sir to kindly honor Dr. Subramanya sir. ಇದರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮೊದಲ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಸಂಪನ್ನವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಇದೀಗ ಒಂದು ಭೋಜನ ವಿರಾಮವನ್ನು ತಗೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಲೇಡೀಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಜೆಂಟಲ್ಮೆನ್, ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ see you all again on the other side of lunch break. We would like to have you all at sharp 2:20 because we are delayed by 15-20 minutes from the first session. So we'd like to have you as early as possible for the next section. It is planned at 2:15, which would be slightly difficult, so we'd extend it by 10 more minutes. That should be easier. So we'd like to have you all at 2:20 assembling in the hall for the next session. Next session will be on visual arts and handicrafts, so a lot more entertainment as well along with the educational part. So happy lunchtime.
Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Krishna.
Venkata Subramanya PG. With a round of applause from all of you, I would like to welcome Shri Venkata Subramanya PG on the dais. ಈ ಕಡೆ ಲೈಟ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತಪ್ಪ? ಸಾಕು. Please be seated, sir. As many of you might be acquainted with the chairperson, he is the head of Vyoma Linguistic Labs, Bengaluru, creating transformation in the minds of people in the world with the 3S, Samskritam, Samskriti and Samskara. Part of a social enterprise where we are co-creating digital learning solutions for learning Sanskrit and Sanatana Vidya for all ages through Vyoma Labs. Warm welcome on behalf of everyone and Samskriti Pratishtana to Venkata Subramanya PG, and it's a great honor that he has accepted to chair this session. As the first speaker, we have Shri Arulalan Guruji. He'll be speaking on two topics today, Gemology and Vastu Vidya. To begin with, he would speak about Gemology. Kirambi Rangaswamy Arulalan is practicing astrology, Vastu and Gemology since 4 decades. His father was also an eminent astrologer, Purohit, a Ayurvedic doctor and a writer. He was the first astrologer to do live astrological program in Karnataka in many major television channels and made the subject more transparent, understandable and smooth to understand. It's great to have you on stage, and without much ado, Mr. Venkata Subramaniam requested that he would present his keynote address on the session at the end of the session after the speaker. So we would directly start the session with Shri Arulalan Guruji's speak, and he would be throwing some light on gemology, the art of gemology. Sir, over to you, sir. ಊಟ ಸಫಿಷಿಯೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಸಂಚಿಯಸ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತಲ್ವ. ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜೋರು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆಯೊಂದಿಗೆ ಈ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಊಟ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಖಾತ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಅಷ್ಟೆ.
ಉದ್ಗೀತ ಪ್ರಣವೋದ್ಗೀತ ಸರ್ವಭಾಗೀಶ್ವರೇಶ್ವರ ಸರ್ವವೇದಮಯಶ್ಚಿಂತೆ ಸರ್ವಂ ಬೋಧಯ ಬೋಧಯ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಗಣ್ಯರಿಗೆ, ಮುಂದೆ ಕುಂತಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸರಿಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. When I was asked to give a brief explanation for one of the few of the 64 arts, I was immensely pleased because earlier occasions also I have spoken about this little here and there in television channels. Wonderful. This program itself is a gem of a program. We talk about the gemology, Manirajaka Ranjanam, Jnanam. We have come across the love for precious stones. Even men, women, old, young, everybody want it. It's implanted in the mind of human beings. Some people even decorate their dogs and horses with gemstones. The study of the planets is astronomy. Study of planets is astronomy. The study of the effect of the planets on the living beings, that too on human being, is astrology. One of the angas of Veda, Jyotisha, morning Dr. Nagaraj Rao was speaking about Vidya and Kala. If astrology is a Vidya, gemology is a Kala. So it's a part of astrology, a very, very vast ocean. Many Puranas have given information on gems, especially Agni Purana has information on the formation, identification, properties and their uses in detail. The characteristics effective of dealt in details in Brihat Samhita also. Mani, mantra, aushada, that's how the astrological practice goes. Many places we have suggested manis, mantras, aushadas, all part of the 64 colors. Let us see two major things, the subjective and objective. The subjective is, I always tell, respects to doctors, allopathy, regular doctors. I always say, when doctors are worried about the candle, the spiritual workers are worried about the flame. The candle may be little this way, that way, but the flame should be always correct. Formation of the gemstone. One is mineral and another is organic. We can say pearl and coral are organic. It is grown in water, sea. Other things are mineral, which comes from deep down the earth. Sun and moon are being the major biodegradable agents on the earth. For example, we put a seed and put too much of water, it gets decomposed. If you don't put any water, it gets dried up. So the essence of sun and moon is always required. That shows that some people ask me, ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಗ್ರಹ ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದನೋ ಕಿರಣ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಬಂದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. But if it is understood properly, nobody will question it. Thousands of years of vibrations received by minerals by selective absorption. Chemistry ಓದ್ತೀವಿ. Astrology, gemology and all, it's not a natural science, it's an empirical science. The cause is different and the effect is different. Natural science has the same properties all over the world, but an empirical science has a different cause and different effects. The gems are formed under the earth. The gems has a seed deeply embedded in the earth and it is formed. Mineral gems, all of you know mineral gems means diamond, ruby, emerald, yellow sapphire, cat's eye. ಅಂದರೆ ಮಾಣಿಕ್ಯ, ಮುತ್ತು, ಅವಳ, ಪಚ್ಚೆ ಕಲ್ಲು, ಎಮರಾಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಮತ್ತು ಪುಷ್ಯರಾಗ, ನೀಲ, ಗೋಮೇಧಕ ಮತ್ತು ಕ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ಐ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ವೈಡೂರ್ಯ. ಈ ಮುತ್ತು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ, ನೀರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಮುತ್ತು ಅಂತ. ನೋಡಿ, ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಎವ್ರಿ ವುಮನ್, ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಸೌತ್ ಆರ್ ನಾರ್ತ್, ಮಾಂಗಲ್ಯ ಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಳ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಮಾಂಗಲ್ಯ ಸರದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವಳ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಅವಳ ಇಸ್ ಸಚ್ ಎ ಬ್ಲಡ್ ಪ್ಯೂರಿಫೈಯರ್. ನಾನು ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಟ್ಟೆ ನೋವು ಇದ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವಳ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳಾದಮೇಲೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಖಂಡಿತ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ದಿ ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ಟೀಸ್ ವಾಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಾಟ್ ದಿ ರೇಸ್, ಇಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ಅಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಆರ್ ಗಿವ್ ಗುಡ್ ರಿಸಲ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಪರ್ಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ 12 ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಮುತ್ತು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಪೀಪಲ್ ನೋ, ಬಟ್ ಐ ವುಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಟೆಲ್ ಒನ್ಸ್ ಅಗೇನ್. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್, ಶಂಖದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹೆಡ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ನೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಬ್ಯಾಂಬೂ ಶೂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಹೆವಿ ರೈನ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಾಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಗೋಲ್ಡನ್ ಫಿಶಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಕ್ಲೌಡಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಶೆಲ್ಲಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ. ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಆಲ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟುಡೇ ಇಸ್ ಎ ಶೆಲ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ sea, deep in the sea, we get it. Basically called these are all called Navaratnas. Each has got, it has processed by its planetary vibrations, and gems also guide us in uses, information of their physical, metaphysical properties and testing of them. Testing ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೂಡ ನೀವು ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಭಾಳ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ many people don't know how to test a gem. I'll show you one or two small demonstrations. It will definitely be very helpful for you people. The mining places are identified. I said subjective and objective. First I'll tell about the subject, how it is available, how it has been identified. Even some of the old Purana books says the type of people who live on the earth also an indication what type of gem is available under the earth. For example, South Africa is rich in diamonds. It's a biggest carbon content. Now you say South Africans, they have more carbon in their body, carbonated areas in the body. So that way it has been also said that it can be identified through that. So the mining place to be identified, mined, extracted, it should be cut, polished. Tools are specially made in India only. Even today the diamonds all over the world come from Surat to get it diamond and polished. The more and more value for diamond when it gets polished. We can say 1 cent of diamond must have got 108 areas of polish. Very small, very small. The gemstone is assessed the quality depending upon the 4 C's we say, that is color, clarity, cut and carat. The 5th C is also there, cost. The more clear it is more costly. Astrologers gave accurate predictions as per mundane astrological predictions. Yavaga pravaha barutte, yavaga chandamarta barutte, all these things mundane astrology, which part of the world gemstone also plays an important role. Though India did not have big reserves of gemstones, Bharat almost all cutting and polished, as I said, it is here. The traders of different countries brought cut polished. Vijayanagara Samrajya ಓದಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೀದಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಚಿನ್ನ ವಜ್ರಗಳ. I mean Navaratnas were sold in the street ಅಂತ we have read in Vijayanagara Samrajya. 1 or 2 tests I'll tell you. I think I brought, I'll show you, it's quite interesting. Because say it is an audio visual program, but I could not make an elaborate presentation on this, but still I'll show you. See, this is a coral. When I put a drop of water, it will never come down. The coral will hold whichever way I turn. Whereas a nice surface, if you put a drop of water, it will fall down immediately. The property is it is grown in sea, it can hold water. When you buy a coral or pearl, just put a drop of water and see, even if I keep it here, it will get dried up, it will not come down. That is the test usually made for coral and pearl. Other stones, there are different methods. I cannot demonstrate it now, but still it is very good to know. The mineral stones have carbon, beryllium, calcium, aluminium, hydrogen, phosphorus, manganese, potassium, opal. Fire is also there. That's why you see when we go to homeopathy, all these chemicals, see our body is what you call, I always say, the astrological factors are by the effect of the planets. It's the biochemical imbalance of the body where all the 5 elements are put together to live a better life. The identification is over, mining is over, usage is also there. Idea, belief, race, manifestation and its effect are all felt by the areas of health, wealth, prosperity. Olden days it was amulets and talisman. Even today I'll tell you, Bangalore is prone for all nasal problems, and doctors say allergic rhinitis, people will cough, people will cold, in the body eosinophils will go down. I always say when there is a planetary influence on a person, if it is good, it will definitely make him more good in his physical and mental areas. If it is not good, it first affects your endorphin levels. It brings down your happy situational areas. The endorphins, serotonins and other brain chemicals are reduced. When we have suggested some stones for that, people have said, yes sir, I am quite fine. I get better sleep. Things are really improving. I have better digestion. All these things they say. So astrologically there is a corresponding effect and result on human being. Why living beings also, as I said already. Ayurveda also uses Avala Bhasma, Muttu Bhasma, all Bhasmas are used in Ayurveda. So every human being has got a bioplasmic energy. Krenlian photography is one famous photography where it has been identified. You can photograph yourself. Bangalore also there is a studio. You go, we call Prabhavali ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಲ್ಲ, ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ 1.5 ಇಂಚು ಪ್ರಭಾವಳಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಮೈ ಮೇಲೆ. ಆ ಪ್ರಭಾವಳಿಗೆ ಡೆಂಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇದನ್ನು ಪ್ರಭಾವಳಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯರಿಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಲೂಥರ್ ಬರ್ಫಾಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಈಸ್ ದ ವೆರಿ ಗ್ರೇಟ್ ಆರ್ಟಿಕಲ್ಸ್ he found out. He used to go and talk to trees. When the tree was not well, he found out that the aura of the tree is depleted, and there are several areas where the polygraph, what we call polygraph ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಮೆಷಿನ್ ಇದೆ, ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಲೈ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಲೈ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಆ ಲೈ ಡಿಟೆಕ್ಟರ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಟೇಕನ್ ಆಸ್ ಎ ವಿಟ್ನೆಸ್ ಇನ್ ದಿ ಕೋರ್ಟ್, ಬಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಮೋರ್ ಟ್ರೂತ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಎ ಪರ್ಸನ್. ಸೊ ಆ ಪಾಲಿಗ್ರಾಫ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ದಿ ಬಯೋಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಮಿಕ್ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಆಫ್ ದಿ person has been seen what it is increased or decreased. When he was asked to own some gems, it was found some of the areas of his depletion has got recovered and he becomes all right. Unfortunately, not much funds or not much support is given in India to do all these things. Westerners are really doing it well. I would like to just tell you now, there is more demand for Navaratnas because supply is less. There is precious and semi-precious stones. As it was said, how many herbs are there? We have almost 240 precious stones. Among that, 9 is the gemstone. The important gemstone 9, and ruby, which can increase the body heat, it can give courage. I would say any gemstone can act in physical, mental, biological, psychological, social and intellectual areas. Ruby can make a person courageous, popular. Indigestion is called strength, body, mind. Pearl can give eyesight, pregnancy. There was a girl who had gynecological problems. Diamond acts against uterus. Pearl supports uterus. Why we say no? The cycle of the mother, the cycle of a lady is 28 days. The cycle of the moon is also 28 days. When a lady is broken that stage and given a motherhood, she becomes conceived. Science has gone to the extent if a person stands and his DNA is rolled into a roll of thread, and if he holds it and the other end will go to up to sun. That's why we call Surya as the Pitrukaraka, Chandra as the Matrukaraka. Every planet has got a corresponding areas of operation. And coral, acidity, stomach ache, gynecological problems, spirit problems. Somebody says, sir, namge adeno agogide, ideno agogide. All psychosomatic disorders can also be cured by coral. That is why during marriage, all the women are given For her beauty, for her intelligence not to lose, she's been a coral in her Mangalya Sutra. Yellow sapphire, cold, cough, piles, knowledge, wisdom, happiness. Diamond, vigor, popularity, complexion, eye spot. That's why diamonds are given during marriage. Somebody whose Shukra is not good in horoscope, if she wears diamonds, she will definitely get gynecological problems, hormonal imbalances. I asked a lady to remove diamond. She said her problem will come all right. I asked a person to wear diamond. She said I am all right. So it suits with different attitudes and different person. Blue sapphire says, "Sir, Indra Neela ಹಾಕೊಳ್ಳೇಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. Sir, ಅದು ಪೋಟು ನನಗೆ ಎನ್ನುವೋ ಪಾಯ್ಪೋಚಿ ಸರ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ, nothing like that. If blue diamond goes with somebody, it will go with strength, winning over enemies, service, salvation, popularity. Gomedaka, it's a white common, very, very less priced stone which can definitely do a wonder in each one's life. Intelligence, depression, elation, psychosomatic disorders, dental problem, joints. I always tell people, when Rahu is good for a person, you will be a dental doctor. When Rahu is not good for a person, you will be a patient. Like that, the same line of action. Yes, sir, I will definitely make it within that 5 minutes, sir. So the scale of 10, 0 to 1, 0 to 10, 1 is a doctor. If Rahu is good, 1 is a jailer. Rahu is not bad, 1 is a culprit. Like that, the same line goes up. As I said, the wearing of stones can definitely improve the aura of a person, corrects the dent in the aura. It is linked between physical self and cosmic power. Crystal, many people would have seen crystal. Spatika-mani anta heltivi. Such a wonderful, it can reduce the BP. It has got all the 5 elements: fire, earth, air, water and ether. ಒಂದು ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ ನಮಗೆ 5 ಬೇಕು. ಪಾತ್ರೆ ಬೇಕು, ಮಣ್ಣಿಂದು ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದ್ರು. ನೀರು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಬೆಂಕಿ ಇಡಬೇಕು, ಅಕ್ಕಿ ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಜಾಗ ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿನ್ನಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೂ ಕೂಡ 5 ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕು ನಮಗೆ. ಆದರೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆ 5 ಎಲಿಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ನ ಬ್ಲೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ದಿಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ಸ್. ದೆನ್ ಪ್ಯೂರಿಫಿಕೇಷನ್, ಐ ಸೆಡ್, ಬೈ ವಾಟರ್, ಮಡ್, ಸನ್ಲೈಟ್, ಗೋಮೂತ್ರ, ಮಿಲ್ಕ್, ಹನಿ, ಸಾಲ್ಟ್ ವಾಟರ್, ಸ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ವಿಭೂತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಕೂಡ ಪ್ಯೂರಿಫೈ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. The oddness of the gem shows that it retains longer celestial vibrations. It receives, and it's all the replica of the planetary power. Many temples in India, huge collection. Ghazini Muhammad Banda, ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇವಾಗ ತಿರುವನಂತಪುರಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಸೀನ್ ಲಾಟ್ಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಲಾಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಜ್ಯುವೆಲರೀಸ್. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಅಗೇನ್ ಮೇಲ್ಕೋಟೆ ವೈರಮುಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ವಿಶೇಷ. ವಿ ನೋ ಹೌ ಪವರ್ಫುಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್, ಹೌ ಪೀಪಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಅಟ್ರಾಕ್ಟ್ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ಪೀಪಲ್. The extraction, its process, its usage deeply embedded in the Bharata Dharma Karma Bhumi. And the damaged stones also don't do good. Like the good stones do good, damaged stones do bad also. So it's better to take the advice of a gemologist and take. I done my gemology course in Chennai, Kindi, 40-45 days, day and night. Finally, they put so much of stones and ask us to pick one and say, tell about its physics, chemistry, biology, everything. Once we say, then only they give us certificate. Otherwise, they say, go and come next time. And I would say, for prosperity, pleasure, peace, for all-round improvement on the health, wealth and happiness, trouble-free life, it has to be taken a little seriously. And Indian market is a very big market for gemology. One among the 64 arts of Bharat, gemology is the gem among them, and the organizers will be proud to present a gem of the program like this. Thank you, I'll come back.
Shri Arulalanji is even literally gem of a person. So thank you so much, sir. ಈಗ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಹುಶಃ ನಾವು ಯಾರು ಇದನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಲೆ ಅಂತ ಓದಿಲ್ಲ. ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ನಾವು ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಓದಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಆರ್ ಯು ಸ್ಟಡಿಯಿಂಗ್ ಆರ್ಟ್? ನೋ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಸ್ಟಡಿಯಿಂಗ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಅಥವಾ ಡು ಯು ಲೈಕ್ ದಿ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾಥಮೆಟಿಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳೋರನ್ನೇ ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲೂ ಕಂಡು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಎಸ್, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆರ್ 64 list of art categories. We have Shri Anand Vishwanathan ji. Can you please help us recognize you and come up on stage, sir, please? Research Associate at the Center for Ancient History and Culture, CAHC, Jain University, Bengaluru. So we happen to be university mates. I'm pursuing PhD on music at Jain University. So A special welcome to my university mate, researching on planetary paths, periodicity and other information in pre-Siddhantic texts. So here is Shri Anand Vishwanathan ji to present his view on mathematics as an art. ನೋಡಿ, ಮುತ್ತಿನ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಮುತ್ತಿನ ಆಭರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಹೊಡೆದು ಮ್ಯಾಥ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ
Namassarvebhyah. I'll just go to the topic straight away. Ganitam as one of the arts is there in some of the lists. So next one please. Sources of the kalas. So how many kalas are there and where they are listed? I just thought that I'll give a list of names. This is not an exhaustive list, but you can see there is a Samavaya Sutram. It is a Prakritam text. That is why there is Ganiyam listed as second in the list. Meaning list of kalas. There are 87 kalas listed in this. And there is a Lalita Vistaraha, which someone mentioned in the morning. There Ganana is also listed. Sankhya is also separately listed. And 86 kalas are mentioned. Similarly, Kama Sutram, Kadambari, there are many texts here which lists, in fact I have not listed them exhaustively. There is one Katharatna Karaha where 72 kalas are listed. 72 number seems to be there in many Jain texts, for example. 64 is obviously popular, we know. Next one please. Before going to this, Ganitam means first of all recognizing the importance of numbers. Sankhyam is a word which we have heard. Sankhya Karika is something we know. We usually relate to it as a darshana, where Prakritihi, Purushaha, there are 24 plus 1, etc. tattvas. But Sankhyam was generally used in the sense of putting numbers to different phenomena or observations. It starts right from the Vedas, in the sense there are many unique numbers, 3, 7, 9, these we know about. But I don't know how many of you have heard the number 3339. This is a special number in Rigveda itself, mentioned twice, in the context of cycle of Chandra Grahana Chakram. Not just observing, but we also tend to quantify it. Classify, categorize and also quantify phenomenon if it is possible. So that is where science starts, and obviously Ganitam is part of every science, but there is a Kala aspect to it. As we get into it further, I'll let you know. So Vedas have lot of important numbers. It's a vast subject by itself, so I won't go into it. Just for the sake of kindling some interest, I have put one extract from Mahabharatam. So Ashtavakra Rishi, you might have heard his name. He has a debate with Bandi. There is a background to it, but he comes to Janaka Sabha, he has a debate with him. I didn't know for a long time what it was on. I thought it was some Shastra Artha, some Darshana related debate. But when I went into Mahabharata, I came to know it is on numbers. So for example, Ashtavakra, Samito Garjamano, Jatakrodho, Vandimaha Rajan Ukte Vakye Chotaram me bravihi Vakyasya chapyuttaram te bravimi. You tell something, I will tell the next one. Then you follow that up with the next one. What is next? Importance of numbers essentially. So for example, Bandi starts here. Eka evagnir bahudha samidhyate ekas suryah sarvamidam prabhasate. So he is relating things with respect to one. That's it. Why I am giving this example is, it is not just computation, but knowing the importance of numbers and significance of numbers is also part of it. So the debate itself is centered on it. And so he lists whatever is one. There is one Surya, there is only one Agni, but it is separated by several qualities and so on. Ashtavakra starts, Dvav Indragni Then Dvau Devarshi Naradav Parvatasya. What is all 2? He lists. Then Bandi lists 3 and so on. Can you go to the next slide, please? This keeps going on like that. Then Bandi Ekadashaikadashinaha Pashunam there is a mistake. Ekadashaivatra Bhavanti Yupaha. So he lists 11. Then Ashtavakra follows up with 12. Samvatsaram Dwadasha Masa. So there are 12 months in a year. And then there are chandas that has 12 aksharas and so on. Then turn comes to Bandi. He has to talk about 13. So he says, Trayodashi Tithirukta Mahogra Trayodasha Dvipavati Mahicha. This is interesting. There is some information there. I'll not go into it. And then he is unable to complete it. He doesn't know enough to complete second half of the verse, about 13. Then Ashtavakra pitches in, and then Trayodashahani Sasarakeshi Trayodashadin Yatichandamsi Chahuhu. There is a chandas that has 13 aksharas, and there is a Keshi. It might have something to do with comets probably, not very sure. So he completes more items on 13 and then he wins. Later on the story continues, but so much importance was given to recognition of important numbers and phenomenon associated with those numbers. Next, please. Similarly, there is one more example that I wanted to show, which is again quite famous. It is from Lalita Vistara. It's a Buddhist text. There, Shuddhodana is there. Shuddhodana is the father of Siddhartha Gautama. He says there is a Mahamatra, Ganaka Mahamatrena Arjunena Sardham Putra Sankhyagnana Kaushalya Gananagatim Anupraveshtum Shakyasi. Shakyasi may be Apanini Prayoga, but Shaknoshi, whatever. So he asks, okay, there is a mathematician here, he knows so many numbers. Can you enter into it's not a debate, but can you just sit with him and have a discussion? Then he says, okay, let him start. Then he starts with a number. I think the starting itself is 10 to the power 7 or something, because below that is meaningless. Everyone knows. So he starts, and then later on he Koti Shatottara Ganana Gatir Anupraveshtavya Bodhisattva Aha Shatam Koti Nam Ayutam Namochyate. So he keeps on going to a higher unit, 10 multiplied by 10, and keeps on naming further and further. Can you go to the next one, please? I think he goes up to at least 10 to the power 53, if not more, probably more than that. So each one of these is named, and not just the name. Later on he goes on to say things like, you can look at the second line, Dhvajagravati Nama Ganana Dvajagravati Nama Ganana Yasyam Gananayam Ganga Nadi Valika Sama Valuka or Valika Sama Laksha Nikshepa Kriyaya Parikshayam Gacheyuhu. So tries to name some quantities or entities that might be described by these numbers. For example, number of sand particles in the Ganga, number of sand particles in 10 Gangas, like that. So there is a lot of it here, but finally Bodhisattva, that is Buddha, wins the contest because the other person is unable to name more numbers. Next one, please. So knowledge of numbers, big numbers, and what they probably may signify is one aspect. Today we can relate to it to an extent in the sense of astronomical numbers, and there are constants also. This is an older one historically I am presenting, but there are many constants and large numbers that have come into picture in physics, etc. Those can be included in this extension of this Vidya or Kala. Then the real computation part of it comes into picture, which is Parikarmashtakam. So there are 8 operations, all of us know this: addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. So Sankalanam, Vyavakalanam, Gananam, Bhagaharaha, Vargaha, Vargamulam, Ghanaha, Ghanamulam, cube root. Here I have just given the cube root algorithm as in Leelavati. This cube root is there right from Aryabhatiyam onwards. Most of the books have this. I won't go into the details, but I'll quickly just tell this. This is a perfect cube. this can be done for imperfect cubes also to in some other way, but here there is a perfect cube. You divide it into first one, then the second two are of other category, then one more, then two, then one. Then you do, so we know this 3a square, b, 3ab square, all these parts come into a cube. So there is a list of series of paripati. Paripati is our word for algorithm. Algorithm is after Al-Khwarizmi, as we know, but we are the inventors of this thing. This is called paripati in our tradition. So he gives this, and there is a, and this cube root obviously involves most of the other operations. That is why I listed it here. And this is supposed to be the most important set, and anything is usually based out of this, these fundamental 8 operations. And whether you can get shortcuts for these, that is another issue. There were shortcuts, but I won't go into what is nowadays known as Vedic mathematics, because I am dealing with the parampara as of now. Okay, next please. Okay, so once there are details of how to do multiplication, division, etc. There are various paripatis described in various books. And there are problems posed also. For example, Kala. Why do we call it Kala? This is one example where we can relate to how they tried to look at numbers. In the morning session, for example, Avadhani Chitra Kavya Shankar told that as a Chitra Kavya you should look at words or padams for their own end, not as some means of communication only. Similarly here, numbers are their own end, in so to speak. For example, there is a set of problems. This is from Ganitasara Sangraha of Mahaviracharya. Won't read this problem, but you can see there are 2 numbers given in either, usually in Bhuta Sankhya or Katapayadi Sankhya, which are modes of representing numbers in Sanskritam. Kathitam Narapala Kantika Bharanam. So there are 2 numbers given as a problem. You multiply them and you will get a Kanta Bharanam. What is a Kantabharanam? Why is he saying so? There are 2 numbers in the 12th shloka. I have just listed it out. 1428, 7143. Asked to multiply by 7. Once you do it, you get this. So this they have visualized as a necklace. 10001. Maybe this you can think of as a pendant, middle. Then 0001. Similarly, there is another 14th shloka which gives, see for example 14th. Giri guna divi, giri guna divi, giri guna nikaram, tathaiva guna gunitam. Guna is 3 gunaha. So the word guna represents 3. So multiply these 2 and you will get this. All once. So discovering such numbers, posing such questions and seeing it as a pattern, these involve some amount of entertainment also, apart from skill. Next one please. So it is not visible, I think. Yeah. Okay. Again, there is one more problem where you multiply and get 1, 8 zeros and 1. I try to visualize it. 1 and 1, there are 8 pearls in between. That is how they visualized. Okay, next one. With the basic operations, Trairashikam. Trairashikam, everyone knows if this costs this much, how much will something else cost? That kind of problem. If some person moves such and such length in some time, how long will it take for him to move 10 kilometers? Something. So problems like this are quite common. This is not just a daily problem. Most of the astronomy texts employ techniques that were used in all of these Ganita texts. So Ganita and Jyotisham developed very closely in India. This Trairashikam is used in various contexts, including Ahargana, number of day calculations, etc. But they recognize that there is direct variation and inverse proportions also. There are cases where inverse proportions need to be. So randomly they will pose questions, and if for example you use a scale which is half a feet in length and measure, and you get a particular unit of measurement, I mean 10 units or 10. Then if you increase the scale, for example, you have 1 feet scale, then how many units will the same thing measure to? Obviously it will reduce. So those, and then if there is age difference, if age increases for an animal which is bought and sold, then obviously the price will reduce because it is no more in its prime time, prime period. So there are cases like that where Vyasta Trairashikam is used. These are both practical as well as suddenly if you pose as a challenge, it will be more like a puzzle solving also. Next one. Similarly, there are other two variable is usual, puzzles or questions which are both useful in context of Jyotisham, but even as a general way of keeping your calculations sharp. If you have to do some of this mentally, it becomes a little difficult. So there was a Ganaka mathematician called Chitra Bhanu in Kerala. The Kerala tradition is quite famous, starting from Sangamagrama Madhava, Damodara, Parameshwara, Nilakanta Somayaji, Jeshtadeva, etc. There was a Ganaka called Chitra Bhanu who talked about 21 different problems. All of this will be like this: x plus y is given, x1 minus y is given, find x and y. Starting from such simple ones, it gets a little complicated. Can you go to the next one, please? See, the last few I have listed, 16 to 21. The last some x square minus y square is known, x cube minus y cube is known. Similarly, x cube plus y cube is known, x cube minus, so all these combinations, and you will have to ultimately find out x and y, that's it. And some of them are a little bit involved. You have to know some identities, and then finally, sometimes you will have to apply procedures which apply to previous ones, previous problems also, after some steps here. Next one, please. So I'll try to conclude fast. Bhadraganitam is magic squares. Magic square is pretty old in India. Nagarjuna, approximately 1800-900 years ago, he has a magic square. Varahamira's Brihat Samhita also has. A very detailed exposition is in Narayana Pandita's Ganita Kaumudi. Last chapter itself is completely dedicated to it. And there are different kinds of magic squares. Ordinary ones, semi-magic square, normal ones, pan diagonal, etc. So you just do rows and columns total, they are same. That is normal or semi. Normal is the diagonals, leading diagonals also add up to the same value. But if there are other diagonals that also add up to that, other diagonals, I'll show you what they are. Then it is called a pan diagonal magic square. This was definitely considered an art, and it is also named as Bhadra, if you notice the name. Bhadram means something auspicious, Mangalam. So it is also used in many yantras, as some of you may be aware. Next one, please. This is pan diagonal. Many of these are listed in Ganita Kaumudi. I just listed two of them. Here, this all total to 34, that is okay. But then you start here, say 1, and go here. What is there? There is nothing, so you come here. So this is another diagonal. So 1 plus 10 plus 16 plus 7 will also give the sum. Then 14 plus 8, and then 3 plus 9 will also give the sum, and in other directions also. And here these 4 are also considered adjacent because it's kind of rolled. That is how you look at it. And there is one given as for some 100 also. In fact, this work exactly tells you how to place it. So 1 you place, and then a horse move you place 2. Similarly, a horse move you place 3, because if you go from 1 above and then right, it comes to here only. Then with respect to 2 and 3, the same place but horse move, you have to put 4. Like this throughout till 16, there is a detailed procedure, very beautifully specified in Samskrita shlokas. Here also you can find the patterns, and usually this is accomplished using sequence of arithmetic series. Next one, please. And this is even more interesting, Ashtadalam Chatush Padmam. So you can consider this one quarter as a Padmam with 8 petals. Like that there are 4, and you total this, it will be same. You total this, it will be same. You total the middle also, it will be the same. And then you total this, it will be the same. So there are many properties and how to construct these. Next one, please. Recently I came to know in Andhra there is a Ganitavadhanam, similar to Ashtavadhanam, that is being done in schools, colleges, etc. Where there are 8 Pritchakas. One of them is obviously an Aprastuta Prasangi, he will keep interrupting. But the other ones, one person asks 5th root of some 8-digit number, 9-digit number, and randomly a person will say 2002 August 2nd, what is the date? What is the day? So there are 8 such ways of 8 such prichakas. They'll keep asking questions and more complex. So Ganita Avadhanam is something I think people are trying to reconstruct. But as a Avadhanam, it becomes a kala also, because there are spectators who see this. Next one, please. I think I'm coming to the end of it. Yeah. So Vyavahara Ganitam, it is both practical, or sometimes from that you develop some of these interesting problems. So estimating volume of a pit. So there is a random pit, you select 3-4 places, measure the depth and the width, and then do a weighted measure where you get the volume. And then heaps of grains. So you can see in granaries there are grains heaped up. How do you estimate the volume of it? And also based on whether the grain is very small or big, there are estimates given in Leelavati. There is one text in Tamil called Kanakadikaram. I thought it will be very interesting to put it. I won't read it out, but what it says is, how many sholai is smaller ones inside the jackfruit. How many of them are there? Without cutting, you should estimate. Is there a way to estimate? They have tried to estimate. I don't know how correct it is. I tried once when I was 12 or 15 years old. I couldn't match that. But he says, you have that comb, whatever the thing that is on the top. Around that you have sharp ones. The whole thing is only sharp. You count them and multiply by 6, divide by 5. That will give you the number of sholais inside the whole fruit, even without opening. This is there in Kanakadikaram. I think it is some kind of fun activity for people. And then there is one more next to it where in Pushanikai, Kushmanda, how many seeds are there? Some estimate he has given in the same work. I won't go into details, but mandalas, kolam, and all of this other thing also have a mathematical spatial function to it. So those can be considered as a kala by itself, part of Ganitam in a way. Next one, please. This is the last one. So Chitra Kavyam that we heard in the morning, he talked about there are constraints with which you compose. Here, there is Jyotisham Ganitam by which you get a table. Table of what? Table of anything. Say for example, there is a movement of moon and there are 248 positions of moon which you want to memorize. For easy calculation, Vakya Panchangam you might have heard. So there are 248 Vakyas. And you have got the number, some 1150453, some number with which you do some calculation. But how do you remember these numbers? You construct Vakyams in Samskritam. Samskritam was used before. But you have to have something which has a semblance of meaning. So they try to do that also. Shreshtham Nama Varishtanam. That gives one number of sign table of Madhava. You can see that some of these words are very interesting. Moolam Vishuddham Nalasya, Ganeshu Virala Naraha, etc. And then there are other planetary Vakyas also. Alasa Naryaha Kuchadhyaha. I think so. Ladies are lazy, but they are big-breasted, something like that. So, Jnana Netraha Prajnaha. So, this was also a kala in the sense you try to come up with a vakyam which is also very interesting, but at the same time you combine your knowledge of mathematics and Katapayadi Sankhya to come up with these. Okay, next one. I think that's it. Okay, thank you. So I just explained some of these aspects. There is a lot more, but in the given time I tried to represent what kinds of activities people were doing, which were both informative and also entertaining. Thank you.
For sure, next time we try to cut a jack. I
wasn't successful last time, but if you are, please.
But for sure, we'll enjoy the jackfruit, if not the art of maths then. Thank you so much, Anandji. We have Rulalanji again. Sorry to make you standing, sir. He's also well versed in Vastu Vidya, an exponent of Vastu Shastra. So we have again Shri Rulalanji to speak about Vastu Vidya.
Yes, I'll start right away. Like our friend said, they say the jackfruit tree should be 12 years old. Then only the calculation will come correct. One paryaya. It should have completed one paryaya, then only it will be coming. We don't know. If it is house grown, we can always take it is 12 years old and she can still count. It will come nicely. He was talking about mandala. 48 days, 48 naal suttupa seriya poidonu. Wow, they say it is 27 stars, 12 signs and 9 planets. Add together, you will please all the three. That's why a mandala gives you good results. Now coming back to my subject Vastu, I just take the three subjects are given here to me. That is, one is Vastu, Angavidya, Nimittam, Shakunam. I will say Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinaha Yogakshemam Mahamyam, or the voice of Veda, Upanishad everywhere. Welfare of all is, as morning Shobha Kanjilaji was saying, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. That was the talk of even today. God is greatest architect. His creation is infinite, innovative, intricate, interesting, intelligent, revealing and unrevealing. Anima, Lagima, Mahima, everything we know. Sages, for the well-being of the humanity, contributed many human things on the earth through their wisdom and knowledge. We also in astrology draw a lot of things from nature. We say there is a person in Mesha Lagnam. It is depicted as a, what you call, sheep. ಆಡು ಮುಟ್ಟದ ಸೊಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ, ತಕ್ಷಣ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ, ಒಂಥರ ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ ಆಲ್ವೇಸ್ ಓಡಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಿಂಹದಲ್ಲಿ ಗಂಡು ಸಿಂಹ ಸೋಮಾರಿ, ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಸಿಂಹ ಭಾಳ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಟಿವ್. ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಸಿಂಹನೇ ಬೇಟೆ ಆಡೋದು. ಇಟ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಅಂಟ್ಸ್. ದಟ್ಸ್ ವೈ ವಿ ಸೇ ಇನ್ ಮೆನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಮೆನ್ ವಿತ್ ಸಿಂಹ ಲಗ್ನ, ಲೇಡಿ ಜೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ನೋ ದೇ ಆರ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಟೆಲಿಜೆಂಟ್ ಬಟ್ 11th hour people. Women in ಸಿಂಹ ಲಗ್ನ, they always do things in time. So that way astrology draws a lot of things from nature also. And we say ecology, pollution free, environment friendly, greenhouse are the talk of this century. But it has all been said and done by old generation. To live in with harmony with the nature was the mantra of our sages and ancestors. The major 5 elements, as I was telling you, it is the part of creation, sustenance and destruction. Fire, earth, air, ether, water. Earth is subject to gravitational, magnetic, isotopes, electromagnetic waves, radioactive waves, what not, lot of things. Now you say, doctors say don't keep your cell phone near you, it may hurt your ear, it may hurt your heart. But we go to the guhas where sages did penetration. Even you go to underground, you say go to the cell, to your apartment, the waves will not come. So that's how things have been planned by our people to protect us from ultraviolet rays, infrared rays. We say Margari Masam. See, we say Margashira, morning bhajans. The ozone layer is more. When you go open chest also in the climate, nothing will happen. Extra ozone layer is, now we drink ozonated water. Whereas in a Vastu house, if you keep water, it will get ozonated. That is how they have planned everything. I would say Vastu's meaning is dwelling place, prayer hall, temple, education, hospitals, walking, all related. Even how to sleep, how to take bath, how to eat, how to go around your house, how to make garden, everything comes in Vastu. In ancient India, every manifestation has its religious sanctity and its meaning. Ashtadikpalakas are given very important position. We have 20 ಇಟ್ಟುಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲದೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಹುಡುಕೋದೇ ವಾಸ್ತು. ಅಂದರೆ ಆಲ್ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಸ್, ವಾಟ್ ವಿ ಸೇ ನೋ, ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಟ್ರಾನ್ಸ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅಸ್ ಟು ಮೆಚ್ಯೂರ್ಡ್ ಲಿವಿಂಗ್. ಸಂಬಡಿ ವಾಸ್ ಟೆಲಿಂಗ್ ಗಾಡ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್, ಟೈಲರ್ ಮೇಡ್ ಹಿಮ್ ಜೆಂಟಲ್ಮನ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಆ ಥರ ಸೋ ಮೆನಿ ಟೈಮ್ಸ್ ದಿ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಮೇಕ್ ಅಸ್. ವಾಸ್ತು ಲೀಡ್ಸ್ ಟು ಹೆಲ್ತ್, ವೆಲ್ತ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿನೆಸ್. Matsya Purana also elaborately says about Vastu. Like Markandeya Purana says about the fetal movements and fetus, Matsya Purana says about Vastu. We have 8 directions, all of you know that. Ashtadik Devatas are there. By making an Vastu house, it is most common sense. Somebody says southwest should be elevated. It is the elevation. The sun goes on its own axis, the earth goes on its own axis. Example I'll show you. 30 kilometers of earth has gone. That is the speed in which earth is moving. They say nowadays Vastu sleep to their head. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ತಲೆ ಭಾರ ಸೌತಲ್ಲಿದ್ದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ. ನೋ, when you go last rites only done in south. Please don't believe. You should always sleep east or west. The electroencephalograph of the brain. I have modeled some nursing homes. Doctors say, really sir, it is helping. Patients are good, they are healthy. When you sleep east-west, it is natural. Even the sleep what you get, it is enough for you. South, somebody may say, because south was left granary, Kanija ittidru. Ali WHO says, anything stored under 25 degree, it will retain its potency. So you go to a house in southwest corner, it will be always little dark. So it's temperature wise also it will be less. So that's why they are kept. Northeast don't keep stove, they say. Southeast you keep the stove. Olden days all chullas were there. Your left movement is easy, your right movement is difficult. The centrifugal force is always towards the left. All scientific factors have been taken into consideration while building an Vastu house. Now what I would like to say here is the mere attention to a place, foundation, structures, elevation, beauty, all these things people nowadays see. But even a mud house can have its own Vastu properties and still do good to the people there. Planned as per Vastu definitely gives you very good results. We always say the house is built of ants, a home is built of arts. Somebody who has Vastu, I would always say 10 to 15% it helps. It is like a vessel. If it's a vessel means it's a vehicle also. Car, bala, BMW, chennagide anta alle samsara madalla now. We just get down and go to our work also. Like that it's a good vessel. I would always say Vastu is like a good inflated tire to a good vehicle. It is not the engine, it is not the gearbox, but it is the inflated tire which is also very important. Vastu is most common sense, as I said, sleeping, bathing, eating. We say always people who sleep in the Vastu house, east-west, it is healthy. Somebody who sits facing west or east, health will improve. For financial gains, you face west and sleep. Always stand east and take bath. Vastu Purana also says, please don't take bath without a loin cloth or a cloth around you. In a Vastu house, this also plays an important factor. Don't put your cloths on the doors. Lot of things. If you give me whole day, as Nagaraj have said, whole day I will tell about Vastu, but still the time constraint is there. That which comes under Vastu principle, like cities, temples, still survive. Nagareshu Kanchi we say. All those Pataliputra, all those big cities are still there, but some cities have gone. I'd like to tell here one thing. You can all imagine why Bangalore has become so popular. Sir was telling, he was from Ujjain. Morning governor was telling. Ujjain is Madhya Pradesh, our Indian standard time is set for Ujjain. We have local time also for astrological calculations. 19 minutes difference is there for Indian standard time and local time. When Ujjain is the Saraswati Kshetra where Kalidasa got his blessings, the straight line is Varanasi. From there Ujjain straight line. Varanasi where Parvati, Annapurne, Sadapurne, Shankaraprana will be, all your strength is given by Parvati. It is a triangle directly to Bangalore. It is 300 kilometers east side sea and 600 kilometers down. This is the Lakshmi Kshetra. It is called Kanakapuri. That's why it is becoming more popular. It is not an equilateral triangle. In one of my books, my father has wrote this. When he came to Bangalore, long time, 70 years back, he said this city will develop into a big city. He has written in his book. He has given this explanation. One side Saraswati, Lakshmi, Parvati. Come on, tell me. All three, 33% is the Rajyogi. If you have money, don't have health. If you have health, don't have knowledge, everything is lost. By living in a Vastu house, I presume, I assure that definitely it will give you all the three in a phased manner. Next, I'll go to, see, Vastu is a very big subject, but still they have given me Angavidya also. The different directions speak about different things. Angavidya, Chamudrika, Lakshana also we say sometimes. 3 ways to test anything on the earth. 3 ways to. We say Pratyaksham, Anumanam, Agamam. These are all the 3 things we have to test. Visible things, suspect things, or what Veda says. We have to go that way. Varahamira in Brut Samhita as a chapter on Angavidya. All living beings have instincts, you know. It is found out that man has got an extra instinct, 14th instinct. All animals, many animals, orangutan has got 12 instincts. Instincts means hunger, anger, sleep, natural things. 14th is laugh. Nobody else can laugh, only man can laugh. Because he can logically analyze what it is in him. So Angavidya also says, if a man coming laughing, if a man laughs for purpose, if a man laughs for just to cheat somebody, all these things are in Angavidya. As I said, Angavidya is the significant traditional knowledge of Bharat, the movement of the body, limbs, neck, hand, legs, speech, gesture, whatnot, everything comes into this. A person's body, mind, soul are the expression of his living. ನೋಡಿ ಯಾವಾಗಾರು ಯಾರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ತಲೆ ಕೆರೆದ್ರೆ ಏನೋ ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಅಂತ, ಹಿಂದೆ ಕೆರೆದ್ರೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಶಾರಿ ಸಮಸ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ದಿ 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 ಬಾಡಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ನು ನಾವು ವಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕೂಡ ಕೈ ಬೀಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾತು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ಆಡೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಬಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ there is a fluid, that fluid if it dries up, no, you cannot walk, it balances our body. ಯುಸ್ಟಾಚಿಯನ್ ಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಂತಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಕಿವಿ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ 4 ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇಟ್ಟು ನೋಡಿ 5 ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ನೀವು ದೊಡ್ಡದಾಗಿರ್ತೀರ. So the balance of body is maintained by certain of the basic chemicals and elements. Now Angavidya significantly, we say during a prashna, the movement of a person body, sometimes will come, ನಮಗೆ ಜಾತಕ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಮಗೆ ಇದಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ್, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಹೇಳಿ ಸರ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಅವ್ನು ಎದೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಏನೋ ಯಾರೋ ಬೇರೆ ಆಗಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಣ್ತಂದಿರು, somebody is gone away. Not only for relationship, child birth, marriage, lost things. Olden days buffaloes, elephants and other things were stolen. They used to come. Now ಇವಾಗ ಬಂದು ಆಡೀಸು ಬೆನ್ಸಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಳೆದೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ಕೂಡ ದೇರ್ ಸಿಗುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಕೂಡ ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಚಿನ್ನ ಬೆಳ್ಳಿ ಕಳೆದೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕಾರ್ತವೀರಾರ್ಜುನ ಸ್ತೋತ್ರ ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ದು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮನೇಲಿ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿ ಅಥವಾ ಹೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ನಿಮಗೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Again it's a Kamadhenu story. What we come to here is direction plays an important place. What direction the person is coming, where he is asking the question, how he sits, how he stands, how he talks. Is there any Ashtavakra movements in his body? All these things are seen, and the prediction values, only one has to have expertise. Somebody touches the head, somebody touches the forearm, somebody touches the person by the side. All these things, that's why I say, no, conscious, subconscious, superconscious, everything is in the here. Only thing you have to grasp and tell the answers. So Angavidya, lost articles can also be said, it will be available. I said to one person, he was coming, he was yawning. I said, ಬೆಡ್ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರಾ ನೋಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಚೈನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಇಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀನಿ. 1 ತಿಂಗಳಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬೆಡ್ ಎತ್ತು ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕವರ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗಿತ್ತು. So that was a clue I got from them. Because he was yawning, I thought somewhere in the sleep place he must have left it. So the time has come, I may take 1 or 2 minutes more. Woman, this is a part of astrological prediction. Nature helps to feel future past events by observing good, bad things around us. Many texts, Ramayana, Mahabharata, Rama also says woman is telling. Mahabharata also it comes, Draupadi says what will happen in future. So the woman ಶಕುನ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಮಾನ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಬೆಕ್ಕಡ್ಡ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬರೋ ಆಡಿ ಕಾರ್ ಕೂಡ ನಿಂತೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸಮ್ಟೈಮ್ ಯು ಸಿ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೆ ಓಮನ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರು ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂಥ ಕೆಲಸಗಳಿಗೆ, ಮದುವೆಗೆ ಅಥವಾ ಯಾವುದೋ ಕೆಲಸ ನಿಮಿತ್ತವಾಗಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಆ ಕೆಲಸ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಈವನ್ ಶೇಕ್ಸ್ಪಿಯರ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ, ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂದರೆ ವಿದೇಶಿಯರು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮುಲ್ಲರ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಮ್ಮವ್ರು ನಂಬಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಶೇಕ್ಸ್ಪಿಯರ್ ಕೂಡ ತನ್ನ ಜೂಲಿಯಸ್ ಸೀಸರ್ ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಮಿಂಗ್ ಇವೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ದೇರ್ ಶ್ಯಾಡೋ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಬರೋದನ್ನು ಮೊದಲೇ ಸೂತ್ಸೇಯರ್ ಅಂತ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬರ್ತಾನಲ್ಲಿ, ಅವ್ನು ಬಂದು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಮಾಡರ್ನ್ ಸೈಂಟಿಫಿಕ್ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಮೇ ಫೀಲ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಸೂಪರ್ಸ್ಟಿಷಿಯಸ್ ಟು ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಇನ್ ಸಚ್ ಥಿಂಗ್ಸ್, ಬಟ್ we have to accept crows, snakes, birds behave differently during tsunamis. ಸುನಾಮಿ ಬಂದಾಗ ಪಕ್ಷಿ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಸೈನ್ಸ್ ಒಪ್ಕೊಳುತ್ತೆ ಇವಾಗ, ಹೌ ದೇ ರಿಸೀವ್ ದಿ ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮೇಷನ್ ಸಿಗ್ನಲ್ ಅಂತ. ಆದ್ದರಿಂದ ಕ್ಯಾಟ್ ಕ್ರಾಸಿಂಗ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಡಾಗ್ ಕ್ರಾಸಿಂಗ್ ಇರಲಿ, ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಟೆಲ್ ಯು ದಟ್ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಸಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗೋ. ಪೀಪಲ್ ಪ್ರೀಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಸುಮಂಗಲಿ ಎದುರುಗಡೆ ಬಂದರೆ, ಸಿನಿಮಾ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನು ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಯಾರೋ ಸುಮಂಗಲಿ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ತಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಮದುವೆಗೆ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಸಂಬಂಧ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂಗೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಪನ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲಿ. A man should know what happens naturally, what is instigated, what is done purposely, all these things. That's why deep study in this will definitely give you. Once I'll tell you, I said lot of things we get from this. Nimittam, I'll tell Nimittam. Nimittam, Sakunam is different, Nimittam is different. I was studying 4th standard, I was biarting. Then only we got into the English. Till that time, our vernacular language. Carnivorous, herbivorous, carnivorous, herbivorous. My father was asking, what he was not good in English, but he was good in Sanskrit, Tamil, Telugu and all. I said, they say something eating grass and plants, it is carnivorous. No, my brother said, no, it is not like that. Then my father said, romba easy da, that which sucks water all are herbivorous, that licks water all are carnivorous. You think the whole day. That which licks water, all carnivores. That sucks water are herbivores. That's why we get lot of things from nimittam also. The actions caused by animal, plants, everything. For this nimisham is even twitching. Sir, ಎಡಗಣ್ಣು ಹೊಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಏನಾಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತು ಅಂತ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ 11:30. I cannot take it seriously. I have to pacify them and tell, okay, nothing will happen, go to that. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಉಪ್ಪು ನೀರಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಖ ತೊಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮಲ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಅಂದರೆ ಗಂಡಸರಿಗೆ ಅರ್ಧನಾರೀಶ್ವರ ತತ್ವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಲಕ್ಷ್ಮೀನಾರಾಯಣ ತತ್ವ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಎಡಗಣ್ಣು ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು ಬಲಗಣ್ಣು ಗಂಡು ಮಕ್ಳಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೇದು. ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಂಗವಿದ್ಯಾಸ್ ಹೋಲ್ ಡೇ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನು. ಫೈನಲಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ಈ ನಿಮಿತ್ತಮ್ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಫೈನಲಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. 2 ಶಿಷ್ಯಂದರು ಜ್ಯೋತಿಷ ಕಲಿತರು ಗುರುಗಳ ಹತ್ರ. ಅಂದರೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಇದನ್ನು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ವಾಲ್ವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಒಂದು ಎಂಥೂಸಿಯಾಸಮ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ. ದೆನ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಅಯ್ಯ ಯಾರೋ ಬಂದರು ಅಂತ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು. ಇಬ್ಬರು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋತಾರೆ. ಹಳೆ ವಿಲೇಜು ಬೆಟ್ಟದ ಕೆಳಗೆ ಗುರುಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ಹೋಗಿಪ್ಪ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ಗೋ, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಪ್ರಾಕ್ಟೀಸ್ ಅಸ್ಟ್ರಾಲಜಿ. ದೀಸ್ 2 ಬಾಯ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ವಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಡೇ ವೆರಿ ಹಾಟ್. They are passing through a hamlet, small village. They want water. Nobody is there. One says, look for water. Other says, look for water. One fellow says, there is a lady drawing water from the well. He says, there is water. Amma, he calls. That lady puts the pot inside. Some new voice, no? She puts it inside. Then they go to her and say, please, we want water. Please, please come. You look low, nice. Come. She gives water, jaggery, everything. She asks, who are you? How you are going here? They say, we learnt astrology. Nimittam, Shakunam, everything from our Guruji, we are going to practice. She says, there is one question. One of my sister is there. Please answer one question. We get all clients from train journey, aeroplane journey, every journey we get. You should not feel bad. If it is a time to tell, you can tell. Otherwise, you can tell, I'll tell something sometime later. Then coming to the story, she says, my sister is there. Her husband has ran away long time. Just tell, can she wear kumkum? Will he come back or not? Then both Shishya say, there is no astrology, nothing. Nimittam, Shakunam, we have to see. Come on, you tell. One fellow says, he will not come. The other fellow from the same Guru says, he will come. After 4-5 hours, it was very hot. Evening, she says, I'll send you by bullock cart, wait. One fellow with beard and all comes. He happens to be her husband. Now the question is, whether Nimittam, Shakunam will work. One says yes, one says no. The person who said no, ಹೆಂಗಪ್ಪ ನೀನು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ನಾನು ಆ ಹೆಂಗಸನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅವಳು ನೀರು ಎಳಿತಾ ಇದ್ಲು, ಭ್ರಷ್ಟೋದಯ, ಅಸ್ಟ್ರಾಲಜಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಶಿರಸೋದಯ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟೋದಯ ಅಂತಿದೆ. ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಲುಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಟ್ ಹರ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ದೆನ್ ಶಿ ಡ್ರಾ ದಿ ವಾಟರ್. ವೆನ್ ಐ ಕಾಲ್, ಶಿ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ದಿ ರೋಪ್. ಮಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬ್ರೋಕನ್, ರೋಪ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಗಿವನ್. ದಟ್ಸ್ ಆಲ್, ದಿ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ರಿಲೇಷನ್ಶಿಪ್. ಯು ವಿಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಕಮ್. ಮಣ್ಣು ಸೇರಿಬಿಡ್ತು, ದಾರ ಕಿತ್ತೋಯ್ತು, ಇನ್ನೆಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ? ನೀನು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಅಂದೆ. ಬಂದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ನಾನು ಅದೇ ಆ್ಯಂಗಲಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದೆಪ್ಪ. ನಾನು ಈ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಈ ಕಡೆ ತಿರುಗಿದ್ಲು, ಅಷ್ಟರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಶಿರಸೋದಿಯಾನ ನೋಡಿದೆ ಅವಳದು. ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಆಚೆ ನನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದೇ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತು. ಅದೇ ಥರ ಬಾವಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಡಕೆ ಹೊಡೆದಾದಾಗ ಮಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೋತು, ನೀರಿಗೆ ಸೇರ್ಕೋತು, ಬರ್ತಾನಂತ ಹೇಳಿಂತೇಳಿ. ಆ ಥರ ನಿಮಿತ್ತಂ ಶಕುನಂ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಅ ವಂಡರ್ಫುಲ್ ಸೈನ್ಸ್. ನಾವು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಹೋಟ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹೋದಾಗ ನಾನು ಹಿಂಗೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ, ಇವನಿಗೆ ರಾಹು ದೇಶ ಇರಬೇಕು, ಇವನಿಗೆ ಗುರು ದೇಶ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅಂದರೆ it enhances our knowledge. We don't comment. I just tell sometimes to my wife, okay, this may be the case, that may be the case ಅಂತ. I'll tell you, my dear friends, life is wonderful. 7 ಜನ್ಮ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಾರೆ. 7 ಜನ್ಮ ಕೊಟ್ಟರು ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತಗಳ ಕಳೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕಳೆಯುವಂಥ ಜನ್ಮ ಕೊಡಲಿ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
Thank you so much again, sir. Now we have Dr. R.H. Kulkarni ji to share his knowledge on painting. This is one art that most of us will be sort of at least acquainted with the art form. If not, we all pursue it. Dr. Raghavendra Rao H. Kulkarni is an art historian, educator and art writer. He completed a master's degree from Faculty of Fine Arts, MS University, Baroda in 1992. Further, he obtained diploma in epigraphy in 1996 and a PhD from Mysore University in 2001. He has extensively worked on Karnataka art, architecture and sculpture and authored several books and research papers on the same. Presently, Dr. Kulkarni ji is working as Professor, HOD, Department of History and Art, Karnataka Chitra Parishad, Bengaluru. May I now request Dr. R.H. Kulkarni ji to kindly present his views.
ಮೊದಲನೇದಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ರಾಜ್ಯೋತ್ಸವದ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಉದಯ, ಕನ್ನಡದ ಉದಯ ತೀರಾ ಪ್ರಾಚೀನವಾದದ್ದು. ಬಹುಶಃ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ಕನ್ನಡ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಆರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ, ನಂತರ ನಮ್ಮದಲ್ಲದ ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ, ಪರಮಗುರುಭ್ಯೋ ನಮಃ, ವ್ಯಾಸಾಯ ವಿಷ್ಣುರೂಪಾಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣಾಯ ವಾಸುದೇವಾಯ ನಮೋ ನಮಃ. ಚಿತ್ರಕಲೆ 64 ಕಲೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ರೂಪಿಸಿದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಲೆ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ದಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಬೀನ್ ಸಜೆಸ್ಟೆಡ್. ಸಿ ವೆನ್ ಐ ಗಾನ್ ಥ್ರೂ ದಿ detailed description about all the arts, it's very interesting. The art should be known to everyone, but in visual art we consider every child is a born artist. Every child is a born artist. See, when we imitate our parents, when we draw with stick drawings and we create images on our notebooks, slates, anyone on our walls, you can see many of the walls are being covered with pencil drawings, paper drawing, paper cuttings, etc. These are all visual representations that are instinct by defect in every human being. So, then where do we stand then? I mean, where exactly, why exactly Vatsyayana and other the great scholars have listed Chitrakala as one of the art? So whatever the descriptions, the details we come across in all these treatises, they represent the matured phase of the Indian art. The most matured, ಪ್ರೌಢ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸುವಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭವನ್ನು ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೃತಿಗಳು ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ. ಅಂದರೆ there must have been a period which has taken place maybe some few thousand years ago. Same thing I would like to, since there are many historians also, without boring you, I would just give you some glimpses of the visual art, how it has taken place. Being an art historian, if I don't give you a chronological view of the Indian art in general, I think I may be making mistake. So the visual art can be Drishyakale, Chitrakale. Chitrakara, Rupakara, these are the words which we use in our discipline. So there is no art without drawing, there is no art without image. See, Chitra Kavya, Drishya Kavya, even ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ದೃಶ್ಯ ಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು, ಪರಿಕಲ್ಪನೆಯನ್ನು ಕೊಡುವಂಥದ್ದು. These are all ಮನೋವ್ಯಾಪಾರ and ಹೃದಯ ಸಂವಾದ between the artist and art beholder or art lover. So, see, the mental state, of course, when we go through into more intricacies of the Indian philosophy, from historically also we are somewhere, I think even dating of these many texts also needs a proper ratification. Say, many European scholars believe that Bharata was in 3rd century BC or CE and Vatsyayana was somewhere in 5th century CE. Not exactly, that is the right way to think. When we look at the development of Indian art, so the earliest paintings, classical paintings, are to be seen in Ajanta cave number 9 and 10. These are the two caves. These are the earliest recorded historical evidences of the Indian visual art. Then what were the treatises? What was the grammar framework given to the artist of those days? So there comes the treatises that have already been known to the academia, or known to the teachers, the artists, Rupakara. See, the India also has a very big tradition of the artist. It is not a specialization as we have today. In visual art, we have now we have 7 disciplines: painting, sculpture, applied art, animation, graphic art, history of art, like that. But basically, no, in ancient period, the Shilpakara and Chitrakara were the same. They were commonly known as the Rupakara. We also use another terminology, Chitra Shilpa. The Shilpa is a dimensional, three-dimensional, whereas Chitra is a illusionary dimensional. So, keeping in mind these things, can we go to the third slide directly? Karthik, please. Just go to the second one. Yeah. See, I have jotted down the very Chitra Shadangaka. This is the framework for any work of art, any drawing or painting that is being painted and demonstrated. Rupa Bheda Pramanani Bhava Lavanya Yojanam Sadrishyam Varnika Bhangam Idam Chitra Shadangakam. With these 6 limbs, one can delineate, one can paint, or one can design a work of art. Any painting painted on a surface. Can we go to the 4th slide now? Go to the next, please. Yeah. Even you can jump to the next also. I don't want to spend more time. So, besides Kama Sutra, the earliest treatise is like Chitra Sutra of Vishnu Dharmottara. That is one of the very important work which describes about the technique and also the pictorial aspect of a drawing and painting. Technique is color, the skill. So, the how to make the color, how to prepare the brush, and how to prepare the ground, how to prepare the surface. That is one aspect. Second aspect is how to draw, what to draw, iconography of the figure, and if it is a female figure, what type of the female figure to be drawn. If it is a male figure, what type of the male figures to be drawn. And similarly, and color also play a symbolic significant role in the narrating the subject. So, can we go to the next? Okay. So, broadly the Indian art or the tradition of the Chitrakala can be divided like a mural tradition, which of course speaks about the tradition of the development of the mural tradition in India in general, where we are more concerned with the pictorial development of the object, the imagery on the surface. So, from prehistoric to even current situation where mural tradition is being practiced, and up to including Vijayanagara and even present period also. Then we have manuscript tradition where paintings are being painted on the manuscript. See, artists who were well versed to paint the larger area now have been reduced. They have accommodated themselves to paint only a postcard size area, which is a miniaturisque. It's not miniaturisque. So, that is the beauty of artist's flexibility to accommodate himself and also adjust according to the availability of the space. And manuscript, paper manuscript, book illustration, etc. Then we also have the miniature tradition. We can also put them in the category of the book illustrations. So, all the stories connected with Bhagavata and Puranas, etc. that have been narrated during the Rajasthani and Pahadi traditions. Similarly, Mughal and Dakkani Sultans also are important, because we also, India is also known for the multicultural and also you can say cultural impact and religious impact. All we have been experiencing it and experiencing currently also. So, finally, even contemporary period also especially during the independence period, once again there was a cry for going back to the tradition. So, in the beginning of the 20th century, there was a big change in the approach towards the painting, visual art. So, everything was modernized, modernism you can call it. In the name of modernism, visual art has crossed all the, you can say the grammar, and there is no grammar at all sometimes in the modernism. And also, of course, there are many theoreticians, there are many scholars, philosophers, they have jotted down every picture, how to read, how to appreciate, and also how to understand. So, I am not getting into those intricacies and those issues, because I would like to show you some of the very interesting pictures that will take you through some of the, the development. Okay. Is it working? Is it? Hello? Am I audible? Yeah. Okay. See, my point is that I want you to go through the development of the Indian painting, which are the earliest human visual representations. Earliest human visual representations, you can call them as the Drishya Bhashe, the pictographic images that have been found on the caves and galleries of the Bhimbetka. Even in Karnataka also we have plenty of such examples. So the first two pictures represent the earliest representations. You can call them as a schematic representation. Kama Sutra, the Chitra, Alekhya doesn't describe all these things. Alekhya only tell how to draw, how to paint, and what is the importance of the drawing and painting. But whereas the development can be understood in a socio-cultural milieu of the particular period. And who were the artists? The first question comes. Who were the artists of the prehistoric period? Whether they were able to imitate, understand the animal form, human form, and the same can be seen during Indus Valley. In the morning, I suppose, I noticed the pot making was done. So pottery is the representation of the cultural development in India and elsewhere, everywhere. So the pot, the burnt pot, sun-baked pot, etc., when we decorate it, we develop it, those three pots come from Indus civilization. They were found in Harappa culture. You can see by the time around 4000 BCE, if an artist was able to understand the cockfight or the flying posture of the birds, and also a Pegasus, a mythical flying horse, as it is being mentioned in our Puranas, ಗಂಧರ್ವ ಕುದುರೆ ಮೇಲಿಂದ ಸ್ವರ್ಗದಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂದ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕಥೆಗಳನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ತೇವೆ. ಸೊ ಹಾಗಾದರೆ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಯಾವುದು? ಇಂಡಸ್ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ವೈದಿಕ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಆಗಿರಬಹುದೇ, ಆಗಿತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಈಗ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಪ್ರಾಜ್ಞರು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಉದ್ದೇಶ ಇಷ್ಟೇ, ಒಂದು ಆಕೃತಿ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳಿಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಂದಿನ ಸಮಾಜ, ಅಂದಿನ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಅದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಭಾವಕಾರಿ ಆಗಿರ್ತದೆ. ಸೊ ಇಂಡಸ್ ಸಿವಿಲೈಜೇಷನ್ clearly represent how the visual art forms were appearing on their pottery. Unfortunately, we don't have any painting on the Indus Valley houses because they have been destroyed or demolished in the time span. But the whatever pottery that have been discovered, thanks to R.D. Banerjee and M.S. Watts, Sir John Marshall, to remember the name, those are the people who unearthed these potteries. So now, let me take you through Buddhist art. See, earliest classical art in India is a Buddhist art only. We have to agree to it. There's no any discrimination, or there is no any sort of a discussion, any sort of additional discussion. We have to accept it as a fact because Ajanta is the earliest place where we come across the early classical historical paintings. Historical paintings, they are attested by the epigraphs, inscriptions. Cave number 9 and 10 have an inscription referring to the Shatavahana kings. Shatavahana, the calligraphy, the style of the writing is also again part of the Rupakara, artist again. So the painting what you see is a Mahajanaka Jataka, one of the very important Jataka stories. Look at the illusion created by the artist. So as if Mahajanaka, the king Mahajanaka, who is converting to Buddhist faith, he was given ordinance by Buddha himself. So that is the story. He was a close relative of the Buddha again. So the interesting thing is how architecture is represented, and even today we have similar architecture being present in many villages. Even all rural houses have the open veranda. With now ಹೇಳುತ್ತೆ ಉತ್ತರ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂಕದ ಮನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ನಾವು. ಅಂದರೆ ಬಂಕದ ಮನೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಓಪನ್ ವೆರಾಂಡಾ ಹೌಸ್. ಆಲ್ ಕೇವ್ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಓಪನ್ ವೆರಾಂಡಾ ಕೇವ್ ಟೆಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹೌ ದ architecture also continues. Please tell me, sir, we university teachers are always governed by 1 hour talk. If I continue, please stop me in between. So I will wind up. 5 minutes? Okay. Okay. Go to the next, quickly. Yeah. So Vidura Pandita Jataka again from the, yeah. Now there is something I would like to tell you, how sculptor and painters are one. That is one of the best example to illustrate. This is a Mara Vijaya panel, Mara Vijaya, one of the very important episodes of the Buddha's life. Mara Vijaya panel in painting as well as in sculpture. you can see identical form, identical outlines, except color, that is a flat 2-dimensional and it's a 3-dimensional. So that's what I was clearly mentioning. Chitrakara, Chitrashilpi, Rupakara all stand for the same. There is no any differentiation between painter and sculptor. Okay. Yeah, Badami. Yeah, you can go quickly. You can run quickly. Yeah, there are many pictures which I have used from different parts and different time frame. Maybe we can go to Vijayanagara and then I wind up my talk. Yeah, this is the Prajna Paramita, the manuscript paintings. And yeah, go to the next, please. Yeah. This is one of the very important painting of Girija Kalyana in Hampi, Virupaksha temple. So Girija Kalyana is a very popular painting, popular theme even in the Mysore traditional painting. Even in Mysore traditional painting, and Kama, the Mara Vijaya, and again Manmatha Vijaya, Tripura Samhara, and of course these are the traditional Mysore painting. So the painting which has been seen from Bhimbetka, that is earliest period, to Kochi Binale. Kochi Binale is the most modernist happening in Kerala. That is the most modernist happening in Kerala. The painting has developed as an independent stream. The visual art has developed as an independent stream. But one thing, there is no strong Guru Parampara in painting and drawing. The way the music and other arts have. It is, artist as a self, many a times artist as a self-taught, even if they are going to academia, etc., they develop their own style. But whereas in music you follow the tradition. So here the artist enjoyed maximum freedom of their expression and impression. Thank you very much.
May I now
गुरुरेव गतिः गुरुमेव भजे गुरुणैव सहास्मि नमो गुरवे न गुरोः परमं शिशुरस्मि गुरोः मतिरस्ति गुरौ मम पाहि गुरो हयग्रीव हयग्रीव हयग्रीवेति यो वदेत् तस्य निस्सरते वाणी जह्नुकन्या प्रवाहवत् वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुम्. We have all been witnessing this Chatushashti Kala program. The moment Alvar Mahodaya called me and said, Chatushashti Kala, we are doing a seminar, the first thing I was thinking, what is the significance of this word Chatushashti? Chatushashti Upacharadhya, Lalita Sahasranama has, Sri Vidya Upasana has got Chatushashti Upachara Puja. Adi Shankara has given Devi Chatushashti Upachara Stotram. The Phalashruti is, we can become Kavis like Dr. Shankar if we tell that shloka daily. In Vyakarana, being a Vyakarana scholar or Vyakarana student, Chatushashti Varnaha Shambhumate Mataha Shiksha Shastreshu Uktam Tatrapi Chatushashtihi Prayaha Varnitaha. In Ganapati Sahasranama, Chatushashtyarna Nirneta Chatushashti Kala Nidhi iti tatra Ganapati Ganesha Sahasranamni Vartate. So this Chatushashti is, though there are 86 kalas as told by Professor M.D. Srinivas and our Anand Mahodaya, still this Chatushashti has got lot of significance. And the other point I was dwelling was, what is the difference between Vidyasthana and Kala, which all the points have been captured between Professor M.D. Srinivas and Dr. H.V. Nagaraj Rao. But one thing which I was contemplating on, the Vidyasthanas, sometimes you require the Anubandha Chatushtaya for the Vidyasthanas, whereas for Kala it is more more inclusive and more diversified. And the kalas give an opportunity for everyone to participate and experience the Paratattva. So I think that was the purpose of this conference. Spiritually we experience the Paramatma, and I think that was the purpose of this kalas. And Mooka Loka Sulabha. Even for a Mooka who cannot speak, most of these kalas can be practiced. So this was a very important point, I thought. Sarvagrahya, Sarvamanya, Sarvanubhavya, that is, everybody can experience it. In our Shastras, these kalas were used as a tool or something to enhance our bhakti, for experiencing, expressing, enhancing the bhaktis. These kalas have proved as enablers. For example, when we do an alankara, pushpa alankara, it is also a kala, I think, in the list. When we do, they say pushpa shayya, when we do create a shayya of flowers, that is also a kala. Now shayya of flowers can be created for a different purpose. It can also be created for a dolotsava in Nama Sankirtana. So finally, these kalas are best enablers of bhakti. There were 4 topics today we had. Gemology, Gemology, mathematics, Vastu, Angavidya, Shakuna Shastram, Shubha Nimittam, visual arts, painting. In that we had so many things. I was thinking, what is the best text to experience all these subjects in one text can we experience? So the best text I found was Ramayana, Sri Valmiki Ramayana. Let us start with the Gemology. Grihitva prekshamanasa bhartuh kara vibhushanam bhartaravima samprapta janaki mudita bhavat. So we know that Mani Mantram Aushadam, our speaker said. So Mani was given, which was the Anguliyaka. That Anguliyaka was given by Janaka, and it was prepared, Yagyavalkya has given it to Janaka. It was prepared in a special way. The moment somebody receives that Anguliyaka, the person whom they have in mind, Smarana, that is seen, and that is why Bhartaram iva samprapta. So Mani Mantram Aushadam. Mantra was all the Shastrajnas, they say, Ashtakshari Mahamantra was given as Upadesha by Hanuman to Sita, and therefore Jivatma Paramatma Sammelanam happened through that incident. So Mani Mantram Aushadam. And our Kulashekara Alvar has given this concept, Bhakta Paya Bhujanga Garuda Manihi Trailokya Raksha Manihi Gopi Lochana Chatakambudha Manihi Saundarya Mudra Manihi Shatruchhedaika Mantram Sakalam Upanishad Vakya Sampujya Mantram. I am just skipping. Jihve Shri Krishna Mantram. This is a Krishna's place. Japa Japa Satatam Janma Sapalya Mantram Vyamoha Prasamaushadham Munimano Evam Shri Krishna Divyaushadam Piba Iti Tatra Samaptihi Bhavishyati. Evam, so this Mani Mantra Aushadham has been dealt with in Ramayana in a very detailed way. If we come to the Shakuna Shastra and the Anga Shastra and the Nimitta, we know in Ramayana Sundarakanda we have the Trijata Swapna Varnanam. I used to ask my grandfather, yesterday I used to tell my grandfather, yesterday I did not sleep well. What happened? Some Duswapna came. The first thing he used to say is, Ramayana has got all pariharas. Please read Trijata Swapnam and go for your school. We used to read Trijata Swapnam. What is there in that Trijata Swapnam? If you see, Gajadanta Mayim Divyam Shibikam Antarikshagam Yuktam Hamsa Sahasrena Swayam Asthaya Raghavaha. Shuklamalyam Baradaraha Lakshmanena Sahagataha Ramanena Sangata Sita Bhaskarena Prabhayata. This was the Swapna seen by Trijata with respect to Rama, Lakshmana and Sita. With respect to Ravana, Durgandham Dussaham Ghoram Timiram Narakopamam Malapankam Pravishyashu Magnastatra Saravanaha. So then we have the next sarga, Tathagatam Tam Vyatitam Aninditam Vyapeta Harsham Paridina Manasam. That sarga is all the Shubha Nimittani. Our scholar has already told the difference between Nimitta and Shakuna. Samudrika Lakshanas, the Angavidya. Ramayana is the best place. Yani Ramasya Chinnhani Lakshmanasya Chavanara Tani Bhuya Samachakshva. So she is asking for the Samudrika Lakshana of Rama. Ramakamalapatrakshaha Sarvasattva Manoharaha Rupadakshinya Sampannaha Prasuto Janakatmaje Trivalivans Chaturvyangastrishirshavan Chatushkala Chaturlekas Chatushkishkus Chatussamaha. Suppose you had a tailor and you explain the meaning of these shlokas. He will stitch a nice clothes for our Rama. That is the kind of description which is given in Ramayana. Very beautifully the Samudrika Lakshanas have been explained. A lot of shlokas in Sundarakanda, in Ayodhya Kanda about this. Next, when we come to Vastu, in Ayodhya Kanda, I think Sarga 56, we have this Parnashala. So not only for a mud hut, our scholar was telling about mud hut also requires Vastu. Ramayana says, the Parnashala which was created by Lakshmana, he says, Vastu karma niveshancha bharata gamanan tatha. So Rama prepares himself and says to Lakshmana that we have to do the Vastu karma and then enter this Parnashala. And he takes bath and because they are Kshatriyas, they give some balis. Based on that, the shlokas go in that 56th Adhyaya, Sarga. So the Vastu is also there. Lot of areas Vastu has been described. Regarding this Chitrakala painting, in Ramayana the shlokas are like this. Lata grihani chitrani chitrashala grihani cha. So the galleries, Chitrashala grihani cha, the galleries of paintings were there in Lankapuri. There is one more shloka in Sundarakanda. Satasya madhye bhavanasya marutihi latagrahan chitragrahan nishagrahan latagrahan chitragrahan nishagrahan. You see, there also chitragrahan is coming. The pictures, the galleries, art galleries, these were there. So like this, Ramayana is a place, Adi Kavya is a place where you can see all these aspects. Mathematics. So our Anand Vishwanathan will be very worried. Our chairperson did not touch mathematics in Ramayana. Mathematics, the number of Vanaras, I think he knows about it. The 10 to the power 69 or 64, sir? 64. So much of Vanaras. So each Vanara king comes and he comes to Sugriva, and in one sarga this Ravana Dutas, they describe how many monkeys were there. There was an article in Sambhashra Sandesh also about this number of Varanas and the powers, etc. So, and you in the Ramayana Mahatmya shlokas, Raghavo Vijayam Dadyat Mama Sita Vatif Prabhu. If you want to do the Parayana of Sundarakanda in 15 days or 30 days in 2 rotations, you apply the Katabaya Sankhya to Raghava Vijayam Dadyat. Ra 2, 5. Like that, first day 2 sargas, second day as per that Raghava Vijayam Dadyat. Tatra Raghavasya Padadvandam Dadyam Amita Vaibhavam. Tarihi Amita Vaibhavam Vayam Prapnumaha. Etadrisha Parayana Kramena. Iti Tatra Ullikitaha Vartate. So, finally, important questions that I thought I will just summarize in 2 minutes. Important questions I thought this conference is dealing with. How we all can provide answers to this. See, this Chatushashti Kala is actually being documented by Samskriti Foundation in the form of a book. there are a lot of individual experts who have written books on each of the kalas. As a summary book, it is being concised. So I am sure if it is coming from Samskriti Foundation, it is very authentic. Already Samskriti Foundation is working in this area. So first thing is we should have authentic data, information, I think from all the experts. There should be no dilution. Even minor exaggeration leads to discounting the entire Indian knowledge system. This is what we should be careful about. The next point, that these are 5 points which I want to tell. The next point is how to store this data or information for the next generation, which is what our minister was telling, and how to prevent a Nalanda occurring once again, Nalanda Daha occurring once again. So how to capture the tacit knowledge present in the mind of Dr. M.D. Srinivas, Dr. H.V. Nagaraj Rao. How to capture this knowledge? What amount of knowledge was presented by Dr. Shankar? The way we have to do this, and the amount of knowledge presented by Anandji, our Kulkarni ji, and our Vastu Vidya expert. All of these people, how to capture this tacit knowledge in a place and how to give it for next generation. Will next generation read so many books? If we keep on putting volume of books, will they read? So the solution is technology is the answer. We have to have store this in through technology, through videos, through different kinds of courses. We should actually have courses. And that is the direction which Vyoma Linguistic Labs is working. And this was the direction given to us by Professor Lakshmi Tatachar. And even today, Alvar sir, I have great regards for Professor Alvar and Professor Lakshmi Tatachar, because when I first met Lakshmi Tatachar, he gave me exactly 320 ideas. He said, which area you want to work? That was a meeting of 4 hours in which he gave me 320 ideas. I have made a list. So then he said, which is the idea you want to work on? I said, e-learning, virtual learning. Then he said, please proceed, that's a very good area. So it was Professor Lakshmi Tatachar, who is the founder of this Samskriti Foundation, who initiated us to work in this area, and we are storing this in the form of courses. I would encourage all scholars who are this one, if you want to do individual courses on these Chaturdasha Kalas, please use Vyoma and please present this. The next point is how to make this open and accessible to everyone, like an app or Hastalabhya. Durlabhya Vastunyapi Hastalabhya Yatanyat in Narayanyam they say. So we have to, even if it is Durlabha, you have to give it to Hastalabhya. Then only people are today accessing it. So how to make this better than the finance and the IT profession or whatever profession is there. See, there were days when somebody will ask, you are practicing dance, you are practicing painting, okay, what do you do for your living? Which degree are you pursuing? They don't realize that music, art, dance, etc. can also be a passion and a life itself. We have seen Jambavans in the area of musics and in the area of Shastra and in the area of Kalas. So this tradition of each of these Kalas becoming a field of its own where we can have a living and we can have a career or whatever it is also should be constantly told. And last point is how to have this more institutions for this 64 Kalas. See, Alvar Mohodaya was suggesting this kind of Kalas, you tell me a school which is practicing or which gives importance to these Kalas. I openly told about Purna Pramati. We have a founder of Purna Pramati, founder Srinivas present here. So I see that the teachers of Purna Pramati are here, the founder himself is here. They give utmost respect to these Kalas and they teach these Kalas. Now you see here you have an organization, Samskriti Foundation, who is building authentic documentation for people to use, and then you have organizations like Purna Pramati who can use this information and organizations like Vyoma who can use this information and disseminate it to the world. So that Prachara Karya, which is 4 parts, I think, which we Dr. Nagaraj Rao said, you cannot, Bodha also should happen, Prachara also should happen. So that Prachara Karya has also should come. The total number of, if you go to the mainstream education and talk about these kalas, which kala are we doing, they will put it in one bracket as vocational or something, and they'll say no, this is the main things are these things are the mainstreams. So we have to bring this to the mainstream education. Some of the kalas are already coming in schools like Purna Pramati. It is already being fully done. I have seen a full demonstration of all the kalas being done in front of Swamiji in Udupi by Purna Pramati staff and Purna Pramati's children. Every kala, including Kalaripai too, is being given importance there. So we have to identify such institutions and connect them so that the pathways or this conference does not remain as a mere conference where we came and had nice food in ISKCON. That what we remember out of this is nice food and nice people. We should also remember the subject and we should carry forward this subject further. I think all of us have come with that mind. We will take this forward, and I thank Professor Lakshmi Tatachar who guided us initially, and Professor Alvar who has given me this opportunity. And regarding the summary of these papers, these people are stalwarts in their own fields. I am just a small person doing some prachara karya. I will not be able to summarize their papers, nor would I be able to speak or comment on what they have said. But I have used this opportunity to share my ideas. Thank you very much. Thank you all the speakers for keeping up your time. Thank you.
Reinforcing the views of speakers, even supported by verses from Ramayana, and digital documentation is, yes, of course, the need of the hour, irrespective of the field or art form. We all second your opinion, and saying so, we would request Venkata Subramanian ji to kindly honor our speakers of this session. May I request Shri Arulalan Guruji to kindly accept our token of respect. Thanking Shri Arulalan Guruji with a round of applause for being part of this session and speaking on both Gemology and Vastu Vidya. We now request Shri Anand Vishwanathan ji to kindly accept our token of gratitude, and thanks to Anand ji also for being part of this session. Our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. R.H. Kulkarni sir as well for his educative presentation on painting. Thank you so much, sir. I now request Shri Alvarji to kindly honor Dr. Venkata Subramanian ji for chairing this session and ably handling the session and for the wonderful sum up. Thank you so much to Dr. Venkata Subramanian ji as well. We have an equally interesting session coming up after the short tea break. And the next session will throw light on Bharatanatyam, singing and magic. So I'm sure you all wouldn't want to miss the session, and you'll be back after the tea break. We'll have a very short break, say around 10 minutes, so which may extend to 12 minutes or so. Now the time is 4:17 and the session is expected to start at 4:30. 4:30? Okay. Thank you. magic, dance and music. So she'll be chairing the session from the audience side, and it's a privilege to be amongst the audience. And yes, thank you so much, madam, for being part of this session. And to begin with, we have Dr. Chetana Radhakrishna PM. She is the director of Gurudev Academy of Fine Arts, Mandya and Mysore. She is an experienced senior artist, a Bharatanatyam performer, guru, choreographer and writer too. Dr. Chetana is highly qualified. She got the Best Thesis Award for her thesis from Mysore University, and this thesis is published by KSGH University as well. PhD on the topic, Comparative Study of Ritualistic Mudras with Hastas according to Bharata's Natya Shastra was the topic, and she has performed in various prestigious platforms across India and abroad. It is a great privilege to have an artist like Dr. Chetana Radhakrishna PMG to present her views on one of the most popular art forms among 64, dance. May I have Dr. Chetana Radhakrishna ji to kindly come on stage and help others notice. Best wishes for your yeoman service in the field of dance. So, would you like to say? Would you like to say okay, all right. It is now over to Dr. Chetana Radhakrishna ji to present her views, and it's going to be a demonstrative presentation. So, here we have Dr. Chetana on stage.
Namaskar. My pranams to all elders seated here, and my pranams to my mother. My pranams to Guru R.S. Nandkumar. So here I'll be talking about Bharatanatyam. I'll be briefing you about the basics of Bharatanatyam, and then I'll talk about the evolution, like how it has evolved all these years. And then we'll demonstrate a few moments. Angikam vachikam yasya, Angikam bhuvanam yasya, vachikam sarva vangmayam, aharyam chandrataradi, tam numaha satvikam shivam. Bowing to Lord Nataraja, we'll start the session. Indian classical dance started around 200 BCE in India as a joyful and celebratory activity, often in devotion, depicting the stories of gods and paving us the way to spiritual path. The number of Indian classical dance styles are 8, recognized 8 classical dances: Bharatanatyam, Kathak, Kuchipudi, Odissi, Kathakali, Manipuri, Mohiniyattam and Satriya. As you all know, I'll just brief down the basics before going to the evolution topic. And the term Bharatanatyam comes out from Bhava, Raga and Tala. Bhakaro Bhava Samyukto Repo Ragena Samshritaha Takarastala Ityahu Bharatartha Vichakshanaha. So Bha represents Bhava, Ra represents Raga, Ta represents Tala, and here comes the term Bharata. Bharata is also the name of the sage who has composed Natya Shastra, our oldest encyclopedia, ancient encyclopedia of dance. But many have the opinion that Bharata is not one. There are many Bharatas who has composed this Natya Shastra. And about the origin of dance, the Natya Veda or the 5th Veda comes out of 4 Vedas. It's a collective of 4 Vedas, 4 other Vedas: Rig Veda, Yajur Veda, Samaveda, Atharva Veda. So it is said that Patyam is chosen from Rig Veda, Abhinaya is chosen from Yajur Veda, Sangeeta is chosen from Samaveda, and Rasa is chosen from Atharva Veda to make Panchama Veda or the Natya Veda. In this Bharatanatyam, we have 3 main concepts: Nritta, Nritya and Natya. I would like to briefly explain all these concepts to make you understand whatever we are demonstrating. So what is nritta? Nritta is bhavabhinayahinam tu nrittam ityabhidhiyate. So this is a rhythmical and repetitive movement, like when we do adavus or the steps in the beginning, or the angika, the bodily movements. It doesn't represent anything. It doesn't depict any stories. So this kind of movement is called nritta. Like how we do, most of you will know Alaripu, Jatiswara, Tillana. They are the examples for nritta, where we don't depict any stories or any concepts. And then comes nritya, rasabhava vyanjanadi yuktam, nrityam itiryate. So this is a combination of expressions and steps. For example, when we take a kriti to dance, we will be depicting the description of Devi or Ganesha or whichever deity we are explaining, and in between we get some cholukattus or swaras. So we'll be depicting Abhinaya, we'll be describing the goddess, along with that we'll be doing the pure Angika Nritta. So that is why it is called Nritya. So these kritis or Devarnamas or Varnams are called Nritya. And then comes Natya. Natya is the art of telling stories through dance, music, laya, abhinaya, nritta and nritya. So all concepts, nritta and nritya, everything will be there in Natya, and the characters will be dressed according to the characters. Like Rama will be dressed as Rama, Ravana will be dressed as Ravana. So whenever you see the Aharya, immediately you can recognize this. This is the character. So this is Natya. I request you to show the pictures of Nritta, Nritya, Natya. And then comes Chaturvida Abhinaya. Next page. Okay, then comes Chaturvida Abhinaya. I think before this were the pictures. So Chaturvida Abhinaya. So we have 4 kinds of Abhinaya. Abhinaya is the word which all know about, like Abhinaya is expression. So we have 4 kinds of Abhinayas: Angika, Vachika, Aharya, Satvika. Angiko Vachikaschaiva Aharyaha Satvikasthatha Jneyas Satvabhinayo Vipraha Chaturdha Parikalpitaha. Angika, Vachika, Aharya, Satvika. What are these? Angika is the expression through the various limbs of the body. For example, we do Krishna as this, and we say Ba like this, Krishna Baro, or we do Rama like this. So whenever we depict something through our limbs, it becomes Angika. It's an expression through our various limbs of the body. And again, Vachika. Vachika is the expression through voice or speech. In Bharatanatyam, we can take the vocal support as Vachika. Or in dance drama, we can take the dialogues as Vachika. And then comes Aharya. Aharya is the assumption of characters through makeup and costume. As I said before, Rama will be dressed as Rama, Ravana will be dressed likewise. Unlike Bharatanatyam, solo Bharatanatyam performance, we will not be dressed in Rama or Ravana's or Krishna's costume, but in dance drama, we will be dressed in that way, like in whatever costume the character has to wear, that will be worn by the dancer, each character. So each character will be depicted by the Aharya also. Immediately when you see the Aharya, you can recognize which character this is. And then comes Satvika, expression through emotional reactions. So Satvika is the most important thing, because when Angika is good and Vachika is good, Aharya is good, everything is good, but Satvika is not there, then the Rasotpati is not possible. So for Rasotpati, Satvika is the most important aspect which comes through our mind and heart. Then comes Rasa. All of you might have heard about Navarasas, Shringara Hasya Karuno Raudra Veera Bhayanakaha, Bibhatsyadbhuta Shantascha, Natye Rasaha Smritaha. These are the 9 rasas we see. Shringara is the love, Hasya, laughter, Karuna, kind-heartedness, compassion, anger, Raudra, Veera, courage. Bhayanaka, fear. Bhibhatsya, disgust. Adbhuta, wonder or surprise. Shanta, Shantarasa, peace. So these are the 9 rasas depicted for Bharatanatyam or any type of performing art. Even for drama, we take Navarasas. And then comes Tandava and Lasya. Tandava is the rigorous dance of Shiva, while Lasya is the graceful dance of Parvati. So Tandava has, we have many adavus which are called Tandava adavus, and we have some adavus which are graceful and they are also called Lasya adavus. So we will be demonstrating all these. Now I'll just give an explanation and then we'll go through it. And then maybe my students can show you what is Tandava and Lasya through the adavus. So to begin with, we'll do the Tandava Adavu. Tandava Adavu is meant to be a rigorous dance because the name itself says it is a Tandava Adavu. Ta, te, tam, det, te, tam, ta, te, tam, det, te, ta, te, tam, det, te, tam, ta, te, tam, det, te, ta, te, tam, det, te, tam, ta, te, tam, det, te, ta, te, tam, det, te, tam, ta, te, tam, det, te. Whereas Lasya, takita, 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 tei, tei, de, tei, takita, 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 tei, tei, de, tei, takita, 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 tei, tei, de, tei. Though this adavu is not named as Lasya adavu, but we usually, whenever we have some Lasya aspects, we use this Tamra Chuda and we use these movements. That is why we just showed it to make the difference. And then the major styles of Bharatanatyam. See, all these are the concepts of Bharatanatyam. Whichever style the guru follows, all these concepts will be there. Like Chaturveda Abhinaya, Navarasa, Tandava, Lasya, everything is same. But again, from the different gurus and from the different schools, different styles have derived. Like Pandanalluru style, Varavur style, Melatur style, Kalakshetra style, Mysore style, like this. So the Pandanalluru style is renowned for its choreography. These works featured choreography by choreography who named the dramatic choreography hands and also responsible for the Adavu choreography for the Swara passages. So for the Swara passages, the Adavus choreographed will be different, very different way in Pandanallur style. In Valavur style, it is one of the original styles of Bharatanatyam, very ancient one. The main distinctive features include rich Shringar elements in Varavur style. And then Melatur style discourages the stamping of the feet against the floor. We stamp on the floor heavily, but in Melatur style it's little lighter. Instead, the dancer is expected to use salangai, ankle bells, in a more sophisticated manner than that produces a richer variety of sounds and highlights the rhythm. And then comes Kalakshetra style. The Kalakshetra style is noted for its angular, straight, ballet-like kinesthetics and its avoidance of rechakas and of the uninhibited throw, kshepa of the limbs. So these are the different styles. Now, coming to the topic, how this Bharatanatyam has evolved all these years. We have many literary works like Natya Shastra of Bharatamuni, Abhinay Darpana of Nandikeshwara, Lasya Ranjana of King Simha Bhupala, Dasharupaka of Sri Dhananjaya, and so on and so forth. But most of the time, what we are dancing now, we are following Nandikeshwara's Abhinay Darpana. Why this happened? This happened because we just forgot Natya Shastra for a couple of years. We were just reading it theoretically. It's Bharata's Natya Shastra, but nothing in that was implemented in our dance. When the British rule was there, at that time we had a struggle for the survival of our arts. At that time, reformers like Rukmini Arundel and E. Krishnayar, they all, they trimmed our dance styles because they had to bring out the dance styles from Dasi tradition to the other people also. So they trimmed, they tailor-made some of the movements and they trimmed out. So the dance changed and we forgot many aspects of this original dance form, like which is mentioned in Natya Shastra. The Karanas, Angaharas, everything, we just lost everything. But it was inevitable at that time. So we had to go to Kalakshetra style or whatever style we are doing it now. That way we had to follow. So after so many years of performing this, later on Dr. Padma Subramaniam, she made a great job of reconstructing the 108 Karanas of Natya Shastra, and then she gave it to us again. So we got the lost wealth, lost treasure. But now, again, people are in confusion whether to put those Karanas in our dance now or keep them separate. So this is a big confusion now again. So some of them have kept it apart and they have called it Bharatanatyam, like how Dr. Padma Subramaniam does it. And some of them have learnt Karanas and they are putting it in their dance, and they are mixing it up, like we can't recognize whether it is Bharatanatyam or Bharatanatyam. But both has its own beauty. Like Bharatanatyam has its own beauty, Bharatanatyam has its own beauty, and both are the rich heritage and culture. Both reflects the rich and heritage culture of our Bharat. So now we have to maintain both. Again, we can't mix up both. So these are the different opinions of different dancers. I just want to show the difference of this, how it might look. So we will be doing few adabus, like how we do it, Kalakshetra style of adabus, couple of adabus, and then we'll do some Nrityahasta and Charis taken from Natya Shastra, so that you can make out the difference of what I'm talking about. So this is Kuditta Tattu Adavu regularly we do in the Kalakshetra style, and in other styles also little differences. Ta, tei, ta, ha, rit, tei, ta, ha, ta, tei, ta, ha, rit, tei, ta, ha, ta. Tai, ta, ha, rit, tai, ta, ha, ta, tai, ta, ha, rit, tai, ta, ha, ta, tai, ta, ha, rit, tai, ta, ha, ta, tai, ta, ha, rit, tai, ta, ha. You can see the geometrical movements there, the lines there, because this was reformed later. And one more adavu, Tahat Jam Tarita, Dr. Sahana. Ta, hat, jam, tarita, jam, tari, jagga, dari, tai, tat, ding, ginna, tom, tak, tat, ding, ginna, tom, tak, dekku, tat, ding, ginna, tom, ta, hat, jam, tari, ta, jam, tari, jagga, dari, tai, tat, ding, ginna, tom, tak, tat, ding, ginna, tom, tak, dekku, tat, ding, ginna, tom. This is one more adavu of Kalakshetra style. And next, Vidushi Sindhu will be demonstrating a few charis from Natya Shastra. Okay. So just to make the difference so that you will understand the difference of course these are not adavus, but these were inculcated in those, in the other movements before, but later on it was trimmed. Again now we are trying to put it back. So I just want to show you the difference. Sampada. Chashagati, Vichyavatanga. Samapada, Samapada, Stitavarta, 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 Shakatasya, 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 Adyardika, 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 Chashagati, 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 Vichava, 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 Vichava. These are some bhumicharis. You can see clearly that in our adavus which we are doing now, we don't use the torso movements, we don't use many movements which are in the charis, which are mentioned in the Natya Shastra. And we have some Akashacharis also, just a couple of Akashacharis to demonstrate. Atikranta, 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 Apakranta, 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 Parshvakranta, 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 Urdhvajanu, 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 Urdhvajanu. See, these were the some aspects which we don't find in the regular what we do, the dance, Bharatanatyam we do. But after the research by Dr. Padma Subramaniam, many of them are inculcating all these movements in our Bharatanatyam also. So now to just recognize these movements, we'll do two different jatis. One is completely choreographed like Kalakshetra style, in Kalakshetra style. The other one in which I have put some charis and some movements of the Natya Shastra. But of course I have not learnt any, I'm not a Bharatanatyam dancer, but I have learnt a few karanas, few charis, which I inculcate in my jatis, and not everywhere, in some places wherever I feel I should. Dhalangu takka dikku takka ta dinginna tom tam di takka tom tam di takka tom tam di takka tam di takka tom tam di takka tom tam di takka tam di takka tam di takka tam di tat dik kidadaga darigida dom tam di takka tam di tat dik kidadaga darigida dom tam di takka tam di dhalangu kidadaga darigida dom ta. So this was jati composed like in Kalakshetra style. The next comes one more jati in which we have inculcated a few charis. Tishra. Takka taddin takka dhalangu takka taddin Ginnatum tam tattakitta deem tattakitta tom tattakitta nam tattakitta rakkitta dikkitta tom kitta nam kitta tadding ginnatum tadding ginnatum tam tattakitta deem tattakitta tom tattakitta nam tattakitta takkitta dikkitta tom kitta nam kitta tadding ginnatum tadding ginnatum tam tirgidim kirdik dargid tom kirdik dargid nam kirdik dargid tadding ginnatum takka tadding ginnatum takka dikku tadding ginnatum tadding ginnatum takka tadding ginnatum takka dikku tadding ginnatum tadding ginnatum takka tadding ginnatum takka dikku tadding ginnatum ta. So this was jati, where we have put some charis. So that's why you can make out the difference. That was quite geometric in the formation, like with straight lines and angles. But this one was little, with the torso movement and with the wrist movements. Of course, we don't use wrist movements in the regular Kalakshetra style of dancing. So this is how the dance has evolved, and dancers are still in confusion whether to completely switch on to Bharatanatyam, or some people are putting Bharatanatyam in Bharatanatyam. So this is how every art is. And we can see in this like how rich our Indian culture is, because whatever way you do it with the ingredients given in Natya Shastra, we take all the ingredients, we do make our own recipe, and it looks beautiful. If we are perfect with whatever we Bharata or or Nandikeshwara has told us. So only thing is we should be perfect with the moment, that's all. So everything looks beautiful, everything has its own beauty. So that acceptance should be there, so that we can enjoy our rich culture, I feel. And now my students are going to perform 2 dance items. One is Jatiswaram, Arabhi Raga, and the other one is Kriti, Ranjani Mala, because I thought it's a performing art, so we have to perform.
Papa
ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ri da 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 pa pa da pa ma pa pa ga ri ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da pa ga ri pa da pa sa ri pa ma pa da pa ma ma pa da pa sa ni da da pa da pa ri da ni da pa da ma pa da ri ma pa sa ri ma pa ma pa da pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ri ma ga ri ri sa ni da da sa 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 ri da da sa pa pa da da sa sa ri ma ga ri ri sa ni da da sa 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 ri da da sa pa pa da da sa ri sa sa ni da da pa pa ga ri ri sa sa ni da sa ri pa pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa sa ri sa pa ma da pa ma pa da sa sa ni da da pa 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 ga ri ri sa ma ga ri ri sa ma ga ri ri sa
That was Jatiswaram traditional choreography in Arabi Raga Aditala. That is an example for pure nritta, what I told you, without a depiction of any stories. So now they are going to present a nritya, Ranjani Mala Kriti on Devi. So now they are going to present a nritya, and I would like to, before that, I would like to introduce. Okay, no, they'll present Kriti. You want time? Okay, no, they'll present Kriti.
रञ्जनी रञ्जनी मृदुपङ्कजलोचनी रञ्जनी मृदुपङ्कजलोचनी रञ्जनी मृदुपङ्कजलोचनी रञ्जनी मृदुपङ्कजलोचनी रञ्जनी मृदुपङ्कजलोचनी रञ्जनी मृदुपङ्कजलोचनी सरिगस सनिदस सरिगमदस सनिदनी निदमग मगस सरिगस सनिदस सरिगमदस सनिदनी निदमग मगस मंजुभाषिणी मंजुभाषिणी मनोलासिनी मंजुभाषिणी मनोलासिनी गमनी मंजुभाषिणी मनोलासिनी गमनी श्रीरञ्जनी श्रीरञ्जनी मंजुभाषिणी मनोलासिनी गमनी श्रीरञ्जनी 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 सनिद मगरि गमा निदा मगरि सरिग मगरि सनिद सनिद मगरि गम मनिदा मगरि सरिग गमगरि सनिद सरिग सनिद सरिग मदद सनिद निद पग मगस सामगान विनोदिनी सामगान विनोदिनी अम्ब सामगान विनोदिनी शशाङ्कवदनी मार्जननी मेघ रञ्जनी मेघरञ्जनी सामगान विनोदिनी शशाङ्कवदनी मार्जननी मेघरञ्जनी मेघरञ्जनी नीस निनि सद निनि मम निनि मानि मानि नि मम गगरि नीस निनि सद निनि मम निनि मानि मानि नि मम गगरि निस निद मगरि ग मम मनि दा मगरि सरि ग गमगरि सनि धनि सरि ग सनि द सरि ग मद सनि धनि नि द मग मग स पमर जनपनिनि शूलिनि पमर जनपनिनि शूलिनि पविमोचनि पावनी जनरञ्जनी जनरञ्जनी पामर जनपालिनी शूलिनी पविमोचनि पावनी जनरञ्जनी जनरञ्जनी पप्पमरि गमपमरि गमप नी सदप सदप तपमरि गम पप्पमरि गमपमरि गमप नी सदप सदप तपमरि गम तीस निनि सद निनि मम निनि मानि मानि नि मम गगरि निस निनि सद निनि मम निनि मानि मानि नि मम गगरि निस निद मगरि गम मनिदा मगरि सरि ग గమగారి దని ద సరి గమగరి గమమ పని ద మగరి సరి గగ గమగారి దని దని సరి గ సని ద సరి గమ ద సని ద ని ని ద మగ మగ ద సని ద ని ని ద మగ మగ ద సద సని ద ని 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 ద మగ గ మగ రంజని మృదు పంకజలోచని రంజని రంజని రంజని
ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಸ್ಟೂಡೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೆಸರನ್ನು ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. ಆದರೆ ರಂಜನಿ ಅಂತ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಲ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಬಂದೆ. ಮ್ಯಾಮ್, ಓವರ್ ಟು ಯು.
ಸೊ ರಂಜನಿ ಅಂತ ಖುಷಿಯಾಗಿ ಬಂದರು ಅವರು, ರಂಜನಿ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ. ಸೊ ಓಕೆ, I want to introduce my students, and the vocal rendering, beautiful vocal rendering was given by Vidwan Balasubramanya Sharma, Bangalore. I'll call upon my students onto the stage. Vidushi Dr. Manasa. She has done her BE, MS, PhD, MTech, PhD, and MA in Bharatnatyam, Vidwat in Bharatnatyam. Now she's working as a professor in BIT, and she's also an artistic director of Manojna Nritya Shale, Bengaluru. Vidushi Sindhu Rao. She is a gold medalist in Masters in Bharatnatyam from KSDH University, Mysuru. She is a Vidwat in Bharatnatyam with distinction, and now she is an artistic director of Lasyanga Nritya Shale, Bengaluru. Dr. Sahana Raju. She is doing her MD. She is a Vidwat in Bharatnatyam, and she is an artistic director of Pushkara Performing Arts, Bengaluru. All these disciples of mine have practiced Bharatnatyam for many years in our institution, Gurudev Academy of Fine Arts, and now they have their own institutions in Bangalore. So I'm really happy to present a few things about Bharatnatyam today, and I'm thankful to all of you for listening patiently and encouraging us. And I'm also thankful to Sri Alwar and Sri Lokesh, who has given us this wonderful opportunity of presenting Bharatnatyam today. Thank you.
ಹಾರ್ಟ್ಫುಲ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಟು ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಚೇತನ ರಾಧಾಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು ಸಹ. ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಹಬ್ಬ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಬಹುಶಃ ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಅಗತ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಹೇಗೆ ನಾಟ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ, ಭರತನ ನಾಟ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರ ನಾಟ್ಯ ಮತ್ತು ರಂಗಭೂಮಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವಿಸ್ತೃತವಾಗಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೋ, ಹಾಗೆ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆಯೂ ನಮಗೆ ದೊರಕುವಂಥ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಲಕ್ಷಣ ಗ್ರಂಥ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಕುರಿತಾದಂಥದ್ದು, ಅದು ಕೂಡ ನಾಟ್ಯಶಾಸ್ತ್ರವೇ. ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಪೀಠಿಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ದಟ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಎಲ್ಸ್ಡೇಟಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿಸ್ ಡಯಾಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಿಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್. R.S. Nandakumarji, Dr. R.S. Nandakumar ಅವರು, he is a 4th generation musician in the lineage of Saint Tyagaraja. Tell me your friends, I'll tell who you are ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋ ಹಾಗೆ, when it comes to music, tell me your lineage, tell me your guru, I'll tell who you are ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಹೇಳಬಹುದು. His son and disciple of Padmashri Mahamahopadhyaya, Dr. R. Satyanarayana of national fame. He is the founder of many national and international foundations. Nandakumarji is also a research scholar and musician of international repute. It's a great honor to have a representation of this lineage. ಸದ್ಗುರು ತ್ಯಾಗರಾಜರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ನಮನವನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸ್ತಾ, ಏಕೆಂದರೆ ಈ 64 ಕಲಾ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸಂಗೀತಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹುಶಃ ತ್ರಿಮೂರ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರಾದಂಥ ತ್ಯಾಗರಾಜರ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ನಾವು ಎಂದೂ ಮರೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯವೇ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಸಂಗೀತದ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತಿಕೆಗೆ ಅವರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರುವಂಥ ಕೊಡುಗೆಯನ್ನು ಯಾವುದೇ ಮಾಪನದಿಂದ ಅಳೆಯೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಶ್ರೀ ನಂದಕುಮಾರ್ಜಿ ಬಿಲಾಂಗಿಂಗ್ ಟು ದ ಸಚ್ lineage, and owing our sincere pranams to the lineage and Vidwan Shri R.S. Nandakumarji, stage is open to him.
Beg pardon. If it is possible, can I shift this a little so that I can see these also? Can I do that? Okay. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Namo Bharati. After seeing some of the presentations, I was thrilled. I came into mathematics, and then I had a glimpse of little bit of Vastu Shastra. And then I heard all those wonderful speeches, summation through that great Ramayana. And I had the darshan of one of the greatest acharyas of our times, Dr. H.V. Nagaraj Rao. Such a great acharya. See, you must not forget, I come from Mysore, and in Mysore we grew up with this name in our ears. Along with the Jogula, we grew up with these names. Such were the great hallowed acharyas. When they come and speak, we hear music. When they come and speak, we listen to the Shastras. Irrespective of our inebriated teenagers, these acharyas have guided on the path of wisdom. And I bow to him today. And he has made such a generous time to be here. And it is my swartha to think that he is here also because he wants to listen to my humble erudition. My predecessor speaker, respected session chairman, is a very hallowed person. I have seen her dance for such a long time, more than a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades. And I have seen how she grooms her shishyas and all that. And I also know Uday Jadugar and what he does. Now, you must understand my problem. I am in between a Drishya Vaibhava to a Adrishya Vaibhava for a poor Shravya presentation. You have to look at these manifestations of beauties side by side to my Ghandharva Kantha also. I actually, when Dr. Alvar Tatachar asked me, actually Dr. Lokesh told me that why don't you come and speak to us about singing, Gayana. I thought of Gandharva, and I went through all sorts of things, and I was sitting on the banks of Ganga thinking about what can I do? In all these tarangas, I saw the 3 tarangas by the kripa of that Ganga in Varanasi, and I decided, let me divide my entire presentation, very brief, into 3 parts. Each part will contain 1 or 2 small bits of presentations, and each part summated perhaps will give you something about this Gandharva Kala or the Sangeeta Kala, the singing. I wanted to equate the Gandharva to the Gana, the singing, the task I am given today. So, I take this opportunity to sing, again inspired by the Arabhi that was presented first today. I will take that raga and I will try to sing this Parividi Gadya of this Chatushashti Kala. Nrittam Geetam Tata Vadyamalekyam Manibhumika Dashanadhyangaragascha Malyagumba Vichitrata Venu Veenadikala Papatavam Shekharakriya नेपथ्यं गन्धयुक्तिष्व कर्णपत्रक्रियाभिधा विशेषवेद्यः क्ल्यप्तिः च नानाभूषणयोजनम् इन्द्रजाल कौचुमारं सामुद्रं हस्तलाघवं सूचीवानक्रिया सूत्रक्रिया सलिलवाद्यकम् सूदशास्त्रपरिज्ञानं शारिकाशुकवादनम् हस्तवादयो वास्तुविद्या तक्षणं मेचिकोत्करः सजीव निर्जीव द्यूतशास्त्र सम्पाठ्यं पाटवम् धोरणा मातृका यन्त्रं मातृका काव्यलक्षणम् आकर्षक क्रीडितं च निमित्तागम वेदनम् अज्ञाम्बुसेनादिस्तम्भः विषप्रदिविषादयः पाञ्चाली नृत्यकरणं तण्डुलादिबलिक्रिया प्रहेलिका दुर्वचक प्रतिमायादि योजनं मंत्रवाद परिज्ञानं विशीर्णाक्षरमुष्टिका सर्वाभिधान कोशोक्तिः परकाय प्रवेशनं जय व्यायाम चित्राप्तिः पत्रिका चित्रकर्तनं रत्नोत्पत्तिस्थानशास्त्रं दर्पणादिलिपिक्रिया तिरस्करिण्याद्याव्याप्तिः पुष्पशाकटिकादयः हस्ति अश्वलक्षणज्ञानः तिर्यग्रदयवेदनं परेङ्गितपरिज्ञानं जलयानागमज्जता परचेतः प्रवेशस्य चतुष्षष्टिरिमाः कलाः अन्याः उपकलाः प्रोक्ताः तासां संख्यां चतुष्शतम् अभिरेव प्रपञ्चो अयं वर्तते विजयीयस्फुटम् I was inspired by this Prakirnaka Gadya that our fathers and our teachers made us practice when just before we wore our chaddis and went away to our schools. Those were the times they told us about Kala. My first portion about the pedagogy of this Kala, how the Padanishpatti, Dhatupada and all that. I'm not going to bore you, I don't have the time also. Let me sing a few kirtanas also, inspired by my predecessor performers. The speaker, she presents such a beauty on the stage. So I don't want to lag behind. It's a Shravya, you see. My Shravya must give you Drishya in the minds, in the eye of the minds of your... Kalayati vidditodanam sangranhati iti kala. This is exact what this is. It is, can I look at the second? I feel Kala spiritualizes the materials and materializes the spirit. And Kala Gati Sankhya Nayoho, that is Bhavadigana Atmanepadi Gana Sankhya. Adi Shabdagati Sankhya Nayoho is also the things that I long heard when Anakru was also, one of the speeches contained this also, so I have collected this. Kalate Prayoga, meaning to go. And there is also another Niti, Shukra Niti. The Ghandharva Kala is this. Hava bhavadi samyuktam nartanam anekavadyakarane jnanam tadvadanam stri pumsaha vastralankara sandhanam Aneka Rupa Virbhavaka Kriti Jnanam Shayyastaranasam Yoga Pushpadagradhanam Dyutadyaneka Kridabhihi Ranjanam Anekasana Sandhanaihi Rate Jnanam Kala Saptakame Tadhi Gandharve Samudakritam. The Ishtartha Siddhi and Manas Santosha, these are the Avayava Shabdas of this Kala. We are, let me be clear to you, I am extremely grateful to one of the dissertations submitted to the Bern University of Germany by Ambale Subrao, A. Subrao. It is a compendium on the Kala. And there, in the very second line, he has said, Kala is arts and science. In a way, he had to appeal to the Western sciences, you see, Western people. He said it's arts and sciences. What happens to form this Kala? Why do we call this as Kala? What's happening? What happens in the performer? What happens in the Shrotra? Where is Kala? For that, I was reading the Chandogya Upanishad, and then Chandogya Upanishad is full of music. And one of the narrative caught my attention. You see, there is a Brahma Sankalpa. Brahma was one, and it looked. Rigveda, you all know that. And then there are two things. One looking, one being looked at. This is the Brahma Sankalpa, being looked at. And then Bahusya, many things happened. And based on the Brahma Sankalpa, these great varieties have come into existence, and at least it is visible to us. This is also beautifully embellished in the the Saundarya Lahari of Shankaracharya, where he said Virinchin, he just took one Renu out of the Mata's Padadhuli, and Virinchin Sanrachayan, he created this entire universe. Anyway, this is the thing. Now, what happens in the process of Jiva is, because of this Brahma Sankalpa, the Jiva gives rise to Prana. Prana further cuts itself into 10 utilitarian parts, and these Pranas assimilate the Panchabhutas. Prithivyapas, Tejo, Vayu, Akasha. And this again takes a form, and then the Prana from the Nakha and the Shikha does the Pravesha into this Rupa. That is, the form becomes the sentient being. And in this sentient being, it is sentient because of the Indriyas, and those Indriyas are Sthula, Sukshma and Jnanendriya. The reverse process of this can help us in understanding the process of Kala. Again, I take one of the magnificent poets of our times of Karnataka, that is that great Kanakadasa, who has composed this song. Ni mayayolago, ninnolu mayayo. Ni dehadolago, ninnolu dehavo. Kusumadolu gandhavo, Gandhadalu Kusumavo. I mean, from the Stula, Sukshma and the Jnanendriya, he is going in the Srishti and the Vyashtikrama to understand the inner process of the formations and disformations. And there lies the Kala. Kusuma Gandhagalerodu Granadologo, that is the Sukshmendriya. Asama Bhava, Kagi Nelayadi, Keshavaraya with Jnanendriya. Usurolu yennu alavalla. In the Jnanendriya, everything stops and the Rasotpati happens. Yalla ninnolago. And this is the narrative. In total, I can be a little, vocacious on this. I don't want, because I want to sing the other things and get on with the Ghandharva Kalpa. Let me sing this little bit. But when I go to the Ghandharva Kalpa, please try to recollect this song, the words and the music also. We'll talk about it a little. ನೀ ಮಾಯೆಯೊಳಗೋ ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ಮಾಯೆಯೋ ನೀ ಮಾಯೆಯೊಳಗೋ ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ಮಾಯೆಯೋ ನೀ ದೇಹದೊಳಗೋ ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ದೇಹವೋ ಹರಿಯೇ 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 ಬಯಲು ಆಲಯದೊಳಗೋ ಆಲಯವು ಬಯಲೊಳಗೋ ಬಯಲು ಆಲಯವೆರಡು ನಯನದೊಳಗೋ ನಯನ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯ ಒಳಗೋ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ನಯನದೊಳಗೋ ಹರಿಯೇ ನಯನ ಬುದ್ಧಿಯೊಳಗೋ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ನಯನದೊಳಗೋ ನಯನ ಬುದ್ಧಿಗಳೆರಡು ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗೋ ಹರಿಯೇ ನೀ ಮಾಯೆಯೊಳಗೋ ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ಮಾಯೆಯೋ ಕುಸುಮ ಗಂಧದೊಳಗೋ ಗಂಧದೊಳು ಕುಸುಮವೋ ಕುಸುಮ ಗಂಧಗಳೆರಡು ಘ್ರಾಣದೊಳಗೋ ಅಸಮಭವ ಆದಿಕೇಶವರಾಯ ಅಸಮಭವಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ನೆಲೆಯಾದಿಕೇಶವರಾಯ ಉಸುರಳು ಎನ್ನಳವಲ್ಲವಯ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿನ್ನೊಳಗೋ ಹರಿಯೇ ಹರಿಯೇ ನೀ ಮಾಯೆಯೊಳಗೋ ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ಮಾಯೆಯೋ ನೀ ದೇಹದೊಳಗೋ ನಿನ್ನೊಳು ದೇಹವೋ ಹರಿಯೇ ಹರಿಯೇ As you know, the word Hari is also in Kannada means flow, kalate. So, can you go to the kalate to know and to go? Next slide, please. I'll stop here and until then, let it stay there. Now, there is this nisarga, and what nisarga we feel inside, outside is totally different. The meeting point, if a kalagara, that is the artist, makes you feel that the nisarga outside is nothing but the nisarga inside, if it gives you that aswada, it gives you that sense of unity, then you have the first inclination of kale. The Anakra says, ನಮ್ಮೊಳಗಿನ ಹೊರಗಿನ ನಿಸರ್ಗವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆಯಾಗಿ ತೋರಿದರೂ ಅದು ಒಂದೇ ಎನ್ನಿಸುವುದು ಕಲೆಯ ದಿನದ ಕೆಲಸ. ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಇಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಟು ಡು. ಎವ್ರಿ ದಿನ is also means the Surya, and Dinagelsa means it is the Prakasha, it is the work of that Prakasha. And the great Vivekananda says, the work of Bharatiya Kala is Adarsha Pradarshana. The Adarsha, not we understand in a colloquial, Adarsha is a Samyak Pada. And one of the chief work of this Kala is to satiate the hunger of the Atma, the quest of Atma. And Gandharva. Come to the next part. Gandharva. Gandharvasya idam Gandharvena Geetam. This was said by the great Bharatacharya. I will come to that. See, Hemachandra uses Panini's sutra, Prajnadi Bhashyascha Sutra to use Anpratyaya in its root continuance and applies the same to the very word to arrive at the paribhasha, that is the Gandharva. Thus the Shastra of Gandharva became the Gandharva, or the Gandharva's Shastra became the Gandharva. Hemachandra goes further in describing that Gana, Giti, Geya denotes Gandharva by precursor. Thus, Gandharva essentially denotes the stresses and the importance of Gita. That is why Gandharvasya idam Gandharvena Geetam. Right from that century, they say 55th century, until 7th century, we have seen an unbroken tradition of this narrative. In 7th century, the great Mathanga gives a Vyakhyana of this, and what was the Marga became a Brihaddeshi for Sangeeta and the Gandharva Veda, because he stabilized the Saptaswara and gave meaning to the Saptaswara by describing a Gandharva Veda Kalpa as Panchavida Nada. Anyway, it's a very long substance. If I stand here and start extolling the great virtues and references of the Raga, Tala, Prabandha and the Shastra, it's going to take a lot of time. From purely grammatical view, amongst the Tauryatrika, Gandharva denotes Geetam. That is why whenever we say Geetam, the Gandharva, we say Geetam. In Samskrita, the word Gandharva has two main meanings. The first is the one that's described above, the musical, and the other is the Gandharva marriage. You have all heard. Mind you, I am not taking you out of the context here. In Gandharva, that kind of Gandharva and this kind of Gandharva, one without the process, the product is arrived at, and one with the process, the product is achieved. Both are there. The one without the process, the product is arrived and stabilized in the society. That is the Gandharva that we are talking about, like popular music, cinema, Sangeeta and all that. The other process, what we call as the classical music, is the with process, Shikshana Krama and all that happens through the Marga. That is the Gandharva. Both are Gandharva. That's why in Bharata we have this large, this heart to accept everything as Sangeeta because of this dictum. And Gandharva Vivaha happens when the love-lorn couple gets married first without any traditional or Vedic rituals. The traditional Vedic method involves Saptapadi, taking 7 ritualistic oaths and steps, and Agnisakshi and all this. Gandharva Vivaha, all these are circumvented. The couple just jumps into the marriage and the society accepts it. Seen in this context, Gandharva Sangeeta takes a very special significance which I told you. Both these are present in India since Vedic times, are accepted norms in the society to this day. There is also saying that Gandharvas love their opposite gender, that is women, maiden and girls, and the females, women, maiden, girls, love Gayaka equals Gandharva. The Aitareya Brahmana says, Stri Kamo Vai Gandharvaha, and goes on to say, Tasmat Gayantam Striyaha Kamyante. Both ways. And there is an Aranyaka, that's a story part, in which is known as the Somaharana Vichakshana. There is a beautiful Kirtana on Saraswati which gives you a complete picture in its most codified form for this Somaharana Vichakshana. Saraswati is also the Gayatri, and how based on this Aitarayana Brahmana, the great Satyanarayana has composed this Kirtana. सोमाहरणविचक्षणाम् अप्रीम् अनन्ताम् अनन्तनिधनां नासाग्राकन्दसञ्चारिणीम् अव्यक्तामद्वयां हारनिहारघनसारसुधाकरभाम् अनघां श्री सरस्वतीम् आश्रयामि Sumanazarajanim. That is the raga. So, here the Gandharvas purloin away the elixir, that is the Amrita from the Devas. The Swara, Swarga, that is the divine abode of Devas, thus is rendered valueless. In this juncture, a goddess called Vak takes on the shape of a bird, eagle, flies to the Gandharva Loka, the abode of Gandharvas, and seduces them with her musical prowess and wins back the Amrita. There is also another concomitant story in other Vedic subtexts wherein the Devatas thus request the Chandas, the metrical forms, to bring back the Amrita elixir. The Gayatri, Trishtup and Jagati Chandas, having 4 alphabets each of them, take on the form of birds and fly towards the Gandharvas and purloin back the Amrita. There is this Vak, thus was called as both time up, sir. Okay, after this story, I will conclude with 2 important subjects. Time flies, doesn't it? And there is a beautiful book, if you can get hold of it. It is the book to refer. It is by G.C. Tripathi, Gaya Charana Tripathi. He has called it as Suparnadhyaya, based on the Akhyana. And he got it from the Heidelberg University. It was there and he brought it back. And it was the pre-Vedic dance drama. That's what it is. And then the Vak is now both speech as well as the Swaras. And the Taittiriya Samhita, Maitrayini Samhita, Kataka Samhita, everything hence became the Shruti Granthas. Shruti, as you know, is the liman of the musical note. And then Gayatri is both a Chandas and a mantra. All the 4 Vedas begin in this Chandas. And since the Indians trace all this musical origin to Samaveda and indeed organized all Ganakriya from this Veda, Gayatri became a Gana also. Hence, our music now is both Vagartha and Vagatita also. Why Vagartha? I have sung this song and you have understood the language and you have understood along with the melody, and something you are affected by that, some influence. But if I take out the Vag, but just sing this particular line, you will still get something, but it is not Prachanna, but it is Prakshipta. Ga 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 ni da 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 pada ma pa ga ma ga 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 ri ma ga ga ni da ga ma ma da ni sa ri ga 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 pari da ga ma 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 ni da ma ri re ga ma pa ma ga ri sa. You will still get the narrative, but you cannot explain to me, or you can explain to me in your own. You can put your words into it. Here, there, it is Vagatita. With Vagartha also you can sing. You can make the swaras as the aksharas, sarigama padani, and use that for a swarakshara prabandha. Gadadari nisari madari sama nigamada saridari gadadari mapa mama papa damani ni manini mama madani All these are Swaraksharas. Gadadhari, Ni Sarimadari, Samanigamada Saridari. Definitely you can understand these are Swaras also. Given the embellishments of the Gamakas, your Artha, Vagartha is catalyzed, no? Categorized and catalyzed, and you get a Prasanna Artha out of this. Here is where the Ghandharva Kala lies. So how should the musician be trained for all this? How? Now, I go to the next. Kala Diksha Krama. There is a Diksha Krama for Kala. The dancers, the learned dancers of our Karnataka have assiduously preserved this until the 1970s and 90s, 80s, and then it went to the Yor, and it remains as a very, very rudimentary thing. But there is an extreme, extensive kalpa for this, and with this ritualistic practice, the Kala Sachetana or the Kala Diksha is given. Diksha is the Dihikshalana also. Let me show you a few slides. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And Diksha Paddhati, Vaidika Diksha and Shakta Diksha Paddhati is for Kala. Next, please. And this is how, well, the Diksha happens here under this tree, and then these are the things that are necessary for the Savyapasavya Kala Diksha. There is a Savyapasavya Kala Diksha. It is called the Dandini Krama in the Srividya Diksha Krama. It is there. And the Diksha happens, we be giving out various mantras. Next, please. Next, please. And these are the university acharyas. Nearby Mysore, there was a great university near Gaddige, where the vice chancellor was, every vice chancellor was given as the Vageshwari Pandita. That's the title he was given. And all these, he was treated as the Sri Guru. And the Dandini Krama is now preserved in a few places in Gujarat and few places in Kerala and Varanasi, and definitely in Karna in rudimentary. These are the Shiksha Kramas you have to go through, and the next slide actually concludes. There is, hey, get back please until I finish this. The Anavi, Shakti and the Shambhavi are the three Kala Diksha Kramas that can be bestowed upon. There is a huge write-up on this, which I have submitted to the Pondicherry University. It will be. I will conclude with the Dhyana Shloka, which is given as the Karna Diksha or the Anavi Diksha during the Kala Diksha thing. Now, what started as a most abstruse and given thing came into a process, and in order to realize the process to its logical conclusion, again Diksha has to be given. So it's a threefold activity. So the Dhyana Shloka is given. Veena Kvana Shravana Jata Kutuhalena Devena Kamari Puna Parirabhyamanam Pashankushakara Arunavabhasam Shadjim Samasta Jananim Shadjim Samasta Jananim. Shadjim gives rise to 6. Out of that comes out as the 7. They are talking about the 22 Shrutis, and hence this Kelic foundation of our Sangeeta. Nisima Vang Manasayo Ati Duravarti Yasya Mahatvam Avadharayitum Pravrittaha Padmasano api parihasya dasham prayati tamarshabhim shukanibham anisham namami. This is the second Shrutisthana from the Shadja's previous Shrutisthana they are talking about. Tamarshabhim. स्वर्णाभिराम रुचित उज्ज्वल रूपवेशां वीणा विनोद कुतुकान् मृदुमीलिताक्षीं देवीं 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 दयार्द्रहृदयां प्रणतिं गतेषु गान्धारमास्थितवतीं गान्धारमास्थितवतीम् अनिशं नमामि मन्दारकुन्दकुमुदप्रतिरूप रूपाम् इन्दीवरायत विशाल विलोलनेत्रां चन्द्रावतंस परिचुम्बितपादपद्मां तां मध्यम स्वरमयीं अनिशं नमामि. There are other things. I will end with Nishada. वर्णैः अशेष जनता हृदयङ्गमाभां वर्णैः सर्वैः वर्णैः अशेष जनता हृदयङ्गमाभां सर्वैः समस्तगुण निर्भर भ्रमाङ्गीं शर्वप्रियां शशिकलाकलितावतंसां नैषादिदेवीं नैषादिदेवीं भवतीं भवती आनिशं नमः. I thank everybody for your kind presence. I have taken little time, I know that. The Ranjini is ready with, not Ranjana, with as we call the Chati. These are the Samaya names. We Mysoreans are known for our Vakpatutva and also overdoing the thing. I thank you. I thank the organizers. I am very proud of the Samskriti Foundation from Mysore, and they have come here and organized this beauty. It is a magnificent beauty. It is my great honor to be here, and I prostrate before our great Acharya, the great Dr. H.V. Nagaraj Rao, for being present here. I thank each one of you for giving your ears and heart to me, and I thank Dr. Alvar for making this happen for me. Namo Bharati Shri Gurubhyo Namaha.
Thank you, sir. Chati alla illa. There is Ranjani, there is Sri Ranjani, Shiva Ranjani, Karna Ranjani, Chitta Ranjani, Sumarasa Ranjani, but fortunately there is no Chati Ranjani. I am Ranjani Kirti ashtane. Thank you so much, sir. Without taking much time further, I would like to call upon our next speaker or demonstrator, Shri Uday Jadukarji. ಇಂದ್ರಜಾಲ ಅಂತ ಅವರು ಶುರುನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದಂಥ 64 ಕಲೆಯ ಪ್ರಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಹೆಸರಿಸಿದಂಥ ಶ್ಲೋಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಇನ್ ದಿ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಕಲ್ arts, Uday Jadugar stands supreme as a gifted showman, a truly versatile artist of the highest caliber. ಸುಮಾರು 10,000ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿರೋಂಥ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆಯ ಕಲಾವಿದರು ಇವರು. ದಿಸ್ ಒನ್ ಎಟ್ ಅನದರ್ ಆರ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ವಿಚ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಂಜಾಯ್. ಫಾಸನ ಸೀಟ್ ಬೆಲ್ಟ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಾವು ನೋಡಬಹುದು. ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಮಯ ತೊಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಕೂಡ ಬಹುಶಃ ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮಾಯ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ಭಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಐ ಲೀವ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್.
ಹಲೋ, ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. Well, I welcome all of you. If somebody welcomes, you have to clap at least. Yeah. As you all know that magic is also one of the arts. But our government has not decided magic as art. You know that? In Kerala, it's there. In Andhra Pradesh, they have considered magic as art, but not here. What is magic? Indrajala, Mahendrajala, Jadu, Kankattu, Yenanta Vekadru Kariri. You call by any name, magic is magic. So, you will be fooled and you like it. That is magic. This is the only business where you would like to be fooled by a magician. If he doesn't do well, Malayalis say like this, not good. So, I am going to fool all of you. I'll try my level best, okay? Somebody came here for 15 minutes and they fooled us for 25 minutes. I don't fool like that. I will definitely go at 15 minutes only. The beauty of art lies in concealing it. You know, what does it mean? The magic, every magic has a secret. If you know the secret, that's all. You will do like this. Ashtena. That's why magicians are not to teach magic, but I love to teach magic because magic has to grow. It's our ancient Indian art. We should see that this art flourish. Okay, now before the show, I will show you a small trick and I'll teach you. Is it okay? Please let me know. You have been listening about the theory and about the talk about different arts. How many of you want me to talk less and do more magic? Please lift. Lift your hand. So if I don't talk also, you don't mind, right? Who wants to know about art? Okay. let me teach you one simple trick before I start my magic. 1, 4, 3, 6. How did I do? 1, 4, 3, 6. It's very easy. On one side you have to stick 5 diamonds. On the other side you have to stick only 2. Ooh. When you say 1, you have to cover this. When you say 4, you have to cover this. When you say 3 and 6, you must be fast. See, 3, 6. They will not know that there are only 2. You are covering the blank space. When you say 6, there will not be 6. There will be only 5 and you have to cover this space. How many of you really understood this trick? Well, now tell me, when you say 2, actually how many will be there? When you say 3, how many will be there? 2. 1 and 2. There will be another. Hey, what's this? How many are at the back side? 5. 6, 7. I don't know how it happened. This became 2, became 3, and this 5 became 6. 8. I don't know. I'll teach you another trick. Wait. That trick is no good. It fooled me. I have a bottle here. This is not that bottle, okay? Okay. There is nothing. Can you see anything in this? No? You can't see my beautiful face? Okay. I place this. Can you tell me whether this is upside up, upside down or downside up? Upside up, no. Yeah, upside up and downside down. I place this upside up and downside down and I take this downside down. Oh, see? Now I'll put downside down and upside up and upside up, upside down and I'll keep upside up and down. It's very easy. I'll teach you how to do this trick. This bottle is a special bottle made by me, invented by me. This has 2 ups and 2 downs. Oh, I think I fooled you, right? Okay. I want one small boy. Salpa doddu hudigi agidru pora nee bare. I am going to show you Indian rope trick. Not that Indian rope trick. This is, I am an Indian. Ikade bama. I am an Indian and this is rope and I am going to show you a trick. Indian rope trick. ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸೆನ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಹ್ಯೂಮರ್ ಇದೆ ಕೆಲವರಿಗೆ. ಕೆಲವರಿಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಏನೂ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಹತ್ರ ಬಾಮ್ಮ. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದಿಸ್? This is rope from Europe. You know where Europe is? Yeah. I'm going to cut this rope with invisible scissors. Would you like to see invisible scissors? Yeah. You can't see because it is invisible. I cut from this distance. Ready? 1, 2, and 3. See? No claps. ಇನ್ವಿಸಿಬಲ್ ಸಿಸರ್ಸಿಂದ ಇಷ್ಟು ದೂರದಿಂದ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದರೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ವಾಟ್ ಡಸ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೀನ್? ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳಮ್ಮ, ಮೀನು ಮಾಂಸ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಹೆಂಗೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕ? ಗುಡ್. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಗೋಯಿಂಗ್ ಟು ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ ದಿಸ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದೆನ್ ಶಿ ವಿಲ್ ಡೂ ಇಟ್. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ನ್ಯಾಚುರಲ್ ಗಮ್. ಐ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್. ಸಿ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ರೆಸ್ಟೋರ್ಡ್. ನೀನು ಇದನ್ನ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊ, ಸ್ಮೈಲ್ ಇರಲಿ. ಯಾವಲ್ಲೂ ನಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇರ್ತಾಳೆ ಹುಡುಗಿ. ಗುಡ್. ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅನ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಇದೇನು ಸಣ್ಣ ತುಂಡು ತೆಗ್ದಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ. ಯು ಶುಡ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕಟ್ ಇಯರ್. ವೇರ್ ಡಿಡ್ ಯು ಕಟ್? ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ನೋ ಗುಡ್ಡು. ಓಕೆ, ಯು ಟಚ್ ಯುವರ್ ನೋಸು ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್. ವಿತ್ ಯುವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ನಿನ್ನ ನೋಸೆ, ನಂದಲ್ಲ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಟ್ಸು. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಹಿಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನೇನೋ ಮಾಡಲು. ವಾಟ್ ಡಿಡ್ ಯು ಡೂ? ಏನು ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು? ಕಾಮ್ಯ. ಇದೇನು ಈ ತುಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ? ಈ ತುಂಡನ್ನು ನೀನು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊ. ಅವಳು ತುಂಡು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಶಿ ಈಸ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ದ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಪೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ರೋಪ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ದಿಸ್ ರಿಂಗ್ ಆಫ್ ರೋಪ್. ವೇರ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಪೀಸ್ ಐ ಗೇವ್ ಯು? ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ ಅಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಆಗೋಯ್ತಾ? ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ರಾ? ಹೋಗಲಿ, ಇದು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊ, ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ. ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕಾದ್ರೆ ಕಟ್. ಶಿ ಹ್ಯಾಸ್ ಕಟ್ ದ ರೋಪ್ ಇಂಟು 2. ಯು ಸಿ, ಐ ಡೋಂಟ್ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಸ್. ಗಿವ್ ಮೈ ಸಿಸರ್ಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಏನಾರು ಹರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದಾತು. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಡ, ಹಿಂದುಗಡೆ ಇಡೋಣ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಪೈಲ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಟ್ಟಾದರೆ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಲಿ. ಓಕೆ, ಐ ವಿಲ್ ಪುಟ್ ಎ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ನಾಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್. 1 knot and the second knot. Okay, hold the knot. ಗಂಟು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಮ್ಮ. ಐ ಆಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಹರ್ ಟು ಗಂಟು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊ. ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡೇ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. Without leaving the ends, you cannot put a knot. But I can put a knot without leaving the ends. See? But this knot is not a knot. You know why? Because knot is not there. And the knot is... I got it. See? I have a small piece. ಗಂಟು ನಿಜವಾದ ವಾವಂತೆ. ಗಂಟಿಗೆ ವಾವಂತಿಯಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಹೇಳ್ದೆಯಾ? ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಓಕೆ. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ವಾವ್ ಅಂತ ಇದ್ರು. ಇವಾಗ ವಾವ್ ಅಂತಾರೆ. ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕದು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡದಿದೆ. ಹಿಂಗಂದರೆ 2 equal ropes ಆಯಿತು. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಹತ್ರ ಒಂದೇ ರೋಪು. ಅವಳು ಕಟ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಯು ನೋ ವೈ ಐ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ದಿಸ್ ಇನ್ವಿಸಿಬಲ್ ಸೀಸರ್ಸ್? ಡೋಂಟ್ ನೋ? ಇನ್ ಫ್ಲೈಟ್ಸ್ ಐ ಗೋ ನೋ ಅಬ್ರಾಡ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಆಲ್. ದೇರ್ ದೆ ಚೆಕ್ ಎಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಸಿಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಕೈ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಇನ್ವಿಸಿಬಲ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತೀನಿ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಇದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು ಎಕ್ಸ್ರೇ ಮಿಷನಲ್ಲಿ. ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲೋ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಅವ್ರ ಕೈಗೆ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹೋಗಿ ಬರ್ತೀನಮ್ಮ. ಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಅರ್ಥ. ಅದೇ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನಂಗಂದರೆ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೋಗ್ಬಾ. ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಯಾವ್ದಾರು? ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಪ್ಲೇ ಎನಿ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್? ಐತ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ಕೈ ಖಾಲಿ. ಹಿಂದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮುಂದೂ ಇಲ್ಲ, ನನ್ನಂಗೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ, ನನಗೂ ಅಪ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅಮ್ಮ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ವಾ ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಹತ್ರ? 1 2 3 4. ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ 15 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ಅನಿಸುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾರು ಟೈಮ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರ ನಾ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಎಷ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಅಂತ? ಇನ್ನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಅಲ್ಲ, 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇನ್ನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಉಳಿದಿದೆ. ಯಾರು ಆರ್ಗನೈಸರ್ ಯಾರು? ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಇಲ್ರಿ? ಇನ್ನು 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಸಾಕಾ? ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂದರೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಹೋಗೋದಾ? ಏನು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟೆ, ಆಯಿತಾ? ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಸಾಕು ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಿ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವಾಗ ಸಣ್ಣಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ. ಓಕೆನಾ? ಬೈಕೋಬೇಡಿ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರೂ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೂ ಲೋಕೇಶ್ ಕೈ ಎತ್ಬಿಡಿ, ನಾನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡಿ. ನಾನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೊತ್ತು ಮಾಡಬಲ್ಲೆ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀವು ಕೈ ಎತ್ತುತ್ತೀರಾ? ಓಕೆ, ರೆಡಿನಾ ನೀವು? ಇಬ್ಬರು ಹುಡುಗರು, ಹುಡುಗಿಯರು, ದೊಡ್ಡವರು, ಚಿಕ್ಕವರು ಯಾರು ಬನ್ನಿ. ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ಥ್ರೂ ಸಾಲಿಡ್, ವಿಚ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಸಾಲಿಡ್ ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕಾಗತ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾರ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹಳೆ ಕಾಲದ್ದು ಸ್ಮಾರ್ಟ್ಫೋನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಐಶೇಷ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ಇವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ನನ್ನ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಅಂತ ತಿರುಗ್ತೀರಾ. ಅವಾಗ ನನ್ನ ಚಿಕ್ಕದು ಅಂತಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಅದಿಲ್ವ ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಚಿಕ್ಕದು? ಇಬ್ಬರಂದ್ರೆ 3 ಬಂದ್ರೆ, ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗ ಒಂದು ಹುಡುಗಿ. ಈಗ ಬನ್ನಿ, ನೀನು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಾಮ್ಮ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತಿರು, ನಂದೇ ಕುರ್ಚಿ ಅದು, ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗೋಣ. ನೀ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬರ, ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬನ್ನಿ. ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಯಾರ ಹತ್ರನೂ ಇಲ್ವ ಹಳೇದು? ತಾಯಿ ನೀನೇನೋ, ನೀನು ಆ ಕುರ್ಚಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೋ, ಅದು ನಂದೆ. ಹೆಸರೇನಮ್ಮ ನಿಂದು? ಇಂಚು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಇಂಚು? ಹೈಟ್ ಕೇಳಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೆಸರು? ಓ, ಇಂಚರಾನಾ? ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರೇನೋ? ನೀನು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಮ್ಮ. ಮೊಬೈಲಾ? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ನೀನು ಇಂಚರ, ನೀನು ಪಂಚರ? ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರು ದಕ್ಷ್. ಓಕೆ, ದಕ್ಷ್. ಇದು 1, 2, 9, 19, 29, 30, 31, 32. ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ? 32. ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳೆ ನೋಡಿ ಇವಳು, ಲೆಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪರ್ಟ್ ಅವಳು. ಹತ್ರ ಬಾ, ಹೇಳದ್ ನೋಡು ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಂತ. ಡು ಯು ನೋ ವಾಟ್ ಆರ್ ದಿಸ್? ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ ವೆಡ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ರಿಂಗ್. ವೆನ್ ಎಲಿಫೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾರಿ, ನೋ ದೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ದಿಸ್. ಇವಳಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ, ನಗ್ತಾಳೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜೋರಾಗಿ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಕೊಡಮ್ಮ. 1, 2 and 3 ಹಿಡ್ಕೋ. ಒಳಗೋಗಿದೆಯಾ ಪಕ್ಕ? 1, 2 and 3 ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ. ಹೋಗಿದೆಯೇನೋ ಒಳಗೆ? ಹೇಳದ್ ನೋಡಮ್ಮ, ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಇದೆಯಾ? 1, 2 and 3 ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳ. ಎಳೆಯೋ ಅಂದರೆ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀಯಲ್ಲೋ. ಬಿಡೋ, ಇದು ಹೇಳಿ ಬಿಡೋ. ನೀ ಎಳೆಯಮ್ಮ, ಬಿಡೋ, ಎಳೆಯಮ್ಮ. ಓ, ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಇದ್ದಾಳು. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗು. ನೀನು ಎಡಗಡೆ ಬಲಗೈದು ನೀನು ವಿಷ್ಣುವರ್ಧನನೋ ರಾಜ್ಕುಮಾರ? ಇಬ್ಬರು ಅಲ್ಲ, ಎಡಗೈಯೋ ಬಲಗೈಯೋ ಅಂತ. ನೀನು ಊಟ ಮಾಡೋ ಕಾಲು ಯಾವುದು? ಇದಾ? ರೈಟ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಈಗ ನೋಡಿ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಮೇಲಿಂದ. ನನ್ನ ತಲೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದು ಬಿಡಬೇಕು. ಹಾಕು. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ ನನ್ನ ತಲೆ? ಇವಳಿಗೆ ಮದುವೆ ಆದರೆ ಬೆಸ್ಟು, ಗಂಡ ಸೇಫು. ಅದು ತೊಗೊಂಬರ, ಅವನ ತಲೆ ಉಳಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಹಬ್ಬ, ಏನು ಮಾಡೋದು? ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬಿಸಾಕ್ತಾಳಲ್ಲ, ಮದುವೆ ಆಗದ? ಬೇಡ, ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಳಮ್ಮ. ನೋಡು, ನಾನು ಹಾಕ್ದಂಗೆ ಹಾಕು. ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕಾಲಾಗಲ ಇಟ್ಕೋ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಾಕು. ಬೇಡ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಬೈಲಿ ಅಂತೂ ಕಲ್ತ್ಬಿಟ್ಲು. ಈ ಸಲ ನಿನ್ನನ್ನು ಕಳ್ಸೋಣ. ಎಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು ಹೋಗೋ ಮುಂಚೆ. ನಮ್ಮಮ್ಮ ಬೈತಿದ್ರು, ಹಂಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಬಾರ್ದು, ಅಪಶಕ್ನ ಅಂತ. ಒಂದು ರಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ನಿಂದು ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ದ ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ರಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗಿವ್ ಎ ಟ್ವಿಸ್ಟ್. ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ನೋಡಿ. ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಗನ್ನವ, ಇದನ್ನ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನ ಹಿಂಗನು ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂದುಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡು. ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂಗಂದರೆ ಒಳಗೆ ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋ. ಆ ಕಡೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ನಗ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಮುಖ. ನಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ರಿ, ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾನ್ಸಂಟ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ನಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾಳಾ? ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡು, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ 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 ತುದಿಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಬ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಬೇಡ, ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನೋಡು. ಹಿಂಗೆ ತುದಿಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಬಂದು ಹಿಂಗೆ ತೆಗ್ದ್ಯಾ, ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂಗೆ ತೊಗೊಂಬ ಒಳಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸು, ಇದು ಕೈ ಬಿಡು. ಬಿಟ್ಟ್ಯಾ? ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವಳಿಗೆ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಜನ ಟ್ರೈಯೇ ಮಾಡಲ್ಲ ರೀ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಲು. ಅವಳಿಗೆ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ರಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಲ. ಹತ್ರ ಬಾ. ಇವಾಗ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡು, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡು. ಮುಖ ಹತ್ರ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗು, ಊಫನ್ನು ಹೊರಗೆ ಬಂತಾ? ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಮತ್ತು ಹಾಗೇ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಈ ಬಲ್ಗೈನ ಬಿಡು. ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾಳೆ. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ. ನಿಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತೀಯ ನೀನು. ಮಾಡ್ತೀಯ ಕಳ್ಳಿ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಜೋರಾಗಿ. ಇವಳು ನನಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾಳೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಕುಡಿ. ಇದೆರಡು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊ, ಹೇಳಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡು. ನೋಡಿ ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ಟಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ರೀ. ಪಾಪ ಅವಳಿಗೆ ನಾಚಿಕೆ, ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಫಿಯರ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೆ, ಏನೂ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಮಾನ ಮರ್ಯಾದೆ ನನ್ನಂಗೆ ಅವಳು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ರೆಡಿ, 1 2 3. ಈ 3 ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡೋ. 3ರಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಳಗಿದೊಂದು ಹಿಡ್ಕೊ, ಮಧ್ಯ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಹಿಂದೆ ನೀನೇ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ತೀಯಲ್ಲ ಲೇ. ರಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸೋದ್ರೆ ಅವನೇ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ. ನೀನು ಫಿಕ್ಸು. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲಾಡ್ಸು, ಮುಂದೆ ಹಿಂದೆ. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ರಿ ಅವನಿಗೆ. ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೊರಗೆ ತೆಗಿ, ಮತ್ತು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಸೇರಿಸಿ ಕೈ ಬಿಡು. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ಚಪ್ಪಾಳೆ ತಟ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಈ ಇಬ್ಬರು ಹುಡುಗರು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ ನೋಡು ಕೂಡ ನನ್ನ ರಿಂಗ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕ. ಇದು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ. ಹೌ ಮೆನಿ ಆಫ್ ಯು ಡೋಂಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಕನ್ನಡ? ಪ್ಲೀಸ್ ರೈಸ್ ಯುವರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಒಬ್ಬರ ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಓಕೆ, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಲರ್ನ್. ಓಕೆ, ಏನೋ ದೊಡ್ಡಸ್ತಿಕೆ ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಅಂತ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರದೇ ಇರೋರು ಕೇಳೋದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ, ಬರೋರಾದರೂ ಕುಣಿಬೇಕು ಹಾಗೆ. ಇವರು ಇಲ್ಲ, ಐ ಆಮ್ ಹಿಯರ್. ನೀವು ಕಲ್ತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಹಿಂಗಂದರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಡು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕನ್ನಡ ಭಾಷೆ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. ನಿಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆಯಾ? ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಹಿಂಗಂದರೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬರ್ತೀನಾ? ದಕ್ಷ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಹೋಗ್ಬಾ. ನಿನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಇಂಚರ. ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಅದೇ ಹೇಳ್ತೀಯಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ, ಬೇಜಾರಾಗಲ್ವಾ? ಹೋಗ್ಬಾ. ನಿಂದೆ ಅದೇನಾ? ಓಕೆ. ಇವನಿಗೆ ಹೋಗೋ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಲ್ಲ, ಊಟ ಮಾಡೇ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನೇನೋ. ಹೌದೇನೋ? ಸರ್, ಇನ್ನೆರಡು ನಿಮಿಷ. ಕೊನೆಯ ಐಟಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಟೈಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ. ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರೋ ತೊಗೊಂಡೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರು ಅವಲ್ಲೇ. ವೆಲ್, ಈ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ. ನ್ಯೂಸ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಓದ್ತೀನಿ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಬಾರ್ದು ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸುದ್ದಿ ಏನು, ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಕಿತ್ತಾಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಪೇಪರಲ್ಲಿ ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಏನೇನಿರಲ್ಲ. ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ಕುಡಿತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಕುಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ರೆಡಿ, 1 2 ಮ್ಯೂಸಿಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇನ್ನು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದೆಯಾ? ನನ್ನದೇ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ವೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೊಂದು ಐಟಮ್ ಇದೆ, ತೋರಿಸ್ಬಿಡೋಣ ಅಂತ. 2 ನಿಮಿಷ. ಹೋಗೋರೆಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು. ಯಾವುದಪ್ಪ ಅದು? ನಂದು ಇನ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶದ ಫ್ಲ್ಯಾಗ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಾ? ಓಕೆ, ಈಗ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದು ಬೇಕೋ ಆ ದೇಶದ ಫ್ಲ್ಯಾಗನ್ನು ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇದು ಮೈಂಡ್ ರೀಡಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ. ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ರೀಡ್ ಯುವರ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನಿದೆ, ಇಟಲಿ, ಕುವೈಟ್, ಉಗಾಂಡ, ಫ್ರಾನ್ಸು, ಬೆಲ್ಜಿಯಮು, ರಷ್ಯಾ, ನೈಜೀರಿಯಾ, ಫಿಜಿ ಇದೆ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಒಂದು ಮನಸ್ಸಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಾ? ಹಾಂ, ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ವೆರಿ ಗುಡ್. ನಾನು ಇದನ್ನು ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಈಗ, ಆಯಿತಾ? ನಿಮ್ದು ಹೇಳಲಾ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರ್ದು ಯಾವುದ್ಯಾವುದು ಅಂತ? ಬೇಡ, ಫಸ್ಟು ಒಂದು ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿ. ನೀವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ? ಇದೆಯಾ? ನೈಜೀರಿಯಾ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಕೈ ಎತ್ತ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದು ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಫ್ಯೂಜಿ. ಹೌದ್ರಿ, ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಇದೆಯಾ? ಹಾಂ, ನೋಡಿದ್ರಾ? ಫ್ರಾನ್ಸು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುವೈಟ್. ಹಾಂ, ಇದರಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ? ಇದೆಯೇನಮ್ಮ? ಇಟಲಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾ? ಇದರಲ್ಲಿದೆಯಾ? ಹಾಂ, ರಷ್ಯಾ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯುದ್ಧ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಷ್ಯಾನೆಲ್ಲ ತಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊತಾರೆ ಇವರೊಬ್ಬರು. ಸರಿ, ಈಗ ನಾನು ಕೊನೆಯದಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಕ್ಕನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ನಾನು ಶೋ ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೂ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಲ್ವ, ಇವಾಗಲೇ ತೆಗಿಯೋಣ, ಟೈಮ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಬೇಡ ಅಂತಷ್ಟೇ. ಈ ಮ್ಯಾಜಿಕ್ ಹೆಸರು ಮಿಸ್ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ. ಏನು? ಮಿಸ್ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್. ಮಿಸ್ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಂದರೆ ಏನು ಅಂದರೆ, ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲೊಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಇದೆ, ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಾ? ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರೋದೊಂದು ಕೊನೆ ಶೋ. ಇದನ್ನು ತೊಗೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್, ಇಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಬೇಡಿ. ನೋಡಿ, 1 2 3 ಪೆನ್ ಮಾಯ ಆಗೋಯ್ತು ನೋಡಿ. ಪೆನ್ ಎಲ್ಲೋಗಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಕಾಣಿಸುತ್ತಾ? ಕಿವಿ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತೇನ್ರಿ? ಹೆಂಗಂದರೆ 1 2 3 ಅಂದಾಗ ಇದನ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡೋದು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ಕೈ ಖಾಲಿ ತೋರಿಸೋದು, ಈ ಕಡೆ ತಿರುಗಿರ್ತೀರ. ಆದರೆ ಇದನ್ನು ಜೋರಾಗಿ ಕುಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇದನ್ನು ತೋರಿಸ್ಬೇಡಿ, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಮಾಯ ಆಗೋಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಪೆನ್ ಮಾಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದು ಸಾಕು, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಬೇಡ. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ತರ್ತೀರ ದಿನಕ್ಕೊಂದೊಂದು ಮೊಬೈಲು? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್. ಶೋ ಮುಗಿ.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ನನ್ನ ಶೀಟ್ ಮಾಯ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. May I request Vidushi Rupashri Madhusudan ji to kindly come up on stage. Request her to kindly sum up the session with a short note.
ಹರಿಯು ನಮ್ಮ ಸಭಾಯೇ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಔನ್ನತ್ಯ ಸಾಕಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹಿಡಿದಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಇದು ಕೂಡ ಇಂದ್ರಜಾಲವಾಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು, ಇನ್ನೇನು ತಲೆಬುರುಡೆ ಬಿಚ್ಚೋಗುವ ಸಮಯ ಬಂದಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಹಿಡಿದು ಹಿರಿಯರ ಮುಂದೆ ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ನಿಂತು 2 ನಿಮಿಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತನಾಡುವ, ಭಾಷಣವನ್ನು ಭೂಷಣವಾಗಿಸಿ ಭೀಷಣವಾಗಿಸದೆ ಮಾಡುವ ಪ್ರಯತ್ನವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸಭಾಯೇ, ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿರಿಯರಿಗೆ ವಂದಿಸ್ತಾ, ಅದ್ಭುತವನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದರೂ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಭದ್ರ ಬುನಾದಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಂದಿಕೇಶ್ವರ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಸಭಾ ಸಪ್ತಾಂಗ ಲಕ್ಷಣಂ. ಸಭೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿದ್ವಾಂಸಃ, ಕವಯಃ, ಭಟ್ಟಾಃ, ಗಾಯಕಾಃ, ಪರಿಹಾಸಕಾಃ, ಇತಿಹಾಸ ಪುರಾಣಜ್ಞಾಃ, ಸಭಾ ಸಪ್ತಾಂಗ ಲಕ್ಷಣಂ. ಹಾಗೆ ಸಪ್ತಾಂಗಗಳು ಇದ್ದಂತಹ ಸುಶೋಭಿತ ಸಭಾ ಈ ದಿನ ಏರ್ಪಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು. ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನದ ವತಿಯಿಂದ ಈ ಚತುಷ್ಷಷ್ಠಿ ಕಲಾ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವ ಸಂಗೋಷ್ಠಿ ಏನು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಮಾದ್ಭುತವಾದ ರೂಪದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೆವು. ವೈನೋದಿಕಂ, ಈ ಗಾಂಧರ್ವ ಕಲೆಯ ವೈನೋದಿಕದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿದ್ದೆವು. ಪ್ರಥಮ ಸ್ತರದಲ್ಲಿ ನೃತ್ಯ, ತದನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರಾವ್ಯ, ಸಂಗೀತ, ಸಮ್ಯಕ್ ಗೀತ ವದಂತು, ತದನಂತರದಲ್ಲಿ ಐಂದ್ರಜಾಲ. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು, ಕೆಲವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಅವರವರ ಭಾವಕ್ಕೆ ಅವರವರ ಭಕುತಿಗೆ ಅಂತ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ಲೇಸೇನು. 3 ತನ್ನತನದಲ್ಲಿ ತಾನೇ ಮೆರೆದಾಡ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಯಾವುದನ್ನು ಕುರಿತು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಒಂದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳುವುದಾದರೆ, ನೃತ್ಯವೋ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮ ನಟರಾಜನದು ಜಗವೆಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಜೀವ ದೇಶಯವನಂಗ ಭಂಗಿ, ಸತ್ಯ ಸತ್ವಜ್ವಾಲೆ ವಿಶ್ವ ಮಾಯಾ ಲೀಲೆ, ಪ್ರತ್ಯಗಾತ್ಮನು ನೀನು ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತಿಮ್ಮಗುರುಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು, ದಿವಿಜರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದು ಅದೇ, ಪ್ರತ್ಯಗಾತ್ಮನು ನೀನು ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಅವನ ಪ್ರತಿಫಲನ ಅಂತ ಕೂತು ಕೇಳಿದೆವು. ಮಹಾಮಹೋದಯರ ಮಹೋನ್ನತ ಸಾಧಕರ ಭಾಷಣ ಭೂಷಣಗಳನ್ನು, ವಿಚಾರಧಾರೆಗಳನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದೆವು, ಪ್ರಾತ್ಯಕ್ಷಿಕೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದೆವು, ಐಂದ್ರಜಾಲವನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದೆವು, ಐಂದ್ರಜಾಲಿಕವಾಗಿದ್ದ ನೃತ್ಯ ಗೀತ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದೆವು. ಇವೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ನೋಡುತ್ತಾ ಮನಸ್ಸು ತುಂಬಿ ಬಂದು, ಎಲ್ಲರ ವಿದ್ಯೆಯನ್ನಾಗಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಿಯನ್ನಾಗಲಿ ಸಂಕ್ಷೇಪಿಸುವ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಖಂಡಿತ ಮಾಡೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟು ಚಂದಗಾಣಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಧನ್ಯತಾ ಭಾವವನ್ನು ಮಾತ್ರ ನುಡಿಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಆಳ್ವಾರರಂತಹ ಸಂತರಿಂದ ಇಂತಹ ಸಂತರ ಸಂತತಿ ಸಾವಿರವಾಗಲಿ. ಆಳ್ವಾರರಂತಹ ಸಂತರಿಂದ ಸ್ತುತಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ನಂದಕುಮಾರ, ನಾಗರಾಜನುತ ನಂದಕುಮಾರ ರಾಧಾಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಅಡಿಕಂಜಗಳಿಗೆ ಪೊಡಮಟ್ಟಾಗ, ನಮ್ಮ ಚೇತನಗಳೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಸಮರ್ಪಿತವಾದಾಗ ಪರಮಾದ್ಭುತ ಉದಯವಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದರಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಾಕ್ಷಿಯಾಗ್ತೀರಿ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಲೋಕೇಶನಾದಂತಹ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮನಮೋಹನ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಲಿ. ಇಂತಹ ಅದ್ಭುತವಾದ ವೇದಿಕೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಲೋದೇ ಒಂದು ಧನ್ಯತೆ. ಇದರ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಬಲ್ಲೆವು. ಭಗವಂತ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ರಾಧಾಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಅವನ ಪದತಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಇದೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ನಡೆದರೆ ಅದು ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸ್ವೀಕೃತವಾಗಲೇಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಶ್ಲೋಕ ಬಹಳ ನೆನಪಾಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಹಿರಿಯರ ಮುಂದೆ ರಟರಟಿಸಬಾರದು, ಆದರೂ ಅಲ್ಪಮತಿಯಿಂದ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ವಿಕ್ರೇತು ಕಾಮಾಗಿಲ ಗೋಪಕನ್ಯಾ ಮುರಾರಿ ಪಾದಾರ್ಪಿತ ಚಿತ್ತವೃತ್ತಿ ದಧ್ಯಾಧಿಕಂ ಮೋಹವಶಾತ್ ಅವೋಚುಹು ಗೋವಿಂದ ದಾಮೋದರ ಮಾಧವೇತಿ. ಹಾಲು ಮೊಸರು ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಅಂತ ಕೂಗಬೇಕಾಗಿದ್ದ ಗೋಪಿಕೆಯರು ತಮ್ಮ ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಕೈಂಕರ್ಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರುವಾಗ ಮುರಾರಿ ಪಾದಾರ್ಪಿತ ಚಿತ್ತವೃತ್ತಿ, ಮುರಾರಿಯ ಪಾದಕ್ಕೆ ತಮ್ಮನ್ನು ತಾವು ಸಮರ್ಪಿಸಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ದಧ್ಯಾಧಿಕಂ ಹಾಲು ಮೊಸರು ಅಂತ ಕರೆಯೋ ಬದಲು ಗೋವಿಂದ ದಾಮೋದರ ಮಾಧವ ಅಂತ ಕರೆದು ಬಿಟ್ಟರಂತೆ. ಅಂತಹುದೇ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿದ್ದವರದಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಈಚ್ ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ us agree with this statement that all of us were transformed to a different loka. It was indeed a blissful day in all our lives. Life is of course to achieve, and what we have achieved today is something incredible. ಇದು ಬಹುಶಃ ಅನುಭವ ವೇದ್ಯ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಲೆ ಥರನೇ. ಸಂಸಾರ ವಿಷವೃಕ್ಷಸ್ಯ ದ್ವೇ ಫಲೇ ಹರ್ಮಿತೋಪಮೆ ಸುಭಾಷಿತ ರಸಾಸ್ವಾದ ಸಂಗತಿ ಸುಜನೈ ಸಹ. ಈ ದಿನ ನಾವೆರಡನ್ನೂ ಸಾಧಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಸುಭಾಷಿತ ರಸಾಸ್ವಾದವಂತೂ ಭರಪೂರವಾಗಿ ನಿರ್ಭರವಾಗಿ ಬೆಳಗಿಂದ ಸಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸಂಗತಿ ಸುಜನೈ ಸಹ, ಸುಜನರ ಸಂಗತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮತ್ತೇನು ಪುಣ್ಯ ಬೇಕು? ಇದು ಭಾಗ್ಯ, ಇದು ಭಾಗ್ಯ. ಇಂತಹ ಭಾಗ್ಯ ವರ್ಧಿಸಲಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಸನಾತನ ಕಲೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಕಲೆಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲೆಡೆಯಲ್ಲೂ ವಿಶ್ವವ್ಯಾಪಿಯಾಗಿ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಲಿ. ಆಚರಣೆಯಾಗಿರುವ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲೆ ಆರಾಧನೆಯಾಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ಪಮತಿಯ ನುಡಿಯನ್ನು ನುತಿ ಸಮೇತವಾಗಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಈ ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಾನಕ್ಕೂ ಹಾಗೂ ಆಳ್ವಾರ್ ಮಹೋದಯರಿಗೂ ಮತ್ತೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶಿರವಾಗಿ ವಂದಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ವಾಚಂ ಧೇನು ಮುಪಾಸೀತ ಅಂತ ಕರೆಯೋರು ನಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯೋಮದ ವೆಂಕಟ್ ಸರ್. ಬಹಳ ಜ್ಞಾನಿಗಳು, ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸರಳ ಸಹೃದಯರು. ಅವರಿಂದ ಕಲ್ಪಿತವಾದ ಈ ಅವಕಾಶ ಜೀವನದ ಒಂದು ಉತ್ತಮೋತ್ತಮ ದಿನ ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ, ಗುರು ಚೇತನ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಅವರ ಶಿಷ್ಯವೃಂದಕ್ಕೂ ಸಂಗೀತ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿನ ಒಂದು ಅಪರಿಮಿತ ಮಿನುಗುತ್ತಾರೆ, ಅಪರಿಮಿತ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ರಾಶಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ರಾಸ ನಂದಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಹಾಗೂ ಕಂಡಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನೂ ಕಾಣದ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ ಅದೃಶ್ಯ ವೈಭವವನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಿದಂತಹ ಉದಯ್ ಜಾದೂಗರ್ ಸರ್ ಅವರಿಗೂ ಶಿರವಾಗಿ ವಂದಿಸ್ತಾ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಚಿರಮಭಿವರ್ಧತಾಂ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಶ್ರೀಹಿ, ಚಿರಮಭಿವರ್ಧತಾಂ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕಲಾಶ್ರೀಹಿ ನಮಾಂಸಿ.
ಭಾಳ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು ಮೇಡಮ್. ಸ್ವತಃ ಕಲಾವಿದರಾದಂಥ ಋಷಿ ರೂಪಶ್ರೀ ಮಧುಸೂದನ್ ಅವರು ನೃತ್ಯಾಂಗ ಪ್ರದರ್ಶಕ ಕಲಾ ಕೇಂದ್ರದ ನಿರ್ದೇಶಕರು. ಇವರು ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಲಾವಿದರನ್ನ ಗೌರವಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ವಿದುಷಿ ಚೇತನ ಅವರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂಡದೊಂದಿಗೆ ಈ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಮನವಿ. ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬಂದ್ಬಿಡಿ, ಮಗುನು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬನ್ನಿ, ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. Thank you so much once again, Dr. Chetnaji. Request the artist to kindly receive the honor. Thanks again for the mind-blowing performance and illustration. ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆಯಾ ಕಲರು? ಪಿಂಕ್. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ನಂದಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್, ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ವೇದಿಕೆಗೆ ಆಗಮಿಸಿ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ಸ್ವೀಕರಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಆರ್ ಎಸ್ ನಂದಕುಮಾರ್ ಸರ್, ತೋಡಿ ಇಂಥದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಕೇಳಬೇಕು ಅನಿಸ್ತಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಸಮಯದ ಪರಿಮಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಒಂದು ಸಮಯದ ನಿಬದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ತೋಡಿ ವಾಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಕ್ಲೂಸಿವ್ ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ಪರಿಮಿತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಒಂದು ಸಮಯದ ನಿಬದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ಪಾಲಿಸೋ ಸಲುವಾಗಿ ನಮಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಕೇಳೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು. But Todi was exclusive, sir. Thank you so much.
ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು ಸರ್. ಸೊ ವೆರಿ ನೈಸ್.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ರೆಡ್ಡಿಗೆ.
ಹಾಂ,
ರೆಡ್ಡಿಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್.
ರೆಡ್ಡಿಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಸರ್.
ರೆಡ್ ಶಾಲು ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ನನ್ನನ್ನು ಮಾಯಾ ಮಾಡದೆ ಹೋದರೆ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಮುಗಿಯೋವರೆಗೂ ರೆಡ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸರ್. I'd like to thank Dr. S. Vidyashree Madam, Organizing Secretary. ಅವರು ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಬಂದು ರೂಪಶ್ರೀ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಈ ಗೌರವ ಸಮರ್ಪಣೆಯನ್ನು ಸಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕಾಗಿ ಕೋರಿಕೆ. It was an honor to have you here, ma'am. Unfortunately, we couldn't give you much time to elaborate the session or to throw more light on. Yeah, it was unfortunate on our side actually. So I'd like to hear you some other time or maybe more often. ಮತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೇಳುವಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭ ಒದಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಕೇಳ್ತಾ, ಆತ್ಮೀಯರೇ, ಇದಾಗಿತ್ತು ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿ ಫೌಂಡೇಶನ್ ಅರ್ಪಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥ ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ ಭಾರತೀಯ 64 ಆರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಈ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣದ ಮೊದಲ ದಿನದ ಸಂಕಿರಣಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಸಂಪನ್ನವಾಗ್ತಿದೆ. ವಿತ್ ದಿಸ್ ವಿಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಸೇ ಹ್ಯಾಪಿ ಈವ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗುಡ್ ನೈಟ್ ಟು ಆಲ್ ಆಫ್ ಯು. ನಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಮೊದಲ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣ ಶಾರ್ಪ್ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ, ಸಮಯ ಸರಿಯಾಗಿ 10 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಪ್ರಾರಂಭ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಒಂದು ಬೆಳಗಿನ ಸೆಷನ್ನ ಮಿಸ್ ಮೀರಾ ನಟಂಪಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಶೀಲ್ ಬಿ ಚೇರಿಂಗ್ ದಿ ಸೆಷನ್. ಸೊ ಸಿ ಯು ಆಲ್ ಟುಮಾರೋ. ಸೊ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಎ ಗುಡ್ ಡೇ, ಸೇಫ್ ಡ್ರೈವ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. She'll be chairing the session. So see you all tomorrow. So have a good day, safe drive. Thank you so much.